uncontrollable entities for the future of humanity.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
What is up, gamers? Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championships for fall. We are kick-starting the group stages today, 3 days of PUBG action. My name is Sam. It's been a while, but I am back. I'm going to be your host for the next 3 days. And joining me, Erangel and Mark are here to talk about all the action. So much has gone down. For me, the last time I was here was for PEC Spring Erangel, but there's been lots of PUBG going on between then and now. So let's do a quick recap of what's been happening and where we are as we come into our last EMEA championship for the year.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of crazy because we PC has become the burger, right? We're the top bun and the last like bottom bun, right? And everything in between, all the delicious stuff had already happened. Obviously, we're still going to be having the PGS 5 and 6 going on and PGC. But yeah, we had Esports World Cup, crazy back-to-back, and also Nations Cup going on through too. So there's been a lot of PUBG both regionally and internationally going on. So that's been some crazy stuff.
Let's keep the burger analogies going, Mark, because the thing is, it's not a burger if you don't have the buns, right? Then it's just a piece of meat with some veggies. So the buns are the most important part.
Depends what you classify as buns. I like the regional stuff, so all the fillings in between are more saucy. So look, we had other events as well that we absolutely adored. The local run-ins we're so lucky to have from the robot rotation again, and obviously we saw Brutality too. So these guys and girls have had a lot of running when it comes down to PUBG, but it feels really squished together. Maybe like a small burger with a slice of cheese. Maybe that's about it for me.
I like that. We'll call the regional, but the cheese. How does that go? So the two PECs can be the I'm going to stop this. We're going to get straight into this because you actually want to know what is going down today. So let's take a look at the format for PEC Fall. This is going to explain it in the best possible way. We've got the group stages starting today, Mark, and then we've got our last chance coming up next week as well. I love this format. I've spoken about this format so many times. I think it's so cool because we just get even more PUBG action, right?
It's the aggressive start for some of these teams. When we look at some of the other events running up to this, we didn't have the last chance, did we? So some big names didn't shine on through. So going back to that kind of we all know format, this is good. Look, top 8 going to go through straight away to the finals. The others will get the opportunity for a last chance. We can't complain about that. I just would like to see yet again some of the names, some of the shining stars run away with it, especially in the group stages, because group stages can be a little bit dangerous.
The point system, I mean, Erangel, anyone who's a big PUBG fan knows exactly how it works, but it is pretty standard. You just want to make sure that you win and kill everyone else.
Yeah, that's sort of standard strategy. That's definitely how you play your games as well. That's why you don't get many chicken dinners. But yes, about 70% of the points come from kills, so it's still very kill heavy. And as per usual with our points, 10 points first and so forth. And overall, I think maybe hopefully next year we should see a bit of a rebalance, because I still kind of disagree with 7th and 8th getting the same amount, and I also think we should see something of a balance. So hopefully maybe we can see that coming into to next year. But yeah, it's been the same for the past 5 years with this point system. So everyone that's been watching just a few tournaments here and there, they kind of know this already.
If you're new though, surprise, here we go. This is what that looks like. And of course, for everyone else, you want to know what everyone's playing for. You want to know what's up for grabs. There is some cash dollars on the line, $50,000 prize pool. None of this matters just yet though, because this is still the group stages. You've still got a lot of PUBG to play. You want to get through to the grand finals. But there is, of course, those elusive PGC points, Mark. And that is something that I think a lot of the players have got their eyes on, because cash money is nice, but PGC is even better.
It's kind of a year of two halves, isn't it? Obviously, you qualify through, you go to the lands. Obviously, PGC points up for grabs here, but at the end of the year, obviously, you guys and girls want to be getting themselves to that sort of global championship. Now, some teams haven't started off. They haven't got really that many points on the board as PC Spring and the EWC qualifiers and all the events have been done dusted. So this might be the chance, or the final chance, really, for some of these teams to get some points against their team name. So it's not just about the prize pool in this one. I wouldn't be surprised for some of those teams maybe lower down the point distribution, really trying to ensure they get qualification through and secure these points.
I mean, Erangel, again, probably not something that the teams will have their eyes on right now, because group stages, this is all about just getting through groups, right? But it is got to be important to them in the back of their heads, doing the maths, trying to figure out where they're going to be sitting.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of interesting parts coming into this with the PGC points. Obviously, your last chance to get any of those points this year. We had Spring and the EWC qualifier for it, and it's your last chance to get to PGS as well, but also to PGC. We also have the guys that are playing at PGS 5 and 6 that's going to be getting some other points. So there could be some chance for these guys that if you're not directly invited to PGS 5 and 6, that's your kind of only chance to go to PGC is to get either the points here for PGC or to go to PGS and try to defend some of the points you have over there, because obviously 8 of the teams going to PGC is going to go through to the PGS points. So it's very interesting. And of course, getting the top here also means that you're going to be going to LAN, and if you get, I would say if you get first here at fall, there's almost no chance that if you already have a few points that you won't be going to PGC through that. So it's going to be very interesting here. But of course, get to the final first. You gotta go through the grinder here first.
You got to go through the grind. And also, if you're watching at home, you got to go through the grind of trying to keep up with PGS, PGC, PEC. I know it gets a little bit confusing after a while, but listen closely. We'll help you along. Let's take a look at the teams that have made it through to the group stages. Mark, you were doing a lot of commentating on these qualifiers. You've seen a lot of these teams. The obvious favorites are hanging out with us. We know who they are. But are there any teams in the mix that you got to watch as they were coming through the qualifiers that you're like, hell, we need to keep an eye on these guys?
It would be rude of me not to start with Secura Sensen. Obviously a complete mix-up, an interesting mix-up of communication. But through the qualifiers, they had a little bit of a download. They obviously were reinserted back in. And from that point, that team, especially for me on the round of 16, really changed. Their comms have been known to be quite drastic and loud, should we say, especially when you watch some of the POV stream. But actually, for the round of 16, I managed to go back and watch it. And apart from the odd mosquito on the leg of Marsalek, generally speaking, I felt like that team changed on the round of 16. So for me, I definitely eyes on. They're not obviously playing today. They are a Group C team, so I'm interested to see obviously what they do. But again, we've got the Win or Dies appearing. They're really good to watch. I'm really interested in some of the roster changes. So obviously we've got VP with Beamy coming in, and obviously with Ascend announcing they've picked up Pains. It's just before, again, opportunities. And if I talk about Ascend, they really need to ensure they get the points on the board because they didn't have a great start to this year. So obviously making a slight change there. Mika's obviously gone over towards Secura Sensen. So I'll be interested to see when Group B play Group C, if there's a little bit of bad blood in the air, they might go after each other. But overall speaking, one team I had to pick has to be that Secura Sensen.
Avenger, what do you think of some of the changes that we've seen coming into PEC? What are your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I think there's obviously some fun teams that we're gonna have fun watching. But if we really get into it and really start grinding down here on some of the teams that should be performing versus some of the teams that could be these secret surprises, like I would always love to see the teams that we don't expect do well pop off and do extremely well. The real and the facts are just that we have some extremely experienced teams that have a huge advantage with the amount of confidence they're going to be coming in with this and the amount of calmness, since they're already going to PGS 5 and 6 and they could potentially secure themselves a PGC spot through that. So they're playing for potentially, securing drop spots, pushing some of the teams out that they don't want to see in the finals here in the group stages, and that's really what I'm looking for. And then especially like when you look at teams like Twisted Minds, FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, these guys, they are looking extremely good once we get to the kind of the finals and stuff like that. But they're going to be doing, I expect to be seeing some fun stuff for them and securing and defending some of the drop spots they want to make sure that they have in the finals.
So just to recap for the group stages, we've got 3 groups of 8 teams each, and they will rotate as we go. So today will be Group A versus B, then tomorrow B versus C, and then obviously on Sunday it'll be A versus C. Again, we'll keep you up to date with that. We'll show you the overall leaderboard. You'll be able to follow through. But every single day you will see 6 matches take place. The maps will stay the same. They'll just change the order in which we see them. Today you can see exactly what to expect on your screens. I want to jump right back into what Avenger was talking about, Mark, and specifically the experience that we see in PUBG. Do you think it's harder for a lot of new teams and a lot of new players to break in when you've got players with so many years of competitive experience that are still playing and are still together as maybe not a full team, but definitely still playing with people they know and able to kind of basically read each other's minds at this point?
You can't deny it. There is a time served, right? You can put a lot of time into this game. You can refine your skills. And then when it comes down to the gun skills, I'd argue to say a lot of people that have got to the group stages, give or take, have really good gun skills. So they're warranted here. But then it comes down to those little bits. Those, how do they move as a team? Do they move as one unit? And then we add in teams like, again, like the Foot Esports, they brought in Pixel. Like, one person could disrupt that. So I do agree with what you're saying, but actually if we have a individual, a solo person come in, that might unbalance an already argued balanced team. So I'm interested to see. It does change the dynamic, but sometimes it does come down to that macro play, like in the micro bits and pieces where you move. Arguably, yes, the big team should be performing. I'm really interested in some of these unknown teams coming and playing this because they've got the gun skills, but can they deliver the rotation on time? Can they get the points that they need to be able to get through the group stages?
I kind of like what you said there. So let's take an example. We've got Ascend. This is a team that they haven't had a great year, but they're not exactly a team that's really, really bad. They've had their ups and downs, Avenger. So now you look at it and you kind of go, okay, we're sitting mid of the pack. We believe that we could be champions. We need to change one piece. But it is a bit of a chess game, right? You change that piece and there's no guarantee that the new piece that you bring in is going to have the best effect on the team. And you won't know that until you change that piece.
Yeah, I think so too. Like with Pains and what we saw from Nations Cup, he's definitely a strong player, and I feel like he's a guy that could come in and maybe disrupt a little bit what the other guys have in terms of mindset, and like maybe get that honeymoon phase kind of put in, because we've seen that quite a lot, right? You have a little bit of a slump and you feel like you're down compared to what performed half a year ago or last year. Then you need to do some sort of a change. It might not be down to the player, but I know for a fact that Pains for sure is gonna do his best and is gonna frag his way out. But still, they need a top 2 to go to a LAN. They need a top 2 to go to PGC. So they need a huge performance. And we've seen them doing it last year. They're definitely a team that's capable of it. But right now, I feel like the top 6-7 teams, they are so refined. And right now, I don't see Ascend in the top 7 at the moment. We have so many really good teams that are kind of putting themselves in a situation where they have a little bit of a gap in between our top pack and our mid pack, and it's quite significant because of course you have teams that are playing an insane amount of games that are guaranteed to be playing on LAN, guaranteed to be playing at events where they get so much experience, and then there's other teams that forget to put on long pants on, and the mosquitoes just attack you all the time, right? And that's really the situations that comes with experience and all this, and I think we're really going to see that here at PEC. We're definitely going to see some of the top teams absolutely frag out and go badonka on the other guys and just show how much better they are. So that's definitely going to be the case here, I feel like, for PC.
It's worth just adding to a little bit to that as well. Is some of these big teams haven't had a chance to scrim yet, Sam. They've the guys who weren't at the major events that weren't at the PNC, so they haven't had full rosters. So some of them may be able to get a little bit of game time in. But the last week, they've really tried to cram in as much as they can compared to some of these teams that have come through the group qualifiers. They've actually put a lot of time in. So there's a little bit of a balance there. Great teams, great experience, but they haven't quite put, especially the last week, in the reps. So I'm really interested to see when we kick things off, though, the big names, are they going to have a big punch compared to the teams that have grinded their way through the qualifiers?
Do you think that that's important, the time in game, Mark? Like spending as much time as possible playing, competing. I mean, we've spoken about this and the need for as much competitive PUBG as possible, but like you mentioned as well, the need for scrims, things like that. Is that going to play into the favor of the teams that had to grind their way through in that they've had a little bit more game time?
I can't I suppose emphasize enough the time, because when the PUBG add in the new muzzle breaks, when we change the grips around, yes, you can go into the training mode, and you can play ranked, you can play casual, but playing esports, playing the competitive, there's a different feel to it. And yes, these teams know exactly where they're dropping and they get a feel of rotation time, but until they throw it down on the battlegrounds, a scrim is not the same as competitive. You can't compare the two. You need the time, but you need the scrims to be able to get into the main event. And then when the main event, if you've got the gun skills, which we'd say everyone does have here, it comes down to that kind of macro plays.
On the other side of that, though, Avenger, there's also the strategy that comes into play. And I think that sometimes we maybe don't give it enough attention of how these top teams, the reason they are at the top is because they do have strategies when they come into this. They do have a plan. They don't just wait for the circle to drop and then decide where they're going to go, or go, okay, this is our loot spot, off we go. There is always a plan, and there is always a backup plan. Do you think that might also become an issue because PNCs just happened and some of their players weren't available, that maybe having time to sit down and strat hasn't happened yet?
Right. I don't think you can emphasize enough how much of an advantage the big teams have over the non-full-time players. both in terms of knowledge, data available, analysts, all this stuff that is going on. So I think the biggest thing is that, and I don't think we talk it, and that's great that we have a little bit of talking time here. So I'll dive a little bit into it. The biggest thing is that we play, per patch, and the players, they research so much time into like the current patch that we're playing on, how has historically the maps that we're playing on, how has the circles been looking at, because we have had for the last 6 years, we've had tendencies that change per patch, and some of these teams, they have data available to them where they're making heat maps where they can clearly see the changes, and also there are some changes in the background in terms of how we've seen Miramar changed a lot in terms of land ratio and all these tendencies. If you can prepare 10% or 20% better than other teams, you're going to have a huge advantage. And again, I cannot emphasize enough, I think these top 5, top 6, top 7 teams that have full-time or almost full-time in the game, and a team or data available to it, the amount of preparation they can put it, we're talking 80, 100 hours a week they could take. There's just so much information available, and if you can memorize just 10, 20% of it, then we're gonna see a huge advantage. That's also why we historically have seen the teams that are playing at the very top be better, because they simply have more preparation time. Obviously also they're fantastic mechanically, as Mark has said a few times. Is like these guys at the very top, we're talking 1-2 points, percent points of difference, but of course it's gonna look like a lot, but like if you play against any of these guys in publics or in ranked, like they're gonna absolutely destroy your team no matter almost who you're playing with. So yeah, huge advantage at the top teams, just pure information and data available, and like they're taking 500 plus games of data and looking at comparing it. Okay, this tendency is now changed from the last patch, and they can then compare it to the last tournament they played on. And this is huge information that they have available to them, especially online here. Now you're playing at home, you have 2 or 3 screens available. You can pop up, we're starting on Erangel or Miramar, you can pop up the heat map for that, and you have everything available to you straight at the palm of your hand here. So it's a huge advantage. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how it's gonna develop a little bit. Yeah.
For some of those bigger teams in Avenger, I mean, the role of the analyst, that's their job. They're pulling all of that data, compiling it all together, and making sure that everyone has it at their fingertips. I mean, that can't be easy, and that's a role that we don't really talk about a lot or give any
attention. It's unappreciated for sure. It's very unappreciated role. Like the very good analysts are a huge benefit to the teams. Like the amount of sheer information and stuff that is given to the teams is just insane. And of course, like this is stuff that the other big teams, they know about. I think the medium and the smaller team, the part-time teams, let's call it that, they try to grasp some of this information here, but it's so much. And if you don't already train it and talk about it and think about it, then it's just going to be too much for you. And especially like when you see at the big LAN tournaments, you have the analysts, they walk in, it's like the freshest drop map, it's the freshest heat map, it's the freshest information they have, and they're training all these things here. And this is definitely some of the stuff that the analyst, again, is providing here. And, some of the guys, like a guy like Kovalev from FaZe Clan, like he's coding stuff himself. Like the amount of information that FaZe Clan has available to them is just insane.
Okay, so now, Mark, when you come into the group stage as a PEC full, and you're like a team of a smaller team that doesn't have any of this, and you know that you're going to be facing up against a Twisted Minds or a FaZe or a Virtus Pro, because I think they're all in the mix today, that's got to be absolutely terrifying, just knowing that you're already sort of starting the race with a weight on your ankles, right?
Had an opportunity to talk to a few of them, and yeah, we was talking about this, like how you preparing. Most of them are just like, we just got to go for it. We just got to be able to get the win. And I think it is just coming down to we've got to try and win everything. We look for the group stages, even teams like Primal, yes, they're a known entity, but they haven't got quite the backstaff that we see from some of the big teams. And you watch how they play, they're kind of learning game by game. And I don't want to say that as a disrespectful, but you can see them adapting their game style. Group stages are completely reset. They're introducing now to teams that they haven't come across yet in this event. They've played them before. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the smarter teams just try and duke it out, kind of wing it game by game, get a feel and maybe a slower start. But we have to wait and see, because Mark's right, they don't have the data, they don't have the advantage of having staff being able to update them instantly after a round. They've got to be cool, calm and collective. And you spoke spoke about it before, maybe these guys that are in tune with each other will perform better. And then I worry about when we've introduced one person into some of these bigger teams, is that going to make a disruption? Are they going to be able to perform, even if they've got the ratio of information coming to them?
Lots of Davids, lots of Goliaths, and we're going to drop them all down in one go and see how this plays out. Let's get started with PEC4. We're going into our first match. Kylaris and Toby are ready to take over.
That's us, thank you. Yes, a pivotal opportunity for these teams, not only to be able to secure themselves the opportunity at a championship here on home soil, but then also a chance to get important PGC points on the board. As mentioned, my name's Kylaris, and alongside a 10 years younger Toby here. How are you doing, fella?
I'm good, feeling lightheaded all of a sudden in a good way. It's the fastest way I've ever lost a kilo in my life. Just bring out the scissors and all of a sudden we're good.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about it though. Let's break this down, right? Because of course there are opportunities for the teams that have already qualified themselves through pretty much to where I'm thinking for a PGC, I'm thinking like Twisted Minds, who already kind of has like 400 points or so on the board. But then if you get first place here, you're also getting yourself not only qualification to PGS 5 and 6, but those all important PGC points.
No, it's looking good. It's looking incredibly good. And as you're saying, I mean, this effectively is for the teams that aren't in already. This might be the last proper competitive games they get to play before somewhere in the like spring of next year, because you don't make it to PGS 5 and 6, you don't make it to PGC. Well, we have no clue what's going to happen with the season next year. It's you might be playing your next proper competitive game in May, who knows.
Well, that is very true, but let's get to it then. It's our first game here of group stages for A and B as we find ourselves on Miramar, and we've got lots and lots to talk about. Of course, the muzzle brake, all important when it comes to the gun control for some of these teams. They were already great at controlling their guns, Toby, and now they're going to be even better.
Yeah, it's scary. It's scary already. I mean, you said it perfectly. Really, it's just a mega buff to anyone who's already good at the game. It makes all other attachments look dumb to pick up, and honestly, for the players that don't end up finding them, while of course they're still incredibly capable with the other weaponry that they have, I feel like especially on like mid to long range DMR taps, it's gonna make a massive difference.
Definitely will do. And as we can see here, we've already seen what is effectively a little bit of a change for the moment. FaZe claimed Picardo a week or so ago, and now we see FaZe back here. James said home sweet home in his tweet, I think it was. So he's got to be feeling good, huh?
Not only did I love the tweet from James, but I also loved Shrimsy's like his gif, like, your first time, bro. It's like, oh no, we know what happens. I mean, one thing is FaZe gets to do this, and I think it's for now at least a very regional thing. Curious to see if they're gonna bring Picardo into globals. I doubt it, but you never know.
And this is the thing coming into one of these earlier group stages, right? Especially when we've just had qualifiers. Drop spots become a little bit weird to start things off. What do I mean by that? I mean, like when you watch the teams coming in through from qualifiers, let's take Win or Die, for example, right? That we're just looking at right now. San Martin is actually their go-to when it came to the qualifiers, and actually they weren't contested here in groups A and B. That might change down the line. Yeah. So for some of these qualifier teams coming in, they might have a bit of a harder time jostling for position about those drop spots.
Definitely. And but I feel like still, though, even with that being said, I think we've been proven time and time again, which goes back into the discussion of why hot drop to begin with, that even if you don't get the prime loot locations, you can still play an incredibly good game. We've seen teams win from like random shovel drops before, where they didn't really have a plan going in. They go, well, just play edge, we just takes what's left. And having that adaptive playstyle, especially when you're a team that's kind of a loose gun already in terms of what others expect from you, I think honestly sometimes it can kind of be beneficial to you, because not only do your opponents no longer know what to expect from you, but they also have no clue where you're dropping. So I feel like there's definitely if you're gonna be the Enigma, might as well go all the way kind of vibe to it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely causes some potential problems for some of these teams, right? We'll see how this unfolds as time goes on, but we're already seeing teams very much so on the move. Our first circle popping to that west side of San Martin as a central point. Win or Die was already very fast out San Martin, taking the warehouse along that road, so they've claimed a very central position to start things off, whilst FaZe is also moving up towards Twisted Mind's location. They know that they're still going to be lurking around here a bit, so FaZe has to be a bit cautious about this approach.
And I think this is FaZe being very, I mean, obviously they've played against Twisted a ton of times before, and they know they like to spread out and take control. They also know exactly what their splits are, so they're pulling 4 guys up on Perfectix. No way he was going to be able to get out in time. Look at this, they dropped, they split out, they took cast. Perfectix wanted to make sure that he could leave. Issue is, FaZe comes in from the angle from where Perfectix, I mean, that's really the only angle he can go to try and regroup with his teammates. They shut that entrance down, and now he's forced to make a run for it. So very clever early game play here from FaZe, fully aware of the timings from Twisted Minds.
And that's the thing, right? When it comes to our regionals, for some of these teams, it's I'm going to call it the global partner playground, and they can get away with a bit more flamboyant tactic because they know that they're going to PGS5 and PGS6, but that doesn't dissuade them from the idea of chasing the PGC points. So as much as yes, you're a global partner team, you are not guaranteed a position at PGC. Oh, no. So you still need to be able to try and rack those up and see what you can get done.
Definitely. Definitely. And again, I mean, most teams already have made their way to somewhat central locations. Twisted Minds still trying to maintain somewhat of a split, but FaZe is actually opting to, it seems to, pull up on yet another split in the position. It is all being spearheaded by James right now, fully aware again that Twisted Minds is in a split position, and now they're going to try and see if they can punish Example as well.
A very interesting tactic to start this off. Already a pre-nade here from Example to try and move them away from him. He will be retreating out, though, realizing that there was too many vehicle noises. Will go down. Curacy goes down as well. Fex will actually get himself the initial start to this, but that got way closer than it needed to be against Example.
And that's the benefit, I suppose, of doing a 4-man pull-up, that you can kind of just keep on throwing bodies at the at the shots, and eventually you will come out victorious. Having said that, though, with the 2 knocks coming in, seems like Batulins is going to try and look on over and see if he can find something, but you would imagine that with 4 guys in here, and them now having hurt the vehicle too, they should be good for that last res.
These kinds of plays look very much pre-planned, right? It feels
definitely.
Somebody like James could have been thinking about, okay, what do I do if I get to go back to Picardo? He could have been thinking about this for months. And okay, how am I going to punish someone like Twisted Mind?
And James loves doing plays like these. I mean, whenever we've seen it in the past before, when FaZe looted the south side, they always set up traps for Ascent when they were on the rotations. We've seen it in global tournaments too. FaZe opting to do bridge camps. They play in the early game in particular so much based on what the teams around them like to do. And if they can put a spanner in the wheels of any opponents, especially the likes of Twisted Minds here early on, and force them to play different, I mean, that's Twisted Minds now having to go, well, how are we gonna, I mean, we can't just, this is what we've been doing forever. Now we are the ones who have to audible.
Yeah, sets the tone, right? There are many Miramars to play throughout this tournament. Oh, yeah. And if they know that FaZe is going to be dropping in Picardo near them, this might actually force Twisted Minds throughout the next 3 weeks of gameplay to change their playstyle, assuming both of them get into the grand final of this tournament.
I mean, that and also it's going to give FaZe so much more space, because if this means that I highly doubt Twisted is going to put another player down with Perfectix in that area that we see here on screen as well, it's not going to be worthwhile. So you'd probably see Twisted up to flex more north instead, and all of a sudden for every northern circle from here on out, FaZe has a free rotate up the hill to Power Grid Plateau. So very early game, kind of asserting the mental dominance over your opponents, even against the likes of Twisted Minds, who are not easily kind of pushed off. Yeah, I think this is gonna have Batulins and the boys really look at the sheets coming into just next game.
Yeah, really like it. Really cool stuff. And obviously in some of our early games, they're a little slower in terms of the happenings and things that actually go on. So this is a really good opportunity to talk about one of the bigger things that, well, the knock-on effects that can actually happen here. Whilst we have Virtus Pro already sitting around. They now have a new member. Good old Dane on the squad.
I love to see it. Love to see it. I love the fact that we saw Beamy tweet out as well, and Scoom, EB, all of them like, no negative tweets or you're fired. I want to see, you know what? I want to see Beamy's success. He's a phenomenal guy. So kind. Obviously didn't fit with the FUT roster, but very curious to see how he's going to fare here with Virtus Pro. And then, I mean, to bounce off of that straight over to another team who has recently been picked up. It's Eternal Fire. Curious to see how Marco and the boys now under a new banner will play this one.
So it was just a full Howl rebranding, I think, right? They just changed completely to Eternal Fire. So, I mean, yeah, I'm excited to see if they can be able to push as well here. But also, I think that's really, whilst we were on the Beanie subject for a moment, I think it's so important for them to set that tone early, right? Because as much as Beanie is a fantastic player, it was very clear that in its previous rosters, there was tension there, right? It kind of caused some friction and some problems. Yeah. So, but Beanie has so much potential.
Oh, it does. If
he's able to get over that, then it'll be big.
Exactly. Exactly. And I think that's, we oftentimes see it, a player being phenomenal in his own right, but the structure just not working. I mean, it's not playing into his capabilities. And I think Beamy is that exact case. He's been on some rosters where, yes, individually he's a phenomenal player, but you have to put him in the position to play to the best of his ability based on what he's good at. And I feel like the rosters he's been on, you've had 3 guys that wanted to do things in one way and 1 guy that liked to play differently, and therefore you have those mismatches. And there, I mean, that's also part of the reason why I think Virtus Pro is still not locked in on how they want to play the game. I think they're still very adaptable. So if Beamy comes in and goes, hey guys, I like doing this stuff, we should do it together, I think there might actually be a world where VP can become even better than what we've already seen from them.
We have our shift coming in, and Gladiators will get the pickings here from this one, as they qualified first through the qualification process. They were invited to the last stage, of course, that round of 16, and they were able to win that out in the end. So let's see if Gladiators can make something from this with the position that they currently have. And again, you know, this is a team that was able to go to Global before, and didn't fare as well as I would have hoped them to do. But, you know, they've still got some room to grow, I think.
Well, yeah, here we go. Back to the Twisted Minds, now forced towards the west, forced out of Power Grid proper. They're going to get pulled up on by AP. First one to fall is going to be Kral. We'll see if his teammates are going to get up here in time, but I don't think so. They were not anticipating this position. And again, I mean, a knock-on effect of FaZe forcing Twisted into a position they usually never play these circles from.
There goes Power taking some casualties for sure. Not exactly the easiest thing to be rotating past. They kind of look a little bit lost here, kind of taking a few different directions and trying to... Oh, yep, that looks lost. Let's get out of here. Run away!
No, nice shot from Batulins there. Even with the roof up, not enough to get him back to safety. But no, again, I mean, I think it's them getting caught with their pants down effectively. They look back at all the VODs of games in the past and they go, wait, Twisted would have never sat 3 people in this location. But it all happens because FaZe opted to aggress early on, forced Twisted out of Power Grid, and now they're forced into a position they don't like. And AP thinking, well, this is ours for the taking. Twisted never plays here, so why would we even care to ride up together? Completely caught off guard.
Yeah, tough stuff. And I mean, even any entrance points to kind of this Power Grid plateau area and stuff like that are a little bit limited. So they were looking for one and couldn't quite find one, with border teams already setting themselves up, as you say, like Twisted Minds, who may not have normally been here. But we have ourselves a bit of a pickle that they're in here for iGaz Power, who have qualified through here due to a disqualification. And now they've got an opportunity to go up against some of the very best. Unfortunately, though, yeah, Twisted Minds is a difficult one. A difficult challenge for your first game here.
And Twisted, if there's one thing they don't like, they don't care whether it's phase 1 or phase 8. They do not want to have people sat right next to them. So in terms of teams that would just let you leave, Twisted ain't that kind of team. They will do everything they can to force you either to take the fight against them or just to be prone down and not have any significance all game long. Now, over towards Win or Die we go as they go up against Primal. We'll see if Novi can spot Presenti down below, or if this little balcony is going to give him the cover he needs.
Win or Die obviously incorporating Mailman into their roster as of late. Obviously an extremely veteran player, previously a world champion. Let's not beat around the bush. So he has been a great pickup for them technically. See if they can put on a bit more of an impressive result here in regionally. Of course, they are previously actually winners of a regional, but that was a little while ago now with the Protality going down.
Well, curious to see if Mailman is going to end up becoming the fragger of the team. As now, Das looking to move on forward. Oh, he knows exactly where he has him. Can he line this nade up perfectly, though? Lopped it in. Both nades actually gone in, but seems like they got out on the other side.
Taking a big scalp there as well, knocking Rustamar from Primal, as we are very familiar with him. The rest of this Finnish roster going to have to try and get out of this situation. Jorges, hopefully he's got his shirt on for this one, as he's going to have to... He's probably not got his shirt on, I'm going to be real. Getting out of this against Win or Die might be difficult, so we're getting some held angles here to try and shut this down.
This is where you want to have shotguns in hand. Agas will be taken out as well, as I said before. Twisted not going to leave any room for them to move forward. Novi did find Melman, but Leos is instantly there for the trade. Nice 1-2 push, and yeah. Easy peasy, clear out the west side building, and now with the circle shifting north once more, that's going to leave Primal really with the option to, well, do you leave and go circle, or do you continue this fight?
It's difficult, right? Because it's been good reconnaissance by Win or Die. They realized that some of these players were isolated in buildings, so all they had to do was hold the cross for any reinforcements that may come along from another angle, and then be able to make that push happen whilst that was going on. LulW, unfortunately, they've been knocked out as well. They qualified via the rotation earlier on in the year, so not the best start for them either.
A lot of teams being torn apart here. I'm not sure. I think Virtus Pro might have tried to E-pick up into this position and come destroyed in doing so. Code Marco from Eternal Fire still alive up high. They did lose Quetpa in the fight, obviously with these angles being extremely open. There are other teams around you that will get perfect third-party opportunities, so Quetpa will fall, but VP down to just one, and I think it's Ibiza. He's stuck alongside the entirety of Stardust down inside the compound.
It's tough for the business 2-2 here as well, because the two down to the lower ground in the northwest can't really see the line of sight to help the other two who may have opened up against Eternal Fire. But here's Virtus Pro now with Ibi on board. As you mentioned, he was in the Stardust compound. Now, can he hold off against the rest of them? Oh, sees him going around the corner, doesn't quite be able to finish it off. Will get the finish on Lazar, though, to get things rolling. Actually managed to get a second or two there for looting, and has come around the corner once again. That was bold.
Yeah, I think at this point it's a salvage mission. See what you can get from an already lost game. Hopefully at least something will come your way. We're going to try and smoke, try and buy some time for maybe having other teams come in third party, make some space for himself.
BB.
But seems like they will, despite BB being in here. I mean, this should just pressure Stardust even more to clear EB out.
Yeah, BB, as much as technically they could get aggressive if they wanted to, probably not going to, right? They're just going to sit on that side, realizing that's dead center, and know that they can just coexist with whoever's here as long as Ibi doesn't become somewhat of a problem for anybody else. But Entropic is also moving into this area by the looks of things.
It looked like Jenny was reversing into the compound at the slowest pace ever. I'm not sure if that's a TC or what's happening down there, but he is in fact in the compound, and now Deadrix and the other guys are coming in too.
Yeah, Phil first will take him alongside as well. It was 1-for-1 here, but Veselosh is going to be all the responding kind with Spiro as well. Here comes more of Entropic. Grenadier is going to have to get away from it all. And, oh, but Spiro's going to have to find cover.
Yeah, weird half-committed pull-up here. Not really working out for Entropic. It's just Grindis trying to get up the hillside. Hawkey was miles away trying to kind of apply pressure from afar, but couldn't get the proper angles, and that's a double loss on the side of Entropic, and this should be an easy reset for BB team. Get Phil first back on his feet, set up shop once more, and just kind of enjoy the fact, I suppose, that you got a little warm-up round against Entropic there.
Yeah, not bad. Almost a free delivery of a potential point or two here for them. This stalemate over towards Ibi and Metabay is still going on, but to be honest, Ibi's done a phenomenal job here surviving and utilizing his utility to slow down any advancements upon his position. So he's buying himself some time for sure.
South side of the road here is completely unoccupied, as well as EB. Oh, low HP left on the other side, and from outside, Ruin finds Crossberg, and that's actually both teams down. So there is now real estate available for teams that want to make a move, and I can see instantly, I think it's going to be Eternal Fire trying to make that run down towards the compound.
Yeah, really, really quick on their toes there with that one. Daz going to take some damage. They go down as well to full tilt up in the hills. They've got a great position to try and hold this position down as well. He does see the Mad on the move, but doesn't get an opportunity to take too many shots at him. Now it's just going to be reinforcements for the Mad to try and cover from that position. But I do wonder how many cars they have. It looks like Code Marco's got himself a vehicle.
Incredibly good read. But I mean, obviously, Eternal Fire, they get the final kill on one of the players there, but really, really smart playing, and them just instantly send a guy down towards that position. Extends, applying damage to Levante. He's going to have to try and see if he can get back towards his teammates, but deployable cover walls there. Easy enough for him to group up.
Meanwhile, as these circles really narrow down, if you don't have those compounds or if you don't have the full tilt location, there becomes a severe lack of cover in a circle like this. So Dante now does manage to see Win or Die down the hill, goes up for the charge nade. and see if he can really do anything with that. Going to fall back to the rest of his team.
He's falling back, and FaZe is full on sending it towards if no one knows that the entire south side is completely open here. FaZe now taking the fight full on with Eternal Fire. 3 players down from FaZe already as they get completely demolished. Again, the south side of this compound was free, but no one saw it early on, and now it's Entropic, the 2 players left alive there, who are just gonna go, oh wait, why did we ever fight BB team to begin with?
Yeah, they had to do a bit more scouting for it for sure, though. So I think that is what really slowed them down.
Yeah.
On trying to push on through all of their ruin. Holding on with Eternal Fire, a great hold against FaZe. Obviously, we didn't quite see that on the stream, but regardless, they absolutely demolished them when they entered. 7 points already for Eternal Fire.
And crucially, fast kills too. Had that fight stalled for just a second longer, you can pretty much be guaranteed that a team or 2 would have looked their way to join that party as well. So nice on them to not only deal with FaZe, we saw them take out Virtus Pro earlier as well. Great start to this tournament for them.
And Twisted Minds is just on the warpath. They're like, okay, well, let's just play Edge and just shoot everything. 6 kills go their way despite losing example early. That's the scary thing about Twisted Minds, is that not only did they manage to finally clinch an international, not only do they always get second outside of that, but then even if you take out one scary component of them, like example, the other 3 are still very, very capable of being able to clutch out scenarios too. So don't count them out in this game.
And they've got to be coming in with an extra fuel in their fire, right? Or fire in their fuel, whatever you want to put it. It's I mean, for a team that finally wins a global to then not qualify for the grand finals at EWC, it's they're a team that want to go back to proving themselves after they thought they had just done it. Now they got to do it all over again.
Do you know the thing that pained me the most about that, aside from Twisted Minds not getting to the final?
Tell me.
The fact that I did a 10-minute banger interview with Batulins and the Tab, and it never got shown because it was too late. they got knocked out before we could show it.
Unlucky. Maybe you can get the raw file and you can upload it yourself.
I think they sent me it, but yeah, they won't let me post it for sure.
There you go. Anyone in chat who wants to get that raw interview, press 1 or something else. Regardless.
Oh yeah, great, yeah.
Now let's look towards Gaming Gladiators and see. I mean, this is a forced fight. You can say they have to make this push on through. Unless, there's really nowhere for them to rotating cast. They have to try and take this fight despite being at a much worse position.
And dislodging them from here, it's like, again, one of the better spots in the circle, considering that he's kind of now Edge, right? But, I mean, yeah, what do? You can't go anywhere else. There is nowhere else. Everybody is going to be fighting you anyway. Backing out of this blue zone as long as possible here, whilst also being blinded. Levante under a lot of pressure here at this moment. As Full Tilt is looking to just keep the pressure on. They've actually flexed out a little bit aggressively into this position to try and shut down Gladiators.
I mean, they are playing with 3 lives, trying to flex out, get a bit more info. I love the fact that they're using the util there to kind of force Gaming Gladiators to go. Either you push through this blue zone nade, or you stay out and die to the actual blue. It's kind of a die if you do, die if you don't sort of situation. Now the push comes through, Matzi able to take down Levante. Pin instantly falling right after. Rox has to do something. Dante and him actually finding 1 each.
Maybe a look on a cleanup. It's very, very close at the moment here, as Full Tilt has been able to hold on this for a long time. There's also shots coming in from the distance as well, so that is causing extra problems here, as Madzi was claimed by Twisted Minds over in the distance, who is now on 9 points already in this game. And now Rox trying to just get up Levante in the distance. Hey, this is too hard for Gladiators. They're running out of time here.
Yeah, it's but in all fairness, I mean, despite that, they've made their way into the circle. They have 3 back on their feet now. They came into this fight with 3 as well. So despite it being them to have to make the push on forward, it's actually them coming out victorious.
Yep, doing well for it. Doing well indeed. And they will be Full Tilt down here. A little bit of assistance going off from the distance, but Gladiator has been able to wrestle this position away. And will they be rewarded, though? Because no, the rewards will go to Ascend for the moment, who's down in that compound. They've been quiet in this game so far, with only a single point to their name, and that's just placement.
Yep.
So steady as she goes.
I was going to say, I want to talk about the whole additions of paints and all that stuff, but there just hasn't really been anything to talk about. They've just been vibing, you know? But sometimes circles come to you. It's all about what you make of it. And I think Chris running around with a UMP goes to show the lack of activity these boys have had, because they came here early on, and they have been there ever since.
Also, the least predictable move from a team to team ever. Pains joins Ascend after the PNC. Whoa, what a revelation.
Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought?
He played really well at PNC, to be fair.
Yeah, Yeah, definitely dead. Let's see now. Twisted Minds Lou trying to make a run on uphill. Patulans has been knocked already down the hillside, so not looking to go too aggressive. Just wants to make sure that there's no extra push coming through this from SLR. They were the ones to find the knock, I believe, but we'll see if Samla can get down this hillside or if they catch Lou in the open.
Full German roster as well, showing that it's not just Ascend that was able to field the power of the Deutschland, and for now they're going to try and go for this. I mean, again, there's not many options, so you have to try and dislodge this team on the side. Sparrow, and looks like he's going to charge Nade his Irayo over towards them. That could be good, actually, though. Or Umbra's already gone down here from Perfectix.
Yep, it's going to start out as a util warfare. For now, at least, they can take this fight with no one. Third party, but Perfectix, nice angle just over the top. Able to get the first one. The Molly not quite going to find the target, but Lou, out of ammo, needs to fall back.
Even when you shut them down, though, they're still able to get so many points on the board here with Example having gone down, but it will be cleaned up regardless. 14 points already for Twisted Minds, despite being 3 this whole time. What a game from them to get things rolling.
Kind of ironic that it's Twisted Minds to lose one early, but it's Face to go in and instantly die. So you try and deal with them early on. You try and take them out, and somehow they turned that into one of their best games.
Out of 1. Yeah.
Yep. Well, I mean, you know, if we go back in a couple of tournaments as well.
Okay, I'll give you it. I'll give you it. And we got BB team trying in the distance as well to find themselves a bit of cover. But again, as we were mentioning prior, there's not much in this. So smokes are going to have to be utilized to try and keep them alive for a little while. Eternal Fire taking shots from the distance again. It's Lou.
They're inside the circle. They just got 3 more crates to loot. I mean, they're in such a good position to farm. Everyone fighting one another now.
Blow it up.
Uh-oh. Get away.
This is a bad scenario.
Yeah, it's not optimal at all. You can see this. I mean, okay, so they actually got, this is going to be best of luck from down low finding him. I thought it was going to be Twisted from the other side because they have a perfect angle on a Gaming Gladiators forced to go down to the blue. Nothing they can really do to try and make a run for it.
Yep. Huge foresight, really, to be denying this early. In the group stage, but why not? Like, if you think that there is no way you can get out of that scenario, and there really wasn't, we were expecting this Valley scenario to really cause so many problems for these Edge teams because you had to play Edge, and now it's BB team versus Twisted Minds, and Ascend is just still chilling, man. They're still chilling.
Yep, they're doing the opposite of ascending right now. They're just chilling.
They're not descending.
No, they're just staying middle through the whole thing. A solid like 1.0 gravity situation.
Sure, we can go.
Perfectix Patulans, 1 apiece, 14 kills, top 3 guaranteed. Example, pretty decent player, but who needs him when we got 3 other fraggers on the team?
This isn't supposed to happen. Someone shut them down.
But again, I mean, I like the storyline. The last tournament they played, I mean, last bigger, we should say, tournament they played, they come out, they don't make grand finals. It sucks, of course it does, but they want to, they've probably gone straight back to the drawing board and want to have the success now.
Yep, they span out down this hill by the looks of things, as now they've been shot at from the distance. They're trying to scramble on down. Pains is going on the big flank around to try and put the boot in as well. Unfortunately, Batulins gets run over by Lou as Spiro takes out Lou in the process. So it was only going to last so long for Twisted Minds in this position. And now it's BB Team and Ascend that are looking to finish this off and go head to head.
I mean, for early game scramble, salvage situation, racking up 15 kills in 1 game seems pretty decent, you know? So we'll see now. BB team, of course, not forced to, but they made the aggressive play early on, claimed the clear side of the compound. Nice read on their part, but now they have to take out Ascend, who too have had the comfort of hard cover for quite a while.
And they've already shut down Pains, and that was the one-off angle that they had that was very, very important, very pivotal indeed. That being said, that is going to be a trade for a doozy who was being quite aggressive alongside this position. So he will fall. Ascend technically holding way closer towards the center of this circle than BB team is. So the onus is on BB team to try and slowly scramble forwards and find scraps of cover wherever they can, in the foldable shields as well.
A rock, a foldable, pilfers on the very edge of the circle too. Final circle here could be the deciding factor of who comes out on top. It's a 3v3. Pains kind of got stuck up on the hillside, couldn't get down to help out his teammates. Let's see, do we go back to the compound? We go dead center, but it's definitely favoring the compound.
The question for me is information-wise, did Pains notice a move from Phil first over towards the side? And if he does, then Ascend will understand where the potential off angle is coming from. But if not, that could be a deciding factor.
I feel like even if they don't, they have to anticipate that will be a logical play to make. Like you don't just sprint 3 guys straight up the street. They're probably going to go for a 1-1-1 to some degree. The issue is, as you can see here, Brax has a perfect line of sight of that entire run up the hill. So they're not going to get up there without information being gathered. It's really going to be kind of a crossfire situation where Brax has to look over the shoulder of Kiljakai on the other side, and Kiljakai has to do the same for Brax and Chris.
Yeah, definitely aware. Giving a little peek over towards that position to get things rolling. There is a small transition required for Ascend, whilst BB Team has a very difficult one indeed. And what's more annoying is that they've probably expended the majority of their smokes. We saw how many they'd spent earlier on, about 7 minutes ago, or 5 minutes ago, I want to say. Yeah. So for BB Team, it looks very, very tough.
I'd love to see their overall util, because BB obviously using smokes now, but how much do they have left to try and make their way further forward here? Smokes being deployed, 1 left for Phil first, 6 on the side. Oh, sorry, 6 for Phil first, but he's on the other side of the street. He's kind of on a solo mission here.
Yes, he is. And he is a terrifying prospect to go up against as well. I call him the prodigy for a reason in a lot of these scenarios. When he joined this team, when they were question mark, he was putting up numbers.
Oh, yeah.
So he can definitely do the same here again. This Blue Zone's a little bit too short.
Thank you for that vehicle, we say to Twisted Minds, as Spiro has found more cover, Adusi too, as they make their way further forward. Kiljakai still trying to pin down Phil first, but Phil first is doing a great job of suppressing 2 players effectively right now and allowing for his teammates to push further forward.
Yeah, this is really assisted BB Team. Really, really well done in terms of circumnavigating some of the potential pressure that will be coming from Ascend here. Phil first peppering bullets in towards that smoke against its Chris. That transition is very important. Spiro hits a big nade. That could be the opening here for BB Team.
Amazing util of from BB Team here as well, throwing smokes forward to block the windows, allowing for them to push further forward. Phil first had the smokes here to throw them from the other side of the street. Now 1 player down. Are they going for the rest? No, I don't think so. Chris is still out in the open on his own.
Reload your fan mask. You've got 1 shot. Phil first, please. Oh, but Bestalosh will get his Chris to start things off. I think Ascend here, I don't think they're warm in this game. They've sat in this compound for so long, and it feels like they've not been having an opportunity to be able to deal with things. Spiro with another one against Brexco. This is brutal for Ascend.
No helmet, broken vest, almost 900 damage done on Spiro here in game number 1, and it is gonna be BB Team 9-kill win for them. What a phenomenal start again. I mean, tricky push coming forward, but smart 2-1 split with Phil first though on the other side.
A great push-up. Really, really well done. I questioned how much utility BB Team might have, but it wasn't. Well, it was. They had those few smokes that you mentioned to try and really push up against those buildings, block those lines of sight, and 1 or 2 nades, being able to open that up and make it all go off. That was really well done by BB Team.
Yeah, because Phil first was able to suppress from a distance, but once he got into nade range and could actually not only lob some smokes over, but throw some nades into set smokes as well, it made it very hard for Ascent to try and group up and force the fight on the other side. So great understanding of what you're up against and kind of just coming up with a plan, because this was clearly not an improv thing. They knew what they were planning on doing and they executed it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, a good first game as well for Ascent to be able to get to 2nd place here. Just when it came to the scenario, and again, I call it like you're feeling warm, because it really didn't feel like they did there in that potential hold, and being able to try slow down BB Team wherever they were going. So yeah, it's a little unfortunate that they weren't able to get that win, but BB Team looked awesome in getting the win.
It was a great start. Great start for them, and of course the early game chaos. I mean, everyone having to get over the hillside and not realizing what's available and what's not in the compound on the other side. I feel like those were really the only teams we saw that really just full speed sent it into their own defeat. Curious to see what's going to happen with FaZe and Twisted. Next game, should we get another Northern Circle? But outside of that, I mean, yeah, just really as good of a first game as we could have hoped for.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it does create huge problems for the teams when it comes to this valley position that they find themselves in, but Twisted Minds, what a salvage mission we saw from them. But anyway, let's head over to the desk here to talk about game number 1. What a banger of a game here for PEC Fall.
I mean, in my own Toby words, I'd say that this is the best game so far for PEC Fall. The gents were talking about it there, the casters, but I kind of want to touch on this as well. How did Ascend lose this, Avenger?
Yeah, so that's a whole other thing, right? They gave BB team enough space for it to be too late, right? Because when you have hard cover, you should take advantage of it. You should put pressure. You should be out there, and they just simply let BB team get too close. And yeah, I think Payne's going up there maybe to confirm another point, to have an angle on the other guys was good. I think maybe they should have been up there with 2 guys early enough to put more pressure onto the BB team guys. I think that could have been the winning strategy. But again, we can sit here with Captain Hindsight and say that it's their best game. But after all, they only played one, you know.
Fair enough. So the scores, obviously the results from this game are on your screens right now. You'll see the leaderboard as well, but it is the first game. So instead of focusing on those points, I kind of want to change it up a little bit and talk about something else, which is specifically Twisted Minds' game that we got to see, Mark, because they had that kerfuffle right at the start and yet still able to get, what was it, 15 kills on the board?
14
on the
board.
Oh, it's
Nearly
on the
15.
screen. I should know.
Nearly one more, but it was really good. Yes, a little bit of kerfuffle at the beginning. I'm really intrigued, as the guy said, if that will continue. That was a statement, should we say that, from FaZe, maybe trying to landmark their flag in the sand. But just mind, continue chasing the zone down, continuing pushing teams. There were a 3. I was a bit worried about them wrapping around that sort of west-hand side. It does go open. Martin was saying when we were just sitting there, was actually they're going to push up towards the top. As they pushed up towards the top, you kind of worry that, oh, they're exposed, but they took that fight head to head with Samler, unable to go down, mass amounts of kills. I think at that point for Twisted Mind Samus, it's like, we've done enough. Look, we've bagged a huge amount of kills. Can we get up this hill? We'll give it a go, but the cars, they're on fire, they're rolling down, and it's a bit of a jog, and no more points left on the board, but a great game from Twisted Minds.
I mean, Avenger, are you in line with Mark there with that Twisted Minds gameplay?
Yeah, for sure. I think we were discussing it as the game was going live, and they saw that northern circle kind of pop, and you could see that there's a pretty good chance that they're going to have enough time to fight for that upper kind of lip on the high ground. And if they could take it away from Samler and from the teams, that any teams that's going to go up there, you know that it's just going to be full-on farm. Like, they're going to get so many points, and they managed to do so only with 3 guys. Obviously the bit of utility that they saved, we saw 2-3 nades, and some of them, of course, we don't see we're not on the latest observer UI patch just yet. We're playing the latest esports server patch for kind of the latest stable patch, so we couldn't see, but I saw, I think it was Ludat 3, and no matter what, like, if you just have 2 guys with two nades each, and the other guys are hunkering down behind a car cover or something, it's just over already, and then they can just completely destroy them. So they managed to do so with just 1 knock on their side. So yeah, good to see. And 14 not having Examine alive, that's pretty crazy.
Let's pivot a little bit and take a look at a team that kind of fell out in the mid-game, Mark, but they do have that new addition, so it's fun to see how they coped in this first game. What did you think of Virtus.pro?
A bit of Versus Pro. Right, look, first things, obviously, from the observer, for those that were covering on the map feed, the guys actually split off just before this. There were a huge 2-2. Actually, 2 of them going all the way back to the normal drop zone, which was Lost Leones. And then it came back down to this. Obviously, they were trying to catch up. Lucas, BB trying to work their way back in. We saw Nixie going for the little bunny hops. He got caught out by a really, really good shot from Code Marco, as you can see. And then it was just a full send. It started to fall apart. We saw the guys from EF, though, they didn't want to let him go. Just before that as well, they sort of stopped out of San Martin. So it just felt, though, game number 1, Sam, that they were just looking for information. They couldn't quite get it. They're getting chased down. And then this is a full send. But hats off. Ibby's survivability here. You got to remember, he's coming into this compound completely blind. Obviously, team then obviously gets for the push now. Great nade and great use of utility. He was able to delay pushes. He's able to hunker down. It's really unfortunate. There's 1, nearly 2, and then lucky enough, there's a saving grace. If he would have taken that shot, Martin, maybe what, half a second before, Ibby could have been fighting out that compound, maybe a few more. I very much doubt he'd be getting into those top 8 scenarios, though.
Yeah, sometimes you wish you kind of have that After Effects replay where you see, like, where did that shot come from and how far did that go into that little doorway there? But yeah, I think for VP here, like, losing Nixie is a little bit unfortunate, of course, and that creates a little bit of a chaos, especially when you kind of come up and you play some low ground where you have people above you and the amount of pressure that's going to come down. Then you have 2 knocks. There's nothing else to just do a full blind send and then try to squeeze out a little bit of points here and there. But then again, we have to remember, just have to get top 8 here, and that's everything that they're playing for, right?
What do you think of that new pickup from them, Avenger?
Sorry?
The new pickup for Virtus.pro. What do you think of him?
it's kind of unfortunate asking a Danish guy, what do you think about the other Danish guy, right? I think I love Beamy. I think he's a great player, and I think he's a good addition for a team that sometimes just need pure mechanical raw fragging power, and that's definitely what he's got. Plus, he's super clever. I think he's one of the best guys at kill feed counting. Like if there's 30 people dead, he can tell you what teams has players alive, how many is left, like who did they lose, like all this stuff. And this is crucial information, and like doing live analytics of a kill feed is extremely hard, and I think he's doing it quite well for them.
We still have 5 games left, so don't go anywhere, because when we get back, we're going back to Miramar.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Is any of you need 6 beam in?
No, we're good.
Crash pulling up on me.
Oh my god,
Multiple crash pulling up on me.
I got knocked. There's a guy on green.
I'm
safe. You need to climb, Luca.
They're fighting green.
Outside.
Orange might be free. No, it's not free.
It's 3-1. Green is free. You should go green, maybe, no?
Yeah, orange is crossing. Come, orange is crossing.
Yeah, I'm ready. I love you.
I'm dead. Go with me.
I'm dead.
Leave.
You're alone. To be started, 3 men. Nice. 2 men. Objective. One more outside this time. One more inside.
Inside on the left.
Let's try and scout yellow waypoint for us.
One guy is on the car on blue. I'm gonna camp his car.
I check his tires.
Yeah, he's
yeah,
gonna
their tires.
I think he's still gonna fight for us.
Shot in the back.
Right side.
Here.
Up on.
2 active.
Back.
Nice.
Is any of you need 6 beam in?
No, we're good.
Crash pulling up on me.
Oh my god,
Multiple crash pulling up on me.
I got knocked. There's a guy on green.
I'm
safe. You need to climb, Luca.
They're fighting green.
Outside.
Orange might be free. No, it's not free.
It's 3-1. Green is free. You should go green, maybe, no?
Yeah, orange is crossing. Come, orange is crossing.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I love you.
I'm dead. Go with me.
I'm dead.
Leave.
You're alone. To be started, 3 men. Nice. 2 men.
A great start for Twisted Minds as well as BB Team here, who technically BB Team takes the victory, but Twisted Minds still 19 points on that game. They were on the warpath, as Toby was saying before. It really does feel, Toby, like someone kicked the bee nest, and now Twisted Minds is more angry than ever.
Yeah, I mean, and you love to see it. I've always wondered if they were going to plateau eventually, not just on the power grid plateau, but actually in their play, because we oftentimes see a team being the best in the world for a long time, and then all of a sudden they start getting surpassed, and then they have a hard time reclaiming
that top spot. And I feel like now a lot of teams, I don't want to say have surpassed Twisted Minds in any way, but a lot of teams have figured out what to do to play against Twisted Minds. And I feel like now we're at the point where it's Twisted Minds' turn to come back with something new, or just do what they do but do it even better, because they, especially globally, they have kind of been figured out. They're still a phenomenal team, but teams know what they do. So I want to see if anything's going to change, and I guess this micro adjustment is going to be a good example. Are they going to do anything else to keep their team, together, now that FaZe clearly looks to punish them early on?
That's true. That is true. I never thought I'd be saying this when you're referring to kind of that global scenario here. For a lot of us, obviously, Twisted Minds is that team that you would always say, yes, they're always in the running to become the world champion. And after winning a PGS, I would have said, yep, they're absolutely the favorites to win the PGC at the end of the year. However, I can't believe I'm saying this. I think America's really good.
They are, and also, we gotta keep in mind, as much as we like Twisted Minds, they are, as well as they play grand finals, they are more often than not in the losers bracket, elimination stage, whatever you want to call it. And when we have tournaments that don't have those, now that we're doing more bare bone stuff these days, it's it's not a good time to be the team that plays off of info in the previous games when you don't get to play those games because all of a sudden there's no elimination stage.
Yep, no, it's a little bit of a terrifying prospect for sure. But here, regionally, we do have last chance stages.
So they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Yeah, you'd expect so, but I don't expect them to be going down to the last chance after a game like that. It's only one game, of course. Bear in mind.
The best game they've had so far.
Definitively the best game they've had so far.
That is exactly what I meant to say when I did that. So thank you for doubling down on that.
I just like that they ran with it. Personally, that was good. I didn't even set that up. That was a great.
No, it was a good takeaway. Good takeaway on that one. I will say though, coming into this next game, for the most part, with how many teams were wrapping in on the southern side coming into this area, I always feel like these, even just for the teams that are in the compounds, they kind of write off games. Not in terms of the points that you are able to get or not get, but they almost always play out the exact same way. So did you really learn a lot coming into the next game from how this game went down, or do you move into the games where you can actually change up stuff? Because everyone knows, oh well, when the circle goes crossroads, maybe we just gotta go there before the other teams do. That's the strat, and if you don't, you're just forced to fight it, right? There ain't a whole lot you can do different in this area of the map. So it's always interesting to see how when we get these situations again, if all teams just start sending it to the compounds, or if just everyone kind of holds back.
Well, that's the funny thing about the compounds that were in this circle, right? The fact that technically, when you need lines of sight, when you need to be able to hold down a location, actually Crossroads, where some of those teams were, is a damn sight easier to hold than the shantytowns that Ascend was in. Because, I was saying, maybe Ascend wasn't warm into this game and stuff like that. But one of the problems that they face in those shantytowns is actually lines of sight are kind of rubbish from there to be able to hold off teams. So when the circle, bears down on you, okay, you're going to get a top spot. But being able to dissuade teams from approaching you is actually not the easiest thing from those kind of shacks in that position. So true. I'm going to give a little bit of devil's advocate against my own point for Ascend's position there in that game.
No, that's fair. That's fair. They obviously also, they weren't just sat back with the UMPs waiting for people to push them. They were out there doing damage. Not a lot of it, but just showing presence in a position like that makes everyone else go, well, we're not going to do anything, because they stop fighting down in Crossroads proper, which means regardless of the side of this compound we pull up on, we're going to get shot in the back before we even get out of the cars. So let's just not do that. And for the teams that were coming in over those hillsides, it took a long time. Like, usually you end up seeing one of the sites being cleared out earlier, but with Gaming Gladiators on one side fighting against, who was it, Full Tilt, I believe, with Twisted Minds and my brain is malfunctioning, and Samla on the other side fighting one another too. Those fights went on for so long that no one was ever really in a position to even consider pulling up on either of the compounds. That's a long segue into next game.
That's right, let's get into it. Game number 2 for groups A and B, as we find ourselves our final Miramar for the day. There's only 2 per day, Toby. This could be Twisted Mind's second best game of the day, or even best game of the day. We'll see.
We will see. We will see. Somewhat southern plain, somewhat southern circle could potentially follow. It, of course, doesn't have to, but there's a good chance that it would. Ascend, gonna go all the way down to Val del Mar. Curious to see if we get those north-centered circles again, if they're just gonna full speed send it once more, or if they'll play it slow coming into it.
I want to see the moves again. No, I want to see the phase moves again. I want to see it.
Yeah,
if that's a game plan, if they want to shut people down, that could be a thing. That being said, Lou's already stealing a car kind of from the position and dropping a bit closer to where I was expecting him to. So maybe
this is what we're talking about, the immediate response, right? This is Lou now being the kind of the tripwire. He's being the not necessarily one to position himself to fight, but they will now hear and see vehicles coming up the hill 20 seconds earlier. This is going to allow for the teammate to get out of the position early, and that's their reaction play. We're not going to force fights. We just want to know before so that we can adjust. Smart play.
Yeah, we'll see if it pays dividends for them as we're on board with BBL and just got themselves a great win, really, in that game. Quite the drop from them here on that split across to El Azhar as well as the fields east of it. Very uncommon a split to go for, but, you know, with a playing path like this, who can really blame them?
Yeah, true.
Wait a minute.
What?
Emergency pickup already. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, if you're set church side in your business and you want to... Honestly, I don't fault this. You know why? Looking at the map right now, which everyone should be, as Chris gets himself a kill, going, guys, I can get kills, and I just got one. Looking at the plane path coming into the circle and looking at the journey that business has ahead of them, if they want to push north into Graveyard, into Cantera, up over Minas... With this plane path, they know no one's going to be rotating in from Cruz del Valle. Like, no one opted to go that far north. They jumped out of the plane late, too, so they probably counted the teams that left early. They know that coming in from the north here is going to give them so much more space. The only thing they could fear, I suppose, is a massive southern hard shift. But having said that, they only sent Vanos. Only one player opting to go early. I just like the idea of coming in from the north instead, especially if you're edge team anyway.
I like the idea that they were like... Quick, you've got to get over here. And they were driving over and they really wanted to get there. But, no, but probably not the case considering...
There's one more helicopter coming. They got an extra.
They do have an extra. So we'll be all right, I guess.
I've heard of first class seats getting you on the flight earlier. I didn't know that you get your own flight altogether. That's super first class.
I've heard of first emergency pickups, but what about second emergency pickups?
Well, it's the economy pickups. That's what you get. A body tag from Schengen. Let's see if he can find the knock as Jorg is trying to get to the compound, but it's not going to happen. Good shot at the distance. A little tag there, forcing them to go for the rest earlier should they want to. Rustenmar spots one too, but now he's going to have to think twice about staying up on this angle.
Yeah, it's a tough drop and a tough scenario already for some of these teams who are finding themselves in conflict so early because for the most part, as much as, yes, we do a lot of scrimming in Europe, but it's a lot of the top teams, as Quepa will go down as well. For teams like Primal going up against LoLW, they probably don't get as many games experience against one another.
True.
So just running into each other, these early kind of scraps in these hills, not the most common thing.
No, I mean, and it's not only is it early days in the tournament, but it's early stages for these teams in particular too, right? So you have to think that this is maybe not something that gets weeded out from game to game. But it's definitely something that you wouldn't expect to see should these teams go into grand finals. They'd be doing the same thing again. Having said that, looking at FaZe Clan now, nice little revenge opportunity. It was Eternal Fire who took them out on their approach in the compound in the previous game. This time around, FaZe able to get one kill confirmed and now forced. I guess it's just Ruin really right now to try and wrap around and regroup with his teammates.
Potential big shutdown. We'll see if this goes off without a hitch as Win or Die now is crashing into the Gladiator's position. Tries to go for the pre-fire around that corner, or at least just peek around on the pre-fire. Can't find him though.
A lot of fights happening at the same time here as Leosh gets rocks down. Pin still sat in here waiting. Levante could potentially end up working as a bait on the other side. Dante is there as well, but Pin does not have a good angle yet. As I say that, now he's been seen. Leosh, what a read.
Yeah, very, very smart. Well done there. Levante is way out in the distance against the hills, and actually there's a retreat coming out here from Gladiators. They realize Extens is going to be shooting at them as well. Full retreat for Gladiators. They lose 2. That is unfortunate.
It definitely is. James down once more. He got rest just before, but nice off angle here from Ruin. Again, the player who had to rotate all the way around to get back to his teammates. Now he is here. Finds Gustav as well. Correxi and Fex forced to back off. And maybe I was too quick to bless Face with the opportunity of a bit of revenge, because now Eternal Fire is answering back.
It's definitely a problem when they're all kind of on exactly the same angle, right? And Eternal Fire was willing to fan out a little bit more wide. That gives them more opportunities to try and punish the position that FaZe was in. And moving up this hill here feels like a bit of a death sentence for FaZe. They're going to try and continue on this aggressive path, but a little back off. Tries to go for a charge nade once again.
They have to disengage. I mean, there's nothing to come for.
Yeah, it's very tough. Very tough.
Yeah, shots now from a distance. That's actually Virtus Pro miles down to the south, forcing Corexi and Fex to back off here. And again, I mean, just massive kudos to Ruin. Incredible, whether it was his plan or if he was told to do so, doing effectively a 360 or more like a 340, I suppose, going out the southern side of that compound, wrapping all the way up on the hillside to the north, and then finding 2 in an off-angle position. It's rare that the guy that has a disengage also ends up getting to be the spoiler, but he full speed sent it full circle, and yeah, there you go. Good double kill for him.
Did Bestolos just knocked Rinolock? Is that what just happened there?
That would be some distance.
Maybe. Well, regardless of the fact, Mr. Rinolock's going to have to get back up and somehow, but it's not going to be the case. As, you know, BB team is just... Here's the question. Does Business have a third E pickup? Because...
Oh, well, if they do, they might want to use it now, because Rhino won't be able to get to safety, but at least the other teammates might just... Modic and Vanos wants to group up, but at least for now, I mean, as long as BB team is kind of split in between them, they won't be able to do so. In the meantime, Getrox finds Noavi, and it's like, once again, I mean, these early game kind of skirmishes of teams that just aren't used to going up against... I mean, I say that, but they still play a lot of other tournaments against one another. It's just... It's split positions being punished effectively, what we're seeing right now. That's why we don't see full team eliminations. It's all these teams that try and... What do you call it? Grasp over a bit too much.
Grasp over?
That's the wrong word. I tried. I couldn't... What do you call it? Reach? No. When you try and bite off more than you can chew, I guess I should have said.
Yeah, we can go with that one. Yeah. That one works.
What's the other one, though?
I just want to know what the Danish equivalent of bite off more than you can chew is.
You threw me off, James. Damn you.
Oh, I try. You know.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here, actually. Just to annoy Toby.
You can't hele munden på samme tid. I guess that would be the best one.
Yeah, that's right.
Blow air and have flour in your mouth at the same time.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
That's awful. Anyway. Awful for the Mad as well. He's down.
Worse for him, honestly. He clearly couldn't blow air and have flour in the mouth at the same time. But Full Tilt will take that 1 point happily. As, I mean, once again, now if you're Eternal Fire, I like the fact they were trying to split out a bit, but it's just at this point in the game with the value that Minas now have off of this shift, I think it's too dangerous. One player down already, too, to try and flex out too wide here.
Yeah. Dangerous indeed. What's also dangerous is, now that I've thought about your Danish phrase a little bit longer, it actually does kind of make sense, unfortunately, which I like it when Danish things don't make sense, like anything Martin says, for example. But, you know, it's annoying.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Rubbish.
I'm in before it's a saying in English too. You're just memeing me because of it. Having said that, the circle just shifted towards the west. Hacienda available, San Martin available. Issue is, look at how many teams are now trying to make their way in from the east. How do you approach this? You can pretty much only go north. You don't want to have anything to do with Minas Mountain if you're Samler, if you're business up towards the northern side. But coming into the north, you're going open fields into already taken compounds. I mean, this is going to be incredibly hard because you can really only play it in a kind of scout on the fly type of way.
Well, oftentimes positions like Twisted Minds' position, right, are always unbelievably valuable in this position. I mean, they've got a 2-2 across not only Longhouse, but also the Warehouse. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if eventually, I would say probably Longhouse is more easy to actually crash than that. So maybe they kind of get together a little quicker here for some of this. Because, mate, imagine if we get a Hacienda finish. I haven't seen one of those in yonks.
It's been a while.
Sick.
It sure has been a while. Proper Hacienda pool finish. Not something you see too often. As Lil W now trying to make their way towards, I mean, again, split locations. They're going to go for the garage compound. Not prime real estate by any means, but of course that means that if you get there early enough, there's a chance you actually might get it. Issue is they can't get their cars parked safely. So that should be tires popped and gone for rotations to come.
Too many peekings, and Lou will be knocked there for a second. Perfectix will get him up, though. Nice and quickly. Nixie now, after taking a bit of an early tumble in the previous game, is now mad against the Germans and will take down one of the members of Semler very quickly. But they're kind of also a little bit split here, so I think it's Lukarux that really needs to get together alongside the rest of the team. But the problem with the building that they're currently in, this one, as well as the garage position, is that I guess eventually transitions towards other positions in the circle might be difficult, but it is a bastion for now. It is a safe spot for now, so I may as well play it.
Yeah, there's not really not really a lot of other options. At least not at the moment. I think for now, too, with not being completely sure where Phase 3 will take us, you don't want to full... Like, as long as you're safe for now, you don't want to full commit to something that might turn out to not have been worthwhile in, a minute's time. So, might as well just lay low, even tank some blue if you're forced to. Good thing is we can see that no one is. And then pray to whatever PUBG gods that you want to, that the next circle's coming your way.
Such a European game. Look at them. Nobody moving.
Yeah, it's definitely cerebral. It's big brain PUBG. But we are seeing some creeps on forward, some attempts of claiming some more terrain. Ascent as Kilyakai kind of sneaking around inside Hacienda, looking to potentially scout further south. And BB, you can see as well aware, of course, that Semler is to their east. That's kind of their main threat right now. But wanting also to try and get some proper off angles for the next circle to go. Because I could imagine, even if the circle swings west here, the BB team actually stays and tries to catch Semler on rotation.
BB team will look to just constrict this if they realize that there's not that many there for Semler. But beyond that, I mean, there isn't a huge reason for them to move too aggressively as well, up until we get the pop of this circle. So where are we going? It will be towards Ascend, who currently controls huge swathes of this circle, but they have to narrow it down now. I imagine maybe regrouping up on Pains is the play from all of this, and seeing what they can get done.
So BB team in cars early on, wanting to wrap north on this one. Virtus Pro up there alongside them. Entropic still trying to maintain their 2-2 split. A little bit dangerous in my opinion. I would have thought that with the circle popping, they would instantly be in cars. But Jenny and Grannis opting to stay in 2-2 splits with Hawkey and Detrix in very prime real estate. This could be dangerous.
Could be. Big send on through. See if they can get out past it all. Maybe looking just for the garage compound, or the gas station even, I should say. Yeah, let's be American and call it that. As we do find the position there. No casualties taken. Very nice.
Nope, solid rotation. Curious to see if they're going to go even further. I mean, now they have a sandstorm on top of them too. Maybe that's going to provide the cover that they need in order to push on through and for face. I mean, they're still set down here. They saw, oh my god, they saw this E-pickup. They see the zip line in the air. And they're waiting. They're waiting for them to hop on it to take them out.
Gotta hit the shots.
That's my guess.
Be huge.
Face is waiting for them to hop on the helicopter and then take them out as they do.
Let's see if it actually works on our business here. Going to be taking against a doozy and already taking one, but not actually finishing him off there for the moment. Filfus runs over Vanos. They do see them fly on up. Few shots coming out from Corexi. Will he be able to hit anything? I did see a few hits or two, but...
Code Marco jumped off it. That might be, I mean, a kind of, what should we call it, reverse play. Marco jumped off last second. I think they started shooting a second before, so he hopped off. He's now completely on his own, but does Face realize that there's a Flames player behind him? Or Eternal Fire, I should say, sorry, player behind him.
you know, Eternal Fire, Flames, if they're on fire, it's okay. Yeah, maybe not. It's a little bit dicey there because they're moving around as if they don't realize exactly somebody might still be lurking behind them.
Yeah.
Batulins is on the move as well. Winner Dice found themselves an alright spot on this longhouse as well as a full compound, and now Ruin has been spotted out by Ascent, who had so much control of these areas before. They actually didn't group up on panes. They're still controlling big swaths of land, so if they can take out a few more members or at least slow teams down on the rotate from the west side, they'll know that they'll control a lot of the west side for the rest of this game.
For sure. Gaming Gladiators now setting up an E-pickup as well, just outside the garage compound. We'll see if they can... I mean, they're always not going to commit to it early on. I think Fakes just took the zip line from Graveyard. I always love to see that.
Oh, we did? They both did?
They both did. They both took the zip line. I just think it's fun because we so rarely see it. But here comes Primal. Trying to catch players in the split. Nice read on their part. They came from the fields, from the northeastern side, scouted this location. It's kind of hard to get good angles, but they didn't see any vehicles, and I think that was the main takeaway for them to try and make a run for it. Oh my lord, the circle swings south.
Oh, yes, it does. We're going towards San Martin as well as Hacienda here. That is going to be brutal for all of these teams. Twisted Mind taking a few more shots as well, trying to catch out some of these teams that are moving on through desperately towards the middle of these circles. But it will be iGas Power already going down thanks to the fact that it was also full tilt, peppering them with bullets. Any team moving through those roads was absolutely dead to rights.
Yep, full demolishing on that side of the circle as now, I mean, look at this Twisted Minds, full control on the southern hillside. They do have two phase players, which they, I mean, should have no good reason of expecting to push in because they've been in the blue for the last minute and a half. And we'll see if they end up having an impact. Now let's see back towards Gaming Gladiators, who we saw set up the E-pickup just before. What can they make of it?
Yeah, they've only got Dante left by the looks of things. He was managing to get through there. Nade's still going to go forwards. Not a bad nade at all, but doesn't quite catch. He was in the other corner of that small building up towards the top. All W's found themselves on the top of Hacienda del Patron, but they do realize that Primal's here as well.
When you wanted the circle to end here, it's still in. There's a world, or maybe this ends up happening. And for a location where I feel like muscle memory is going to serve these players incredibly well, they all know how to play Hacienda. They've been here. They've been here once or twice. So if they make mistakes on angles here, it's on them for not having hot dropped enough in normal games.
Yeah, you just had to see some of those pre-fires going up the stairs, and you're like, well, yeah, we know what this is all about.
We've been here. We've had our fair share of Haciendas. As now, Getrox, of course, stuck on the roof there before. Will be found at a distance. Metabase set up, found him. And for the remaining Primal players, love the fact they're still kind of running around together. They heard the commotion outside. Just go out, show some presence, force and Tropic to think better of doing a full pull-up on the buildings proper, and leave them out there so that maybe 1 or 2 nades from now, you'll have yourself 3 more kills.
This is one of the benefits of Hacienda, though. Not only the fact that, obviously, yes, we see some big fights that potentially go down. We've seen them throughout many, many phases of the game. But actually, the way Hacienda is structured is that there is a lot of kind of lower ground around Hacienda, which can accommodate quite a lot of teams if the circle actually bears down on this location. So this is what Entropic understands geographically about this location, and the topology of the location, I should say. And because of that, they found themselves an okay spot where it would look like on just a flyover. It doesn't look that great, even with teams on the other side. So they need to be aware that Win or Die needs to die for them to be safe here for the moment.
Yeah, for now, the desert moat is working out pretty well for Entropic. We'll see if... We'll see if Win or Die will up to make the full engage over the northern side. Yanni's position right now is going to be crucial in trying to at least give info when the push comes through, but he too might have issues at hand because him having just fired bullets might alert VP that he is still stuck in this position.
There's still other teams around there. We do center up between San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. So regardless of all of this fight going on this east side, they're still going to need to move. So maybe there's still some kill points here available. Example takes down Melman. I didn't think I'd be saying that in the year of 2024, but here we are.
Here we are. Indeed, circle swings north. Ascent gets, from having just been shifted away from, right back in their direction. The circle goes. BB team once again in vehicles. I mean, they've been driving all over the place, and now arguably, I mean, outside of Ascent in one of the best positions.
Yeah, VP's rocking up to this quite aggressively about their push forwards. Gedrox, though, does take down Rustamar. Primal really can't catch a break to start off this tournament at all. Another nade will be sent forwards by Schengen, who had found themselves a little bit further forward into the circle, but they're just being peppered from every single angle. Primal. It's rough.
And it's Twisted Minds applying so much pressure from the hills outside. I mean, Batoons is still on the southern side of the San Martin Hills, looking down in this direction. Now he's in a car moving forward, but they've been forcing teams towards one another forever, effectively setting up a landing zone for themselves on the push that they now finally have to commit to.
Big spray from Nixie will be able to take down Grandis, and he is now gone. So let's see if they can do more with this Convertus Pro. They've got 2 down, though. Still need to find a way to recover Ibby as well as Lucarux. But another spray from Beanie. Has to retreat on back. Lots of shots coming in as well from Ascend in the distance. They've actually come in from the north side to find themselves a brilliant little overarching position to fire down on this fight.
Yeah, we see Nixie now realizing where those shots are coming from, going, oh my lord, I thought there were 2 freebies down here. Now he has to back off. So Brax and Chris up on the hillside, and this is just a good angle. Nice. I mean, again, from not really being in a position in the previous game where you could do anything to really engage with fights, now great understanding of what you can do when given circles like these.
Really good stuff by Ascend here. And, well, if there were any criticisms about them being warm in the previous game, they'll be warmer into this one. So, from the position that they can play here, maybe there's an opportunity at a lot more points. They're going to be sending forwards slightly into this circle. But the problem with the middle of this circle is there is a lot of open terrain, aside from a few dips and divots. So, all the teams are a bit reluctant to start moving early into these spots.
I think everyone except for Ascent just really wants the circle to go anywhere but north. I mean, once you shift that compound out of play, you make that whole area down below a lot more playable, because right now it's a ball in between compounds. It's practically unusable. That's why, I mean, we're not seeing anyone there at all right now. But back towards Hacienda we go. It's still, I mean, at least a little part of it inside this current circle. Schengen, Das, well aware they have opponents right next door. Let's see who wins this one.
Well, this is why I also love those flyovers that our observers are hitting on, right? Like, we just saw a big kind of position, and actually the circle has gone towards what is effectively a road in the middle of this kind of dirt area. It is flat, it winds a little bit around these hills, etc. and stuff like that. It's not there on the map per se, but it winds around this area, and it is so flat, featureless. And that's why Ascend now actually is moving down into what looks like that shack location to try and seize on that position. And maybe you can start holding a little bit of sway over that hill south of you eventually, when you realize that the lines of sight from some of these other teams have kind of been cordoned off a little bit.
And it's so interesting seeing how wounded some of these teams are. I mean, if you look at the West right now, it's 4-man BP team into a 4-man Stardust. East is 3 solos and 2 duos. I mean, they've been battling so hard to try and come into this circle from the East, trying to make their way on forward. Leosh makes the run on up, but Pains, alongside Nixie, able to take him out. 5 points for Virtus Pro. Again, I mean, a tricky mid-game here for them to try and fight their way through, but Nixie is trying to rack up some more points with it.
Well, with a circle like this, we kind of expected the East to be a bit of a bloodbath, didn't we? This was... there's not much more for them to really do. These barrier teams that now exist here, like Twisted Minds, like Full Tilt as well, who have got themselves an okay position to really try and hold those guys out. Should be okay for now, but then it does feel like eventually they'll be corralled into one another, will Twisted Minds and Full Tilt, because do they really want to... I mean, Twisted Minds might use the South as an opportunity to try and wrap around, but even that is a bit treacherous.
Yeah, I mean, whenever they don't have this ridge line to work with anymore, this position loses all of its value.
Yeah,
they need to be able to have somewhere where they can go down to heal up. The good thing on them right now is they're aware that there's still little W players, there's still primal players outside the circle. Now they find the first one. Don't turn around yet, though. Does he spot Schengen as well? I think no, but they just know. I mean, again, their info gathering, they're able to... ability, there you go, to read the kill feed and understanding how many players are left behind is so incredibly impressive.
They know. Look, they've sniffed out all of the solos like bloodhounds. That was brilliant. And they even know where Full Tilt currently is as well. So as long as you're keeping Nixie in your peripheral vision there, you can keep kind of scoping in towards some of these. And Nixie will go down to Madzi. Despite Nixie not taking Kilyakai in all of that.
Yep.
That's
a little flush,
surprising.
A little extra point. Yeah, ain't gonna say no to another point. We've seen tournaments get down to less than a point before, so who knows? Maybe that little kill steal there is going to be what's going to win them the tournament.
Not bad.
Nope.
Or at least get you through from the group stage.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I highly doubt that kill is going to win them the grand finals. That'd be pretty insane. But now,
we'll look back at that one kill and we'll say...
At PGC, a couple of months from now, was it really the flush on Kiliakai that did it all? Vex Correxy, though, still alive with the road to cross now, and I think all of Stardust is aware that they're down there, because I think Vex was taking shots just before, but they have BB team to worry about as well, so we'll see if maybe FaZe ends up doing something. Should this one get bloody, should we see damage done on both sides, there might just be points available for FaZe.
So actually, also Ascend just made the move onto that hill that we were talking about earlier, right? They realize now what we were kind of setting up as a kind of scene that now, yes, the lines of sight have been shut down because everybody has gone in the east for the most part. Now they can move on to there. This is great, like 1-2 movement by Ascend, taking the most important positions in these circles. And they realize that they're going to get an opportunity at shooting at anything that comes out of San Martin, because this fight is just going to be a barn burner.
Definitely will be. A warehouse burner, if you want.
Yep.
As the circle shifts west once more, Ascend, as you said, I mean, in full control on the northern side. They're just going to sit here, wait, make sure that no one's going to wrap north into them, because they want to be the last team to effectively have to push either into the warehouse, or they want to sit down here alone and wait for teams to come to them.
Example, still on the warpath. Madsy's gone down. Mexico finishes him off for the steal. Good stuff. Again, those lines of sight, very important for them to shut down, so that's why they're paying so much attention towards that angle. And Groan's gone as well, so full tilt is done. That really now gives Ascend so much more defensive posture in the position that they find themselves in.
And only now we're really moving our way into placement points. There were so many solos alive through the mid-game that 27 minutes in, or 26 it was, is when we hit 8 teams left alive. Spiro, 4-man strong BB team now, finally, trying to make the aggressive play into the warehouse.
Trying for it. Lots of smoke's gone up already. Try and block some of the vision that is going on down here. Dante was still probably up on the roof, yep. So he could act as a spoiler a little later on, but Stardust is under a lot of pressure here from utility and being kind of cordoned off up on this little ridge line here, or I guess railing balcony, means that they effectively know where they are. But what a nade from Medibay around the corner against a doozy. That might open up things completely.
Definitely could. We don't have anyone really in a position to punish BB team, though, outside of the blue itself. As I say that, though, Dante on the roof has other things in mind. Able to find Spiro early on. We'll see if he can get some more against former teammates.
That's already a win for Dante there. Like, just taking one kill alone from that heightened position. He didn't expect to get much from this at all, right? Unless the circle continued to be able to include this warehouse area. Now Twisted Mind's still looking over there. Who's got it?
It's Crossberg. It's Crossberg with a Pensafaust in hand. We're not seeing it utilized just yet, as Lazar will be taken down. They have the circle on them, so BB team has to make a play on forward. Twisted Mind's now coming in as well, and Crossberg still. Pensafaust in hand, M4 to swap over to. Let's see if he opts to use it up close, or what he ends up doing here.
Or kill himself.
Or that. That's also been done before.
That's
or
fine
teammates.
too. Oh, that's a really good molly here for reposition. Goes for the Panzer, doesn't hit anything with it. Here comes the aggression coming out from BB team, realizing now that they've tried to dislodge them. Good shots coming out from Medibay, but it's not going to be enough. Philfus will be able to take him down. A doozy's finished Lazar off as well. For Stardust, it feels all but done. Crossberg's got a lot to do.
Incredible play from Medibay there, finding headshots on both opponents, but just could not get the knock on either of them. Yeah. And as you say, I mean, Crossberg now in a tricky position. He was inside the circle before, but now has to make his way back the other way. Do I go for my teammate, or what do I do here? In the meantime, Lou single-handedly suppressing all of Ascent. I mean, Ascent had a hard time bringing home the win in the previous game against a 3-man strong BB team. This time around, it's just Lou suppressing.
I am curious as to why Brex was so far out from the cover of that hill. I would love to see that back, but anyway, regardless of the fact Brex is gone, Crossberg's still got a lot to do there. Perfectix and a doozy will go down to Example.
Twisted Minds came up, they claimed the wall here. Now they're isolating Ascent and taking the fight to the teams inside the warehouse. They're 3 men up. They lost Patulins earlier, and still yet they're saying this is our circle. This is our end game. We are effectively forcing everyone else to play on our terms right now.
This is ridiculous. They're just taking fights on multiple fronts. Toby, this might actually be their best game out of 2 games.
You are not wrong. I don't think they'll get 6 more kills, but you know what? I mean, they're there. They're available. They could be the team to take out all the rest of the players.
We'll see. We'll see. If they get a win, all they need is one more. This is what a push that they've made. It's a FAMAS in the hands of Perfectix as well. Such a deadly weapon up close. If Ascend is not aware of what they're going to have to go up against, it could be deadly.
Yep, nice molly there to isolate one route out. They know exactly where Dante is up on the roof as well. That nade, though, just short, but actually, in not hitting one target, hits 3 others, so it might be worthwhile. Dante jumps down, takes the fall damage midair, and ends up going down to that as now Example creeping in behind. So this is where Twisted Minds need to lock down fast. They're up against 2 teams.
Pain's already gone down. Perfectix really opening things up against Ascend once again. Ascend is gone. It's BB Team and Twisted Minds for 1 and 2 once again here, as now Vestalok is trying to move on out. A doozy though gets caught by Lou. This could be disastrous. Twisted Minds takes it. Oh, wow. These 2 teams on an absolute stomp in Miramar.
Insane end to that game. Which team on that southern ridge? We talked about that ridge line down towards Hacienda and said, Twisted Minds lose that? What do you do from there? They had a plan. They say we go up, we sit in the wall, we make sure we've taken out every other team before us to go up and make that play. And that's really what makes Twisted Minds so strong. It's the fact that they always set them, like they do all the homework, they do all the preparation before making a play like that. They say we can only execute on this if we have cleared out 3 other teams, 2 circles to go down here. But because they have, they can now go out and make these plays. They go up to the containers and they just assert dominance.
We did present the options of, okay, maybe if the East gets cleaned up, maybe that they can kind of, Ascend would maybe have a better position over them, or they could swing down to the South. And what Twisted Minds decided to do was all of the things and make it work, Toby. That was ridiculous.
I'm impressed. If they went center and said, we will just fight everyone. And they did.
Yeah. All right, well, let's head back to the desk here to talk about this. Twisted Minds, their best game out of 2 games.
It was their best game out of 2 games. Our PGS4 winners and our reigning PEC Spring winners, Twisted Minds, showing exactly why they are that. I kind of love the fact, though, Mark, that the top 3 teams here were the top 3 teams from game number 1 as well. I do love it when teams come in and go, okay, pay attention now. BB Team has sent Twisted Minds very early on going point hunting.
And yes, look, Twisted Minds, everyone's going to be thinking this team's up there. But for BB Team and Ascend, they've got their fans, they've got their following, but you've got to be impressed. Back-to-back games, finding themselves in the top winning position. There's a question they need to close it out, but for now, it was a good first 2 games.
A good first 2 games. Do you think it's a bit of a honeymoon period for Ascend with that new member, Mark?
I don't want to jinx it. There is little bits they're throwing away when they, especially when we look back at this game, but they had such control, and the same on the first game. So there is a bit of honeymoon period, Sam, but I just think it's just some of the minor players at the end they're kind of throwing away.
They are. I mean, that for me, Avenger, that is something Mark's just said. Like, let's touch on that. Ascend, I feel like each time we get to those final games, there's an opportunity for them to close it out, and they're struggling a little bit. Do you think that is just that they're still trying to get used to one another, trying to find that new team dynamic?
Overall, like if we talk super historically here, like with the core of Brexco and it's Chris, like back in the day, 2019 PL, when we had like those long games, there's not too much pressure on. It was always like they were always playing good, but once we got to the finals and a little bit more pressure was on, that's where they struggled a little bit more. And I feel like here, now that it's 24 teams and you have to get top 8 and you have a last chance, there's just simply not enough pressure for them to be worried enough that they can just play completely loose, coupled with kind of honeymoon period a little bit, coupled with pretty good circles, somewhat same areas of what we had before, right? So statistically, you can't really rule that out yet until we played, 10 Miramars, but still, it's in the area of where it works out quite well for them.
I tell you what, let's expand a little bit on what Avenger's saying. Mark, let's break down Ascend's game throughout the second Miramar.
So obviously Ascend kicking things off pretty well, and you got to give them. They did get a bit of zone. Now it's Chris. He always loots it. So I'm quite surprised that AP rolled in this one. The guys obviously go for Val. It's always a 3-1 split. It's Chris has been on the receiving end of an early push. So I think AP maybe dropping the ball slightly when it came down to it's Chris, but good pick up from him. And then we saw control. Ascend coming in quite late. They had the west side. They then went for this kind of 2-2 split. Then we saw like a solo play all the way across. It's worth noting, Brexico held back for some time. Ascend was so keen to ensure that they controlled that north side and northwest before they even opted to play in. Then they moved their way in, zone shift away. We saw the guys they mentioned, they were collapsing down towards Pains. They opted to store to go for a 2-2 split. And then it was kind of like mid-late game where it was like, hey guys, we need to now start getting some points on the board. And they find themselves in such a driving position. Good shift, good movement forward. It's Chris again moving forward, ensuring that Ascend have got a position they can play from. But it was at this point here, Martin, that was shocked for them. Great position, great hold, come into the end game, and they get focused so much into San Martin that they completely forget. Now, Perfectix, let alone giving him a FAMAS, he clears them up 1-2, but they drop the ball in the late game yet again.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate in this case here. Like, I'd love to see some more kind of play together a little bit more where rather than here a few times we've seen Pains kind of be in a 1-versus-1 situation where you end up being knocked and you don't have a refrag capability for that, but still it's super nitty-picky with this. I don't want to pin it down too much, and it's still fantastic games for them, but still it could have been 5 or 10 more points over the course of these 2 last games. We have to remember though, we have the first circle, 2 super northwestern shifts back to back here. They have a huge advantage, and they lock down what ends up being the best compound. And then it's the worst possible shift for them to go all the way south, which opened everything for Twisted Minds. They had a huge amount of control on that southern side, and that's just really setting up the game for them to take it all. And they just put so much pressure on all the other teams, and they play perfectly with the utility, with everything, and they just lock down the game and get an insane amount of points here.
Avenger, it is time to Taego after the break, of course. So quick question, do you think that we're going to see different teams up at the top of the leaderboard as we move to a different map?
I think we could still expect to see a funny brain logo and the top 3. I think they're too hot right now, even though it's a different and harder map to play, you would say.
Let's find out if Avenger's right after this.
Good job, good luck.
Behind me. I might be knocked. I'm
Get
good.
in.
I'm taking the next house. Running in. I'm good.
Who's the right guy?
How do we continue this fight now?
Not sure.
I'm going right around as best.
Is there any... No, we have right side, right? We don't...
Yeah, I don't see the guy.
North on the ridge. Hit 3 times.
I'm dead.
Or on the other side.
Go. I'll try and kill this north ridge guy.
Where is he? Up high?
He's up high. Oh no, he's not. He bent down.
I'm naming the smoke.
I got him.
Orange got it. More car seats, save the car. In the valley compound. In the valley compound.
Save the car, boys. Save the car, boys. Save the car.
I can't. Blue guy moving.
Hey, this it. Nice, bro. I think we just have to fight jungle.
Wait, comes. Car.
All right, an absolutely insane amount of points coming out already from Twisted Minds and BB Team. What, 41 and 32 points already out, Toby? That's ridiculous from our first 2 games.
Pretty decent, some might say. Almost as if they're trying to send a message to the other teams that we are just the better ones. And right now, I mean, definitely the case in 2 games where I think neither of the 2 teams had it kind of coming, you know. I mean, it was definitely the second one. We saw BB Team constantly first movers and rotations. When we got the Western shift, they had a, in all fairness, pretty difficult north side rotation to make. Their understanding of terrain and just how them and Twisted split the game in half. Say you take south, we take north. I mean, GG.
Crazy stuff, crazy. Let's see if that can continue on a very different battleground with Taego on the way here. As for some of these teams, it gets a little bit trickier when it comes to Taego. I do have my reservations still about Taego. Some of our games get down to those fields and it can get a little bit dicey as to how things go. But when I think about Taego, for these teams in specifically, I think about what could happen for the teams that are coming in from qualifiers in terms of their drop spots and where they're going to go. Because in the qualifiers, a lot of these teams, like Primal, for example, they're taking spots like Kangnyeong. Like, you're not going to get away with taking Hosan, Kangnyeong, Ohyang against all of these teams that are well established and good to go for these spots.
No, but I mean, having said that, if you are to fight a team like Twisted, if you are to fight a team like BB Team, maybe in a hot drop scenario, that's the time that you do opt to try and take those teams on. So we'll see. We'll see if maybe some of these more open qualifier quality-esque teams are going to try and take the fight to the big dogs, and whether they want to do it early on.
Maybe. There are some great spots that do open themselves up and present themselves. Like Winnerdie, for example, in the qualifiers was going for a very heavy south of fishing camp split, right? And that gives you great opportunity to have kind of moves from central locations to wherever you need to be. I am looking forward to actually the newer Taego eventually entering the rotation. Obviously, I mentioned you've seen it. I mentioned like you've got Bridge up towards Shipyard. You've got a lot of changes like Studio becoming Hospital, some extra terrain changes and things like that. But anyway, let's get into it. Game number 3 here. Taego is on the menu for today. Stage with A and B groups.
Are you not even going to do a time to Taego throw?
Sam already did it, so, you know, I'm not the host.
Fair. You get time to Taego again. Do you want to do it one more time?
Do you want me to do it?
Go.
Yes. Okay, look, it's time to Taego, all right? Let's go.
Woohoo! There we go. Anyone who had that one on the bingo cards can enjoy that, I suppose. Circle, not shown just yet, still 40 seconds out, but plane path is what I wanted to mention. Far southern one, at least, I mean, kind of in comparison to what we're used to, very rare. Actually, I feel like the plane doesn't touch the northern island at all. So we'll see if any commotion happens because of this, but wouldn't expect to see too much.
No, we will see. We will see for all of these teams finding themselves the spots that they want to go to. We'll see a lot of stretching for a circle, for a plane path like this, I should say as well, because for some of these teams, they know that they can just get cars, head up a little more north and find yourself a spot at Go Dock if you want to, and be okay from there. But Circle is popping very far away from those places that I'm mentioning, thanks to that plane path being a little bit south. So Primal does get Kangnyeong, actually, off the back of what I was mentioning. So that's great for them to start.
Face not having to fight Petrichor Road here, also pleased that they get to loot books on Sam all to themselves. For those of you guys who don't know who Petrichor Road is, start watching Global PUBG. And for everyone else, we were just talking about it, rotations in cars. I don't think Laza or Lugarooks has a weapon yet, but they both do. Lugarooks, 13 bullets left in the vehicle. Let's see if he can get both of them with it. One jumps off.
He jumped off.
They're just trying to get both of them. Wait, how much do you commit to this?
Well, they can't shoot him if they jump off. Just swimming about.
And this is where we go back to, should we add punching underwater? Or harpoons?
Or you Panzerfaust.
Into the water?
Into the water. It's like dynamite fishing, all right?
Like torpedoing your opponents.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
That's what we need. All boats should have torpedoes.
He's looking for him.
It makes sense. If you can rest in water now, right? So it makes sense that that you want to commit to. The issue is now Nixie is on an equal playing. I mean, he has a weapon, but can't really use it for all that right now. So I think what's going to happen, I was just going to say, he's going to be the zone now. He's going to swim underwater, see where they're located, and leave it to Lurkerooks to take out his opponents. Oop. Is he going to try to sail him over?
Sail him over. I don't think I've ever seen that logo on the kill feed, if it does exist. Sail him over.
He's going to try and boop him with the boat, but no, Nixie on shore finds the knock on one. Now there's 2 knock players in the water. Again, I mean, one thing is, of course, you want to get these 2 points, but how much time are you willing to commit to this? I guess they already have beaming in the circle. I mean, they're not in a hurry. And they know terminal is free.
Yeah, they know as soon as they move north of this, they've got really a decent spot for looting, and then from there, they're just chilling, right? Like, it is a funny scenario, though. Did he just jump out without a parachute, or did it open? Never mind, anyway, whatever.
He's fine. Everyone is fine. It's the first aid, you know?
This is already feeling like a game 6, and it's only game 3!
That's what Taego does to you sometimes. I mean, I did say the plane pass was a bit south, but didn't assume that was going to cause this much commotion. Primal now on our screens. Not the best start to the day, I think it's safe to say. Just 1 point in the first 2 Miramar games, but a team who I want to see what they can do. I actually want to see them not be I don't want to say typical Finnish lineup in terms of like playing a passive edge style. I just want to see them dare to go out and play a bit aggressive. You know what Rustamar has been capable of in the past, and hopefully him and the boys with a now center position can start flexing out a bit.
It's almost textbook to move down to some of the compounds that are west of Kangyong, usually alongside the kind of slope that comes up from the small, like, little river that does exist there. And they've taken one that's a little bit more south of that with the warehouses. Does make sense, all things considered, but the 2-2 split for them will serve them quite well as time goes on. But everybody's going to get unbelievably heavily centered up for the start of the game. It's far more a tendency, I would say, on Taego than any other map, really, because of the way in which the terrain acts around everything. Where is Entropic going near VP? What is... Anyway, never mind.
They're just driving north again. I mean, I don't think they're expecting... They saw the action in the kill feed early on. Didn't think that there was going to be any issues for them making this rotation, and now they might think better of it. At least they're going to hear the cars from VP. They haven't really done anything to try and chase them down. Little W, on the other hand, still trying to group up. They have win or die right next door, and they must have heard those vehicles too.
Must have. Here we are on board with Entropic. Doesn't look like they took any knocks, right? So they're going to be 4 strong, just heading across the bridge and finding an entry point where, technically speaking, if you think about it on a macro perspective, right, it's actually a pretty decent entry point in the north of this circle. Yeah. With the playing path the way it was, with the circle the way it was, you would expect less teams to be on the north side of this circle to get things really rolling. So it's a good spot. You just kind of having a slow uphill approach to kind of like, let's say, northeast of where Twisted Minds currently is, and then eventually it starts getting a bit more flat from there.
Yeah, and that's also part of the reason why we can see so many teams actually able to play somewhat center. I mean, you have plenty of space in the north and on the southern side as well. But if you look at the spread of how the teams have to come in now, it's really just Ascent, who I would imagine is going to wrap south on this. Everyone else, we have 4 teams if we count Stardust up there too, having to try and figure out how do they share what is effectively 2 hills and terminal.
Fights will ensue towards the middle of this circle as well, but not really too much onus on any of these teams for a full pursuit from it. Daz gets knocked from Primal. I don't think this is going to trigger a push from Full Tilt. I don't think that they can realistically push against one of these 2-2s, so it will just be like first knock for now, and then from there that will maybe cause Primal some problems down the line.
It's what you'd call an info knock, right? Now you know what team is next to you. You probably read that since no one's shooting back, that means that the one guy who's there is currently resting. So great, we now know that's potentially a 2-2 split. But we are also in a 2-2 split, and right now, arguably a better 2-2 split. So for now, an info knock, a helmet, potentially destroyed. If that was a double headshot, I didn't quite catch it. But yeah, good info early on for Full Tilt, and we'll see what they make of it. Should this circle go south, though, I mean, look at the space. So much room available down south, and Ascent is still playing gatekeep in a position that would make sense for teams to try and rotate through. The issue is everyone on the northern island has opted to go east. Look at just look at Young John. There's so many teams out here.
Yes, there is, as they're trying to get on past the Virtus Pro position. I'm surprised none of the teams actually went for the, I guess you could call it the West Bridge, or the West, those two bridges. But both of them were opting to try and aim for the bridge on the East, and that will come at the detriment here of Samler, who lose 2 already. Virtus Pro is loving life in this situation.
I mean, at least for now, 5 kills in already at the 8-minute mark is pretty incredible. But you also, I was gonna say, gotta make sure that you're not reaching for too much here. But good thing for them is that Gaming Gladiators have thought better of it. Samler 2 are gonna rotate elsewhere, so they'll be fine. And now Ascend, as they see those kills in the feed, they're like, well, I guess we didn't get anyone coming our way.
Yep, those were all the teams that could have rotated wide south, right? Considering their previous drop spots and considering what you would assume to be drop knowledge from previous scenarios. Nice nade by Lou. So with that, as you say, perfectly read, just, okay, they're not coming this way. Let's get a move on. Let's not have the blue biting at our heels.
And honestly, I think if you're Ascend, you're kind of happy that no one came your way. When is the last time we've seen Ascend willingly fight early game?
True, and it means that there's going to be less teams in the south, right?
True.
Like, you were expecting teams, 1 or 2 teams probably, to go for maybe that wide south wrap, and nobody did. So that means that likely there is a lot of room in the south side of this circle right now without having to be able to see the map, of course. Of course, we do, but that assumption would be correct.
Yeah, let's see Ascend. Again, plenty of space for them coming in. This next circle, I mean, while it's only phase 2 and obviously still very early days in this Taego game, could be insane. If we get a southern hard shift, even an eastern shift to any extent, because the center of what is the current circle is, like, it's not going to change up at all outside of maybe a split or 2 being grouped up on. All those teams that are coming in late from the north, late from the west, are going to have such a hard time finding any spots for themselves whatsoever. Like, it's practically impossible to rotate into this, especially if we go east.
Well, let's do the PUBG greatest hits. Let's go to studio. It's going to be gone soon. Come on.
True,
we're not going there. Never mind.
And in all fairness, it's not even that much better. We have a massive river splitting everything apart, so hard to really scout anything you're rotating into. But having said that, you have enough teams on the southeastern side that you can flex out pretty easily.
Yeah, it's a wild river, this one, right? Because yes, technically it's super open, but you can drive over a lot of it. So technically you can blast across if you're actually not going to be hit by bullets. Already you can see teams trying to establish themselves positions on compounds against it. I was talking about those kind of textbook plays coming out from Kangyong, like Primal, for example, trying to take spots. They have actually kind of lost out on the pick of the litter for some of those really important ones, as Ibi is now going up against Entropic here, who'd sent 1 or 2 up here. I think it's just Hawkeye with reinforcements on the way, but regardless, Nixie already getting Yanni down.
Important knock too, because VP also are in a 2-2 split right now, so I'm not sure if Lugarux and EB really wants to stay here. Now they're both in the car, looking to try and regroup with their teammates on the other side. Oh, as I say that, no, they're turning around once more because of the second knock.
Yeah, they can continue to put pressure on. I don't mind it at all here, especially considering that there is good value in these compounds. I say that at the same time as this fight. I've just realized who's in 2 of the best positions. It's Twisted Minds again. Bloody hell.
Yep, setting that center, but a position that's hard to really utilize a whole lot. If you're getting pulled up on one side, it's going to be hard to flex over to the other. We'll see what they can make of it, or if they even get to shoot at anything, because you don't get a whole lot of vision from the positions there, and unless if people are in between them, which, as we can see right now, is not quite the case.
Not a bad blue zone, but would always prefer a double blue zone to try and get a potential push out from this. But up on the high ground, up on the roof, means that he tries to go for the damage, but it's not going to be a case here. Virtus Pro executing this fight well, despite Beamy already going down. Oh, Ibi's gone down as well. Gonna have to be careful. Lucarux as well as Nixie need to reinforce this position and try and take him as quickly as possible. The spray coming in from Nixie. Will he be able to connect? Yes, he will. That is Entropic going down in 16th.
I like what they tried to do there, but unfortunate timing on the side of Lucarux and Nixie. Maybe a bit miscommunicated. When you have a knock player in front of you, you don't want to back off to throw a nade. Not before you know Nixie is there applying pressure from the other side. So Lucarux in that case in particular, and of course it's very nitpicky, but Lucarux effectively letting EB die because he didn't hold the ankle. So a little miscommunication on the side of VP, but still out victorious. Is better than nothing, but they would have definitely wanted to remain 3 alive in that situation.
Yeah, especially considering I think that there was a potential problem there because Twisted Minds was looking to pick the bones of that.
Exactly.
They've decided to back off now, but there was a world where Lou was much more north than this. So was Batulins on his side of the river as well. And if they'd have seen an opportunity, man, they were ready to pounce. That was it's fortunate for Virtus Pro that they didn't get hit.
Definitely. Now they're setting up an E-pick up immediately after as well, expecting that southern push. But I mean, for anyone looking at the map, which I encourage everyone to have open, !map in the chat if you don't already. Where does VP go, even if they do E-pick up here? Or is it just a bait E-pick up because they don't want to allow for anyone else to? I mean, I'm not quite sure what they're setting up for.
Yeah, the problem is that so many of the compounds are already taken, right? Like, it is... I don't know where you would go either. Yeah. Maybe
Scout?
just use it for
honestly,
scouting.
hop up, scout, fly down to the compound again, but even that comes in with the danger of being shot out mid-air if there's anyone who is crept up nearby.
Yeah, you're hoping that the other teams are focusing on each other, but at least it gives you options, I suppose. If it did, for some reason, shift unbelievably away from you, now they're not moving. They ain't moving. If you send one up, then yeah, scouting information is still kind of good here, but it's not totally worth it when you're only two. You could, as you say, get shot out of the sky. So you just want to hold down, hunker down, play it out for now.
Look at the south now. The amount of teams that have to somehow get into this circle. Everyone is looking to go to the eastern side, but that is just one big open hill. Chris from Ascent is already up there. BP team is trying to wrap around Ascent, but the players down below must have heard it, so they should feed the info across to Chris. And now Full Tilt coming in this direction too. Ascent didn't get any action in the early game. Well, now they're in for quite a bit of it.
Teams on the east side here are trying to blast the wraparound to get on the high ground above the compounds that Virtus Pro actually has. But the problem is that there's like 4 or 5 teams trying to do exactly the same thing. So Ascend is one of those teams that's trying to make this happen, but Business realize that is the case. They're going to pepper them with a few bullets here and there, but it is going to be an absolute scramble on that east side.
Yeah, Vanos, I mean, I was just going to say, should just get into his car as fast as he can and keep driving north. The issue is all of Business is up to stay in Kanyong. They want to play the city. They want to wrap out late on foot, I would imagine, to then play into the hills. It's a bit surprising to me. As now we take our eyes towards AP and Face. AP got the first knock, but no flush. So far, almost able to get the second.
Cherry X tries to pull out his mini as well. Go for a few more shots wherever he can. Aigas Power is not doing too bad here against FaZe, and they will have an anchor point to move into if they're able to finish this fight off here. FaZe is in a bit of a problem because it's only Gustav to try and hold off this tide of aggression.
1 damage done in return. 1 knock found as Cherix goes down. Gustav able to stay alive for longer, making it a 2-2 now. Again, they were split 2-2, so now if you're Neok and you're Trell, you need to pull up on this hillside. You know there are 3 players down on the other side.
He could do this. Gustav could technically still do this, although that being said, on the left-hand side, he is going to get spotted. He's just working with a little bit less room now. Has to lie down, go for the first aid as well. It's all on Gustav. He knows he can't go for the reses at the moment, and they could be coming across, but the blue zone from Gustav is good.
He's getting a lot of help from Primal right now, who's assisting from the other side. You can see before he even peeks the ridgeline, he's down to low HP, and Gustav gets the third again. Massive assists coming through from both Twisted and Primal, but in the end, incredible effort from Gustav to stay alive. James will fall, but they should be able to get both Corexi and Fex back on their feet. Incredible survival there, assisted by teams on the other side.
What a hold from Gustav. As you say, yes, there was assistance, but damn, the wherewithal to be able to shut that down. The blue zone nade really caused so many problems for that res. If he gets that res off, then there's no way Gustav's getting out of that. But the blue zone, oh, brilliant stuff from Gustav.
Definitely. We'll see if they get to reap the rewards of a potential southern circle here, as everyone else is currently engaged in river fighting. It will shift somewhat south, actually quite a bit south. Full Tilt now dead center. Business happy they didn't go out of Kanyong earlier. They would, of course, have heard all of the action towards the FaZe fight just before, so they're now well aware that they're not going to be coming in from that southeast alone.
Yeah, so that eastern rat race, Full Tilt takes it, whilst BB team and Ascend has to settle for the low ground for now. But the problem is for those two teams, they're going to be fighting each other. It looks like Ascend just wants none of that. And BB team was shooting their way here. But Eternal Fire going up against Semler once again. Molotov goes through to try and set them on fire as much as they can, and they will be able to shut them down super fast here. Good stuff by Eternal Fire.
Incredible isolation play there as well. You lob the nade on one side, the molly on the other to limit the angles they can play around to effectively just one, and then Quet Bump peeks in, finds the kill. Really, really kind of picture perfect clearing of that compound. They didn't need to send anyone inside the building running into a shotgun or something like that. Just playing it from the windows outside. Phenomenal.
Primal still in the 2-2. They're going to all need to rendezvous as soon as possible here because the Blues zone will be pushing on their back. And Gustav managed to get Curexian Fex up, but shots are coming in from the distance. So it will be Gladiators as well as Primal, who are kind of moving around them at the moment. But man, again, I'm just so impressed by the clutch factor coming out from Gustav here to keep them alive. Because honestly, that team at that point looked dead to rights.
Definitely did. We'll see now if they can shut down Gaming Gladiators here as Rocks try to make a run for it. But look at this. Correxy tanking Blue. Needs to get healed on up, get back to his teammates. They don't have far to go, but it's still a push out into the open.
Another point goes the way of Correct. Though, as I was saying here, Mad will end up going down when they die, trying to hold off them against this position up towards the north. Kamarko, though, is out looking for those return fire bullets against this position here from Win or Die, trying to scramble to find a self-position, and they were helped out as well by Nixie in the distance. So all they had to do was buy time, survive, knowing that those reinforcing shots were coming in.
Yep, definitely helped out there once more. Yet another case of teams that are further center helping out edge teams so they don't fall because of it. Now Leash trying to make the run on up, wants to regroup with his teammates on the other side, and with all these players dead just before, they should be just safe in doing this rotation.
A bold play, Cotton. Let's see if it works out. There's Primal just wiggling on around into the high ground here. There is actually quite a decent amount of cover in the side ground, so you'll be surprised at how many teams can survive alongside one another up at the top, but it looks like Ascend is not going to survive against their apparently few games rival in BetBoom, who have found themselves a position up towards the top.
Such a tricky hill to try and play around. Again, everyone is coming in on foot, so hard to really get a good read on where teams are coming in from. Pain spots one up ahead, shots fired. Nail Cop trying to get the safety and somehow able to make the run to the tree.
I thought the rest of Stardust had died in a river, but no, it's nailed. That nade was almost insane, but it did go a little bit too far. That one's perfect.
They threw even 4 nades for that kill, and Leos goes yoink with a single bullet.
Yeah, I just realized Leos took it, so never mind. No nades for you.
Unlucky. In the meantime, now they will have all of BB team, or I should say the remaining 3 players of BB team behind them to deal with too. They're realizing that now as Pains have been knocked already. Brax down to low HP, I say, but no, he's only been tagged once.
Oh, Famas out once again. Raven to God for full tilt, trying to take down Brex. Another nade will move forwards, but he's already repositioned himself here. But Brex, any position he does move into, does expose him a little bit, and the Famas tries to finish it off. Yes, it will. Alongside actually full tilt as a whole, as Sokola gets him.
Ooh, Matzi. Can you log it down? 1 or 2 more attacks should be enough to get Levante down and done for. That would be insane for full tilt again. I mean, they've been able to maintain this space. Obviously, right now, all the edge teams are fighting one another, so they can kind of just pick and choose the fights they want to engage in. But whenever opponents creep close in these open hillside endings, if you allow them to stay alive, that's where you start throwing those win potentials in the end game.
This is the kind of terrain that scares me when the Dragonov comes into play.
True.
Too many scenarios where I've lost my head in these kinds of hills to a Dragonov. Go away, Dragonov. But anyway, there's still a lot more great firepower in the game available. The MK12 has been able to be instrumental. Blazer will not be blazing anymore. Lou takes him out from these rooftops.
Yeah, Schengen too far away to really do anything about that. Unfortunately, he has Lukarooks and the entirety of Winter Die to deal with. As now with that knock, that should allow for Twisted Minds to wrap the other way, and indeed they will.
BB team still on the wrap too, up towards the north. They know that eventually teams tried to kind of crash into the side over on the west, so they're expecting teams to be coming up from those compounds. So playing it slow, looking to kind of hold off against this position. Maybe a little trade there, who knows?
Again, I mean, full tilt, they need to suppress, they need to force Twisted Minds down towards the south, potentially up the hills to the north. This is, I mean, going to be their effectively toughest challenge in this game so far. They need to full commit south. They cannot, I mean, yes, you leave one person to keep Win or Die at bay, but you need full commit to take out Twisted here. If Twisted takes out full tilt, they'll win the game.
Yeah, oh yeah, probably. they are looking terrifying to start this off, and they could quite easily shut Full Tilt down. But because the problem for Full Tilt is not full focus on one team. They realize that there's teams north of them, multiple teams north of them, so they're having to keep their eyes on every scenario, being kind of at the very top, in inverted commas, of this hill.
In trying to get kills on multiple teams, they won't get any at all. But now, finally, they're starting to focus north. Win or Die did creep ever so much closer. Extends down early on. Melman under fire as well as Groans. Now the solo layer cast with looking towards the southern side. Raven got a nice peek around the underside of the rock there to find one.
Yeah, really nice.
They gotta be so fast.
Yep, Win or Die at the same time. It realized BB team is actually pushing on this position as well. So now for Win or Die, I think they're absolutely done here unless they can make some magic happen.
I mean, Business just got full circle control. They too could put a spanner in the works of Twisted Minds. If they just go a little bit further forward and force Twisted, or at least try to, into Full Tilt, that's them setting themselves up for a win here. In the meantime, towards BB team once again, it's just Presenti, I believe, left alive on the Win or Die roster.
And he's probably going to end up... Oh, you had to reload! But it doesn't matter because Phil First just keeps throwing those nades in and keeps making it happen. But you're right. Business is trying to assert dominance with a position that's being quite aggressive to hold off some of those Western teams. They've actually been able to find example in all of this. So if they can keep doing this, their control potential with them flexing out the way they have done is insane. But it's going to...
They have full circle control in phase 6.
Yeah.
That's... That's completely insane, and they're doing effectively what we see right here. It's all business right now. It's full business forcing these teams into each other.
No pleasure, just business here for them.
It's just business. Exactly. And Full Tilt, that should be a free B. Perfectix. Nope, bounces a bit too far.
Too far, yeah. But again, can Perfectix get much done from here? I was concerned for Full Tilt until business got involved.
Yeah.
So... but BB also in a little bit of embroiled fights up here against Full Tilt as well. These teams really can go toe-to-toe with one another, so don't count them out. But, I mean, it's Full Tilt that will go. BB team is still just blasting in these 3 games.
Again, I mean, Full Tilt not able to full commit to one side of the circle. We talked about first class. We talked about economy class. We forgot about business class. And they are definitely giving us a master class right now, or business class, so to speak, of how to claim these games. I mean, they do have 2 games to go back to and go, great, so BB team did it in 1, Twisted did it in the other, and now we'll take it in the 3rd.
The question is does the split eventually hurt them here? Because BB team, if they find an angle, which the off angle from business is cordoned off, they could divide and conquer pretty quickly here. But at the same time, a P90 absolutely lights them up here. You're right, Toby. It's business class all day. I'll pay for that upgrade if that's what it looks like.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal finish. Again, I mean, they're understanding. I was a little skeptic when they didn't opt to move out of Kanyong. But again, I mean, they moved one guy up early. They got a knock, or almost got a knock on one of the Ascent players. That was them saying, great, so if they're already here, that means we don't know what we're running into. There could be more of them further forward. Is he the front-end scout? Is he the back-end kind of safety net for the rest of the team? Let's just not do that. We'll leave the East to fight on their own merit. We'll just play our southern side. And then from there, I mean, their ability to flex out and just kind of backfill everyone, saying they were effectively like back in the day Super Mario games where the wall, if you moved forward, you couldn't go further back again, you know? Like they were that wall saying, just keep going forward, guys. We'll be right here behind you the whole way through.
They were that wall so far that I was talking about the Eastern Rat Race, right? And I'm like looking back at the map, and they were moving minutes before that Eastern Rat Race even kind of materialized. Yeah. So for them, they were ahead of the game. And as Toby says, business class all the way. Let's head back to the desk here to talk about that game number 3.
I don't know where this came from, but there used to be that song that went taking care of business. I feel like that should be playing right now because we get to celebrate business. That was cringe. We'll just forget that I ever said that. Right, Jens, what did we think of business winning that specific Taego matchup, Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a case of when it comes off that high ground and you have, 4, 5, 6 teams that are on that high ground and then one team that is pushed out of Kanyang. It is just so hard for any of the teams just to have any other focus than let's just say, let's try to get as many points as we can, BB team did that, but then Business actually managed to reap quite a lot of that. Getting 20 points here is huge for them, and being the only team that kind of defended and got out of Kangyong in a really good timing was just perfect for them. But again, Twisted Minds, BB team, 12 and 14 again here. They're looking super strong.
Mark, I mean, what do you think BB team had for breakfast? Because I expected to see Twisted Minds, but seeing them up in sort of, I think it's been second place twice. They've had a win right at the start as well. It's really impressive.
Yeah. I expected
so
a Mark there, but I mean, do you want to take it, Mark?
I'll can go too. I did hear the Mark. Apologies, Sam. The BB team, look, I think they've got points to prove, right? Everyone talks to Twisted Minds, a lot of news around VP and FaZe, etc. BB team have always been like thereabouts. So dudes even with the back with question marks that they were just trying to get the ending done for them, but I think they've got a point to prove. Get through groups, confirm their spot, sit back, don't even think about lower qualifying stage and just wait for the finals. At this rate, you can kind of get to a point where BB team might be securing a spot quite early.
I love the fact that because I'm doing this from South Africa, when no one replies, my immediate reaction is full panic. I'm like, I've been disconnected. Everything is broken. Turns out he just didn't hear his name. Let's talk about, we always do these sort of mid-game discussions, and we talk about all of the teams that have done so well, Mark, but let's talk about a team that didn't do so well on Taego. What wasn't working for LLW?
Oh, what wasn't working? Well, they sat tight early. They had a huge rotation round. Now, I kind of like they got to a position, and yes, they lost a body, and they tried to extend out. Their car got caught. Just a prime example that if you can see tires, get rid of tires, and if you result, GG team done that to LLW, and they picked up a nice early kill, and then they just had to wrap. They were going all the way around west. They continued on the blue all the way around, and then they got PUBG'd, Sam. They came down the rock, and kadoosh, their car was completely disabled in the worst spot, might I add. Lucky enough, they actually had a zone shift their way, but at this point, it's just damage control. Lucky enough for them, Nixie decided to run on through, get some more loot, had no idea someone was here, so a point on the board. I think, Martin, all we can salvage from this for these guys, they got a couple of kills, but they got placement point as well. They was able to hold out as a 2 and put out some points from arguably a pretty bad game.
Right. No matter what, like if you're in a situation where you're down to 2 guys, it's always you turn from let's try to win this game to let's try to salvage and squeeze as many points out as we can here from a game like this. It's just so hard to play like that, right? And especially you could also see if you followed it a little bit, you could see how the GG guys were just kind of squeezing them, kind of hurting them around outside that circle from inside of the circle, right? They were like, okay, they're going this way, just kept shooting at them. It's just a gatekeeper extraordinaire here. It's just so hard to play against, and yeah, there's not much you can do. Just you just sit there and just say, guys, let's just try to get a little bit out of it. And the couple of points that they got out of it is more than they could have hoped for, to be honest.
100%.
We are now halfway through day number 1 of the group stages. We are moving to another map very soon. And you know what, just for a little bit of fun, I think, Avenger, do you want to throw us to the break and let us know where we're going after that?
Yeah, we already established this is the superior way of going. So, guys, it's time to get out of your condo. Let's do Rondo.
Welcome to the PUBG Game Show, where obviously every single pro player that is playing, their entire reputation is on the line to show how much they know about PUBG. If they fail at this game show, we will be disappointed in them for the rest of the week. We've got Deirdrix, Gustav, and Brax with us now, getting ready. Gents, I'm jumping straight into the first section. Remember, it is all about getting as many points as you possibly can. So, first section of the day, it is called Which Team? Here's how it's going to work. I'm going to give you a bunch of different facts about a specific team. As we go on, less and less points of Welcome to the PUBG Game Show, where obviously every single pro player that is playing, their entire reputation is on the line to show how much they know about PUBG. If they fail at this game show, we will be disappointed in them for the rest of the week. We've got Deirdre, Gustav, and Brax with us now, getting ready. Gents, I'm jumping straight into the first section. Remember, it is all about getting as many points as you possibly can. So, first section of the day, it is called Which Team? Here's how it's going to work. I'm going to give you a bunch of different facts about a specific team. As we go on, less and less points available, so you want to try and guess the team as quickly as possible. Are you all ready?
Yes.
Ready.
Send me in.
Ready.
I was hoping for a little bit more oomph and energy, but it's okay. We'll settle. We're starting off slow. Let's go. Which team? First fact for you. This team joined the PUBG scene in November 2017.
Liftoff and the clock has started.
Narrows it right down. I know. Makes it so easy.
Do we only have one guess, or can we guess multiple times, by the way?
One guess.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Okay. Gustav is taking the... Yeah, Brax, all of them. Everyone's doing the safe bet. Let's go on to the second fact. Remember, 4 points up for grabs now. They finished second in their first competition, which was the PUBG Asia Invitational G-Star 2017 Square. Or squad, because apparently I can't read. You almost know? Are you willing to take the risk, though? This is the chance.
Nah.
Could jump straight into the lead.
I don't have the balls.
Brave.
I don't have the balls.
I'm not allowed to make balls jokes after another game got me into trouble for that. So we'll move on to the next fact. Let's go. The team finished 17th in EWC 2024. Come on, gents.
No one's Googling right now. No one's Googling.
No Googling. Someone needs to take a gamble here. 3 points on the line for this.
Wait, I know, I got it. Boom.
Okay. Gustav's taking a gamble. We'll continue, because obviously everyone wants to try and get some points on the board. This is your opportunity, Jujix Brax, to try and get 2 points on the board. This is a Chinese team with a number in the team name. Right, if you were obviously waiting to figure out who it was and you never got there after the second point, the 1 point clue was one of the most prominent players of the team is God V. I never know if it's V or if it's a number, because I'm really bad with Roman numerals. Gustav, how do we say his name?
I'm lost. Like, I call him Goal 5 from League, because he's Goal 5 stuck. But
Here we
you
go.
can call him God V as well.
I can confirm that 2 of you got the answer correct. 1 of you got it incorrect, and it does mean that right off the bat, Gustav will jump into the lead, because you are correct. It was 4 angry men. Congratulations. Brax, you'll get some points as well. Deirdrix, you get a fat 0 after round number 1. I'm really sorry.
Yeah. Did you say 17?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Blow
Dead.
One jumped in water, one missing.
Go both sides.
I don't have a gun. Luca, bring him. Go to the other side.
I don't see this guy.
Knocked him.
Nice.
Got knocked.
Let's go with the last one now, boys. Let's not get backfilled by we're gonna loot Yongchong. Let's not get backfilled by Twisted.
Ready?
Use the stop. They're stopping. Stop on the rock and green.
4 man.
Knock Daisha.
Knock green.
Last 2 users
One more.
late.
Can we
Where be me?
One Euro, someone blue. He's going away.
He's going west, I think.
Watch out north team, different team.
I mean, we left the fucking...
Let's take the left house, take the left fucking house with us.
There was a... We can't now.
Okay, we're pull up in on it.
Wait, just 2 minutes.
I'm running closer.
I'm holding you.
Knocked him.
Nice.
One on me.
He got shot twice on the car. Nice, good save.
Good shit.
We see them, we see them. I knocked him on.
Nice. You have that 4-minute win.
Then they're gonna hold you.
All right, spicy games, hot takes, and the game show looking spicy as well. God V, the last fact about 4 a.m. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with God V, Toby.
He is probably the last factor on the team these days, so it sounds about right.
Yeah. PNC was an interesting time, let's put it that way. But of course, we have got PEC fall vibes to get. Why did I say vibes? I'm not 10. We have got another great game on the way. It's going to be, what does Martin say? Make sure that to do a timeshare with a condo because it's time to partake in a little bit of Rondo, something like that.
Yeah,
What
that's a great way to throw into a game, definitely. Yeah.
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 Well, we're going there.
I just want to go play my bongo because it's time to go. No, I don't.
No, ounce. we're gonna DIGL you the same way they did God V. Anyway,
that was how we came full circle. I like it. Circle just like a bongo. Yep, here we go into Rondo.
I suppose.
I'm all for it.
For me, Rondo has been interesting competitively because we've seen circles where we saw so many circles at EWC, kind of west of Test Track, which all kind of felt very similar. But then we got a few circles here and there, and some of the other tournaments recently and qualifiers where it wasn't there. And actually, it did provide a little bit more variety and interest. Technically, there's so much to Rondo, but we don't get super spicy circles. I want to see some of the spice.
And one thing that I think is the most interesting is coming into it, regardless of how S tier a map is in terms of the topography and how well it plays, it's always going to be chaos mode because teams have to figure out how to, like other teams play the games. There's not enough data on the map that people can go by in order for it to be a very cerebral game like we see on Miramar and Erangel, and honestly to some extent Taego already as well, but we don't have that on Rondo, so we know it's going to be chaotic, but then you add into the game that we get some of these circles that just take us into areas that not only do teams not know how they play, but like there is no obvious way to play them at all because they're really hard to gain an advantage in. So I feel like in that regard, Rondo has just doubled down on chaos.
Double down, but no double plane path for this one. We have got ourselves the single plane path. It's match number 4 here as we get Rondo good to go. The top teams are svamping up the points here, Toby. We need to see a bit more diversity in who's taking the top spots.
That's your first Danish reference in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Keeping us in the mix here. Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, what I don't appreciate is hot drops, especially on a map where you have 2,000 different compounds to loot. But let's see here if business can take care of business against Samler.
Can they? They've already put in the work in the previous game. Now, going up against Samler, though, might be... I mean, the problem with this location is the stalemate of the just divide between the east side and the west side. So they could just sit and do nothing for ages if they wanted to.
I just read that the central and largest of the 4 islands of Japan is called Hondo. So if this was not a Chinese-inspired map, but a Japanese-inspired map, it could be timed to Hondo on Rondo, but... I'm lost of ideas. In the meantime, at least the circle won't have players traveling too far because we're headed straight west.
How did you find Hondo? What did you find this from?
I do a lot with geography these days, you know. I'm a practical expert on geography. So Hondo, being one of the bigger islands, is like Hondo, Rondo rhymes.
Okay. Yeah. You do a lot with geography, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Also, a round picture or other work of art can be referred to as a tondo. But yeah, That's all I got. That's my 2 rhymes I can do on Rondo. Outside of that, I'm lost. Good thing is business don't seem like they're lost. There's now MP5 in hand. Ooh, this could be a good off angle for Nix. Goes for the Korean peek, as some like to call it. Not leaning, just stood there. Now he goes for a bit of a lean, but just stood there staring forward, revealing less of his body.
I am surprised that they got so close to this side of the landmark as quickly as they did without any kind of fire, any attack, any kind of hold for them to make this cross happen. So I'm a little bit concerned by Samler here and how they're going to hold this out.
Yeah, Nix trying to defend. At least it's warmer here than it would be in Toronto. I'm just trying to throw in rhymes now. Bjorn tried to get the off angle, not quite to be. Rhino will be able to take him down. I'll stop now. I'll stop. I'm sorry. Nix, what do you do against an MP5 coming your way? He's going to try and now make the run for it. Able to see him as well. Easy peasy. Back's turned. Not going to complain about that.
Didn't have the progressive skin. I can't believe it. You know, just ridiculous gameplay. As Nix is still trying to hold here. Another spray coming around. What is this movement?
He's on fire. Quite literally. And finally, Modic able to take him down. Try to turn this one around, but Ombre has other things in mind. Takes one. Vanos now with a return shot. A lot of damage going both ways here. There is a chance for business. Should they get the rest here to get out of here with 3 alive. And should be doable too, because Rhino is the last player left alive, and he is far... Oh wait, no, I'm mixing teams here. Rhino needs to get a good position to get the off angle in order for Vanos to be able to get the rest.
Yeah, and ooh, gotta be very, very careful about this. He's got a barrel available to him, but actually, Rio trying to find another way in, sort of in hand. The reinforcements are on the way. Just buy a little bit more time. Is a doozy coming into this? Are they looking this way? No, surely not.
I mean, no. They hear the shots, but again, I mean, but BB team not really a team that usually likes to fight in the early game. So it makes sense that they don't hear either as the swing around comes through. But Saiga better than Sonov confirmed. Business takes care of business.
Done and done. I like it. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Oh, wow. We're going Stevie Wonder ways now. I like it.
Whatever they're going to do, they've done it. You're right.
Listen to some Stevie Wonder. It's time to Rondo.
Oh. Martin's caused so many problems.
The issue is there's no obvious rhyme to Rondo. You were the one that caused the issue initially because we never used to rhyme coming into games before you said time to Taego.
That doesn't rhyme.
Well, no, it doesn't. I take that back.
I do, some alliteration and things like that. Good job, Fex. You hit a good shot. But like, I suggested things like Royal Rondo Rumble. I think Mark does Royal Rondo. I hear him saying that. You know, like it's nice. It's simple. It's not anything about a condo. It's not about Toronto. It's not about your bongos. It's not...
go for the quality stuff. I just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. You know. That's my strategy when it comes to naming stuff.
Bugger off Hondo. I don't know where you are. Never heard of you.
Well, let's see now. These rucks, pretty beneficial if you can claim all of them. The issue is right now FaZe and AP is sharing amongst each other. As we see Ghost up with new weaponry in hand as well. And Twisted Minds now, no, they're going to back off. There's no way they pull up on this.
No. It's got to be very open, though, on the retreat out. You've got to be very careful here.
Are they actually doing this? I mean, they are far enough ahead.
Yeah, he used some of the building there to try and get some covering as the rest of the guys are actually catching up. And if they do want to take it, no, they're going to back. You were right on the money to start things off. Like, backing up was just the better play because they would have given too much information about their approach for so long for Stardust to have set up to take that fight, right?
It seemed like initially Perfectus was just driving in circles out in front of the compound for the rest of the team to maybe get an off angle. I kind of used him as bait. But then when they saw a second player peek out, and I think coming in, I believe it was Lou, he was rotating in late, saw a third vehicle. They were like, yeah, guys, there's too many people here. Let's just back out. It's not worth the risk.
Yeah. Not bad in terms of the retreat at all. That being said, they are still looking their way, as you can see them. Obviously, you can see on the far west, those EMP zones being very impactful. But beyond all of that, one thing that's nice about the circle is, as long as we don't get 4 southeast shifts in a row, we're not west of test track. So brilliant stuff. Let's end up in stadium and have an absolute crazy...
We're going to end in bamboo forest, down by the graveyard that we coined at the WC. Yep.
No.
Quadruple Eastern hard shift. Now you've called it.
No.
You know where I want to end? Just north of Adusi. I want to end the small island in the pond.
Small island in the pond.
Just north of Adusi on the western side, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's like a little, what's it called? A veranda?
A little shrine island.
Yeah. It's cute. It's nice. It's pretty. Scenic, you know?
Definitely. Definitely. We got a great breakdown of everything Lil W did wrong in the previous game. This time around doesn't look to be going much better. Lurix currently single-handedly trying to track the movement of Twisted Minds, while his teammates are getting ever so much closer, but need to get here soon. Good thing for him is that they are in a 2-2 split, Twisted Minds that is. So time is being bought as Twisted is not looking to go overly aggressive.
No, especially without knowing where the shift's going to go, right? You're 53 points deep after 3 games. That is ridiculous. So you don't need to take too many risks here, but Lou will get taken down by Lurix very, very quickly. And now Gedrox is on the move as well to try and shut this down. He did see a second person, so he's already sent that information over after getting that spray down that somebody else is here looking for the lurk. Will Gedrox find him? On the right side.
Now he sees him. Double headshot comes through, but too much damage was taken already. And that's Twisted Minds. I was going to say dealt with early, but no, Perfectix example is pulling up.
Can we take a break, lads? Although Perfectix isn't, apparently. He's going to take Lurix. Will Example alongside him be able to do much? Yes, he will. Schengen goes down. It's going to be up to Blazer now, around the corner here, charging a nade, looking to get something done. Example sends one forwards, though, finishes off Schengen. And now Lil W still faces a wrath of people like Perfectix and Example who could easily finish this off.
I'm sure Lil W had smiles on their faces when they got the 2 first Twisted Minds players down, but Lil W learning the hard lesson of don't laugh too soon, because even though it's just 2 players left alive, it's still Example and Perfectix, and just like that, they can lull their way all the way to the lobby.
Yes, they can. Now, will Stardust have anything to say about the rest of this, though? They have heard this fight. They're going to take a little bit of a look over in this direction. But Lou and Example can recover for a moment. Oh, he does see. Smoke goes down. They could easily just dip behind these rocks for the moment to buy themselves more time. Example's playing the I don't give a situation and just sat in the
they're
smoke.
far enough ahead. They're practically qualified in just a couple of games, maybe a point or 2 off. We'll see. Usually we end up around the 60-point marker, but they're fine. They're fine asserting some dominance, you know, kind of dictating the flow of everything and making sure that even if Stardust comes out victorious here, all Lil W has did it before.
Pico.
It's not without the thought of maybe we shouldn't be doing this, even though we're kind of ahead in numbers.
The most OP vehicle in the game. Run away. Awesome. Love it. I mean, the question is I'm wondering if there's ever been a greater start to a group stage in EMEA history. Like, you know what I mean? Like this amount of points in 3 games.
Yeah, it
just
definitely,
unreal.
I mean, if we said we were getting into Game 6 vibes on Taego, it definitely allows for many more games, even coming into tomorrow, to potentially end up going the same way.
Yeah. Perfectix is just driving through what looks like 100 players up towards the top there. As we've seen now that the circle has moved towards that little pond thing that you wanted to go to.
Mm-hmm.
So
maybe the pond ending never hurt nobody. We'll see if that's going to happen or not. As Kilyakai, last bullet in the gun, able to find Grandis before he gets back down on the ground as Janice. And the rest of Entropic very, very far split apart. So a bit of a oopsie there for Grandis getting caught out by himself.
Yep. Rough. Very rough, as Ascend is now just moving from Shaolin, moving a bit more north here to try and find themselves a better spot to actually start playing from. Haynes is looking over towards us just to finish it off. He was looking to run him over anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the effort. Primal now. Ooh, MK on the side of Dash. We'll see if he can make use of it. They are trying to get some high ground here. Wrap around. Win or die towards the eastern side and maybe hold them out. Leosh is even further east though, so if they just full speed send it around this side, they might get caught by surprise.
It may do. Everybody just kind of wiggling around in between other teams to try and find some spots wherever they can. Now, on Rondo, as everybody should be fully aware of by now, obviously backpack management is a little bit different on this battleground because of those emergency covers, flares that you can actually deploy. And they do weigh a little bit, but they are unbelievably important in some of the scenarios that you find yourselves in. This is a great little spot, though, for Primal. considering that there is no higher ground south of them, so they will be fully covered as time goes on.
Oh, Perfectix. I mean, again, solo player left alive, but they took down one team. Now they want to see if they can get down one more, but Penn shooting him from behind, that's not going to be... I mean, Perfectix might survive this, but I think getting the flush on this might be too much to ask.
Might be. As Daz actually got knocked. Oh, they're not in the position that we were talking about before. There was the 2-2 split, and they were a little bit lower. So, can kind of understand why that place might be a little bit more vulnerable. Perfectix moves back to the Pico, the safety of the lovely Pico, and I just love it, man.
Yeah, the silent killer, the supercar that doesn't run for as long as all the other vehicles do, but I mean, ton of health and very silent as well. Incredibly convenient.
Give me the Pico skins. Where are the Pico skins, all right?
True.
All of these supercars can go away. I've got them all now. It's fine. Give me the Pico skins.
Humble brag. See how it is.
You have them as well, I'm sure.
Now, finally, we're seeing people actually starting to flex back into the western side of the circle. I was going to say everyone is effectively sat on the eastern half, but BB team looking to go further west. Now, I do see flexing towards the compounds over there. Just, I mean, might as well go back a bit. Now that you know that it's available just before this next circle pops. You can always regroup further east if need be, but might as well reclaim this terrain early on as a circle. Well, send us up a bit to the north.
The pond's still in play. Okay. We could see it. We could.
I mean, should get shifted away from next circle, but we'll see. Maybe there's some Rondo circle shenanigans that we aren't aware of.
Yeah, it can get a little bit feisty here sometimes. But anyway, we've got Entropic as well as Ascend also wanting to try and claim this location, even though it's not in circle. It doesn't hold much value right now, especially since north of it is very open. So the backup from Pains realizes this, will move away. But Brexco is wrapping around it, maybe to look.
He's wrapping around in a glider, so that's going to be a while.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize it was a glider. Never mind.
Yeah, no, that's gonna take him a while if he wants to engage in this. He could be lobbing nades out the back seat, but I'm not sure that's what he's opting to go for. Just scout forward. I mean, honestly, I think him flying further north here, that should allow them an entryway into where we saw a doozy split to just before. Again, it's not prime real estate, but Ascent, I mean, they as long as they can stay out of kind of the nitty-gritty close quarter fighting, they'll be fine with a tier 2, tier 3 position.
Yes, they can. There he is. He's out of fuel soon, but it does continue to do the glidey thing, as is the name. Wee.
Wait, wow, did we just wee together?
Yeah, that was a moment.
That's a first.
Never again.
Thing. Nope, never again. And there you go. Here we crash. Oh, unlucky. Brex jumps out. Don't want to get run over, my friend. Watch out. But he will be safe. And Pains gets the compound, just as I was talking about. This is where we had a doozy split off just before. Now they get it again. Not prime real estate by any means. Kilyakai most likely is looking to go up and pick up his teammate. And I would imagine Pains is going to stay. The issue is, again, I mean, new map, limited info. He's looking to try and see what's available and from where he can play that he's going to be safe. Doesn't go for the hard cover. He's playing the rock down by the river instead.
All right, well, you know, I mean, if it works, it works. And we've got Eternal Fire trying to make it work as well. Where are they going? They are going on a massive wrap around to the west side here. And I was about to kind of make light to the idea that Ascend loves to try and control the west side in some of these games. And we saw it in previous ones. And apparently we're going to see it here as well. And Tropic is blasting through into the middle of this. This is going to work out. This is very bold.
Yeah, looking unlikely, but so far they've made it into the water. Can they go all the way across? Nope, not to be. They will be forced out onto the small island, to the shrine, from where they can chill.
I can't believe this has become actually such a focal point of this game after you brought it up earlier, because actually it's now being quite important for these teams to try and have some cover.
Sometimes it works for you, you know? I mean, it should get shifted away from come next circle, but at least for now, it'll grant them the cover they need. They have business on the northern side, BB team on the other, Ascent on one, and now we shift east straight to the massive mountain. But fortunately, I guess, for everyone, there's not anyone on the top right now.
Yes, which, you know, obviously does cause some problems if there were someone up there. And now nobody really can get up there. So we will see as all of these teams kind of scramble. Business is going to be the one to really move first and kind of lunge towards that compound west of it. And tons more movement going down towards the south here as well. BB team realizes there's an opportunity to shoot down towards full tilt. Will they be able to hit anything? A few little pot shots, a few sprays come out against them, but not able to do anything at all with it.
I mean, this is the issue that we have. Full Tilt is wrapping early because they want to get away from what we're looking at right now. From where Full Tilt is, up on the intersection, all the way down to BB team, you have a handful of trees, and that's about all the cover you're going to get. So knowing that they don't want to be forced to take fights there, pull up on Perfectix instead, make a car fort here, try to set up some space for yourself. Yes, you lose one, but with what you've just avoided having to be part of on the southern side, I think that one casualty is going to be worthwhile.
Yep, not bad at all, considering, as you say, how central that is. FaZe, though, here. Huge nades coming on in here against, I guess. And I think they're probably just completely done now, as BB was also able to do a lot against them as well. Only one member remaining, but he's way in the distance. Now that's going to force the fight between those two. Ruin here taking a lot of shots, but Eternal Fire will be able to get away.
Late game bike, not something you see too often, but Ruin still wrapping around trying to get the safety, trying to follow his teammates. The only cover they'll have available is the vehicles they will be able to bring into this next fight as BB team now. I mean, again, wanting to go to the circle, but they're pretty much forced to take the fight to FaZe because they can't let them backfill. They can't let them just run out of the compound, shoot them in the back in the open. So forced to play on the edge, forced to hopefully have VP, somebody else help them out in dealing with FaZe.
Yeah, any transition means you're going to get shot at. So, as you're rightly saying, you deal with it somehow. Vexy's looking for an angle, like a path. Where do we go next from here? Never mind the idea that there's going to be teams shooting at you, but Virtus Pro is also going to be looking over towards them. Meanwhile, we have Ascend as well as Entropic finding themselves in the conflict here from the pond. And I think, for the most part, Entropic wants none of it anymore, realizing that Ascend actually might have a bit more better hard cover than them.
Yeah, we'll see now. They need to. I feel like they need to pick their poison here. Do you look towards the south, towards BB team and FaZe and the like? So do you go north on this one? Unlucky.
Wait, everybody in the south just started to move at exactly the same time. BB as well as FaZe. Oh my, it's an absolute blood. It's chaos here as they all tried to go for the same location at the same time. How many people just got run over?
I think it just got 3 on run overs, and now BB team are coming in to clean up. Again, I mean, we're in an area of the map where a year from now, looking back to this, they go, why didn't they play that dip? Why didn't they play that rock? Why didn't they play here? Teams don't know the best positions yet, and therefore they all commit to the few that they do know.
I just can't believe that everybody simultaneously all got in their cars at exactly the same time and all moved to that spot. But anyway, we've got the BB team still in the thick of things here. Eternal Fire will go down as well. BB team, we talk about the 56 points from Twisted Minds in the previous games, but BB team is also on 54. It's insane what these two teams are doing at the top.
It is proper crazy. Not only that they're able to kind of survive these chaotic fights, but they do so in style. They take one casualty, yes, but again, I mean, they come out with, what, 5 kills off of that fight alone. And now, again, I mean, not in prime position, but if this next circle goes south or even west back into the valley down below, everyone's going to be forced to come to them, and that's pretty much going to be a top 4 guaranteed.
Yes, it is. Jeez Louise, what a tournament so far. Already starting off super fiery up towards the top. And, well, unfortunately for Luka Rooks, I think, well, he's going to be on fire in a moment because there is not much way to get into this circle for him as we take a look at how all this plays out. Full Tilt, once again, somehow found themselves in a great spot, similar to our previous Taego.
Yeah, definitely DR. They had to fight for it too. Wrapped up the way they did, avoided confrontation. And now sat in a dip. Again, I mean, we haven't really seen mortar shots come through. We haven't seen a whole lot going on in terms of that. But again, I mean, I feel like it's there just hasn't really been a time where a team has had a perfect location locked down from where they could just chill. You know, everyone's been kind of on the move, and the ones that haven't have been locked down with opponents right next to them forever.
Yeah, it is tough stuff. Yeah, especially for Win or Die as well, alongside Primal. Primal managed to get everybody 4 up and good to go as well here, but they still need a lot more points. 3 is not enough here. Gonna wait for the spread to come around, but Melman overstepping the mark, and Rustamar just absolutely dinks him with the Dragonov.
Crucial knock to kick things off, but now a knock straight in return. Melman once again trying to drop back to the Orc. Spots Novi on the other side. Has Stats locked down as well. Nice info by Melman to find the first player as she gets the second.
Primal gets obliterated here, despite having what I would assume would have been the more optimal position going up against Win or Die. Win or Die absolutely blasts them.
Oh, Melman, the fragger of the team, finds a 3-piece. Layers now gone down. Will get flushed alongside Presenti too, so it's really now just up to Melman alone in trying to make his way out of here alive. He's still not inside the circle. He has to wrap further north as Gaming Gladiators now flexing up on the northern side, trying to get some points. They're split 2-2. I like this reaction play from them. Try and clear, like come in late, clear this northeastern side of the circle to then try and push out depending on where the next circle goes.
Always on P90 watch, and Levante is good to go. Almost a jump scare for him coming around the corner. See the knocked guy. He was like, whoa. But we'll finish that off. And BB team 8 on the board here with, of course, the muzzle brake on the DMR as well, because why on earth not have it on, well, just all of your guns at this point. It's pretty good.
True. Pretty decent, some might argue. Again, I mean, this 2-2 split from Gaming Gladiators, I don't think this circle really benefited them massively. They still have the same tricky decision to make. Do we stay south with little room to maneuver, or do we go north now, taking a fight potentially to start us, but knowing full well that BB team from the southern side will third party us as soon as we start fighting?
Ascenders found themselves actually...
Who actually uses that?
What?
The request first dates thing where you throw them to each other.
I've seen throwing... Yeah, but when you say request...
You know how you press that I need first dates and someone can go and throw first dates to you? It's just something we don't see used very often. So thank you, Pains and the Ascent boys, for reminding us that that feature is still in the game.
Right, I see what you're saying. Okay, he requested, like, I just assumed you would use comms.
you would normally do that, but nope, not quite the case. A doozy. Gets one more. That's going to, again, make even more room for BB team, who can now... I mean, they've got a foothold in on the other side. A nice little dip here to work with as they make their way up the hillside. But they, too, have to worry about what's in front of them. You can see not a whole lot of cover for them to work with here. They're waiting for the perfect moment. They're waiting for Stardust. I mean, Melman, Gaming Gladiators, anyone on that northern side to fight.
With the spread that Stardust has, technically they could control some of this. Metabay will take down Melman. That's Winner Die out in 7th. But the fact that there are still 6 teams here in very close vicinity to one another now, it's going to be tough. Kiliakai actually exploding that car. Ooh, Kiliakai actually doing loads of work in the kill feed, but Dedrick's also taking out Ascend, so that's going to be them gone as well. Only 4 teams remain here. BB team still alive.
Yep, solid once again. Every single game they've made their way into the late game, and this one is going to be no different. A knock onto Levante should potentially allow the BB team to strike in from the southern side. Indeed they do. They found rocks behind a vehicle. Phil first just grabbed himself an arm to play with. They're going to see Dante Rebel on the other side too, and I mean, it makes pretty good sense that players that used to play with one another tend to play the same play styles. And now, I do sit down, best of luck. We'll see if he can pinpoint pin.
Yeah, you definitely learn each other's tendencies when you're playing with one another for sure. And it pays dividends, especially when you stay on the same team as one another for a long period of time. We've seen that on a lot of these rosters. Pin is now gone though. 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2.
Do they realize there's one more down here? I'm not sure best luck.
I don't think so.
No, I think they lost track of rocks.
I think they might have as well.
Ooh. No, here's
it's going to cost best.
Look for it too. You better stand up, Rocks. You have 2 guys looking the other way right now.
It could be free.
Timing is going to be everything here. Rocks peeks up, fights the first one, turns around, gets the second one as well. Nice play from him, instantly to be taken down, but the damage is already done. He's allowed and bought enough time for Dante to get Levante back on his feet.
That's a huge shutdown. That is massive from Rocks. Really well done by him. Does open up the opportunity here, though, for Entropic to still continue holding the middle ground and allow these other teams, well, allow them to just let the other teams fight it out.
Yeah,
and take the win. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Oh, we can get the utility thrown down there. I mean, you can take out opponents with it. It comes down pretty fast. Yep. It's not like an E-pickup that takes a whole minute. So a nice attempt at trying to take out people with the deployable cover. We'll see now if Dante, flashbang thrown forward, 1 smoke to work with. They're going to try and make the run for it. Maybe the rich line and the flash is going to be enough for them to make the run. No, Laza's there ready and waiting.
Yeah, Not bad at all, especially when you throw the cover into a smoke as well, because then it really covers the idea of throwing it. But here, P90 watch Levante here on Lazar very, very quickly. Still needs to deal with Crossberg. Flash will go out. Will it be enough here to slow down the push? Yes, it will here as Crossberg takes it. But Dedrix is there, ready to go. They should have him dead to rights.
It is the pond buff, the shrine buff. I say that maybe too soon. Crossberg finds Dedrix. Dedrix knew exactly where he had him. Crossberg had no time to get the heals on up. He's down to just 15. And I think with the damage done, Dedrix thought he had him dead to rights, but not to be. Crossberg reloads, throws more deployable cover forward, tries to see if he can get more kills with it. Don't kid yourself, bro. Watch out.
This is dangerous. This is very, very dangerous. Deployable cover goes down. Yanni, has he lost track of him? He throws a flash over that way as well. Did he just go pick up the arm?
I'm not sure. He has no clue where his opponent is. No, he untaps. Oh, Yanni, okay. Goes back in, but an initial mistake made by Yanni, able though to turn it around and get home the room regardless.
Oh, that was close. That was close here between all these. Yeah.
One kill for Entropic coming into the final 4 players alive. That was a quiet one. Again, I mean, they chilled on the island in the pond. They came in, they asked the gods of PUBG, how do we win this game? They said, just wait. They did so, and they got themselves 13 points.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, for a lot of these teams, right, coming in, I know, I understand why they come into the late game circles on Rondo so wounded, right? Because as you were referring to midway through that game, there are still those uncertainties about how you want to transition a lot of the times. Hence why we saw everybody just piling into their cars down towards the south. I'll not forget that for a long time, Toby. That was special.
Definitely was a chaotic finish to what was a pretty chaotic game all the way through.
Yes, it was. All right, well, I don't really have anything that rhymes with Rondo, so we're going to go to a break. And, well, sorry, actually, we're going to go to the desk here to talk about this game.
I have nothing to rhyme with Rondo either, so we'll just get into talking a little bit about it. Too soon, would you say, Avenger, to determine who the best teams on this map are?
Yeah, after just one, game here, we can't already say that it's Entropic that's the best team, considering that they only got 3 kills here. Oh, but overall, it's when there's so much uncertainties about a map still that these guys, it's a huge map, first of all, in terms of terrain, playable terrain and playable area, that there's no way that the vast majority of these players don't know exactly every nook and cranny here that is playable. But this area up here overall has seen a lot of circle endings. Also in ranked has had some tendencies to go up here northwest of Stadium. So yeah, to lock this one out for Entropic, obviously good, but still there's a lot of other teams that managed to get a lot of kills, double-digit kills even here for BB and Stardust.
Buck, what did you think of Rondo the first time we get to see a Chad PEC4?
It's, I have to agree with what Martin's saying. We've had so many end zones there. So I think telltale signs when that zone popped, that teams didn't fully commit. I did like a drop, obviously, Entropic coming in a little bit later. Stardust, great control from them. Yet again, we see BB team holding out and yet again finding themselves in a top 4 position. But difficult, very difficult for some of the teams to get in. I think they left it quite late, but we're right. It's 1 so far. We've got another 2 days to see another 2 rondos. Will we get other teams potentially claiming a victory?
We'll have to find out. I mean, BB team, again, I spoke about them after Taego. I'm going to bring them up again, Avenger, because they are having such a consistent run here. This is a fantastic way. I mean, you've got 2 days in the groups, right, to get points to get into the grand finals. And at this rate, if they continue onto Erangel like this, I mean, they've made their mark and they're probably qualified.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing for the other teams, right? When you have a team that's running that far ahead, they're already going to be certain that they're going to be into the grand final. That's where they can start looking around. Like I look at you guys now. Hey, who am I going to focus? Who am I going to bully? And that's the scary thing, right? Because BB team is definitely going to be thinking, okay, what teams right now are looting in areas that we might want to take away from them, or what teams are kind of a little bit annoying that we don't want to face them in, or they're good, maybe they're a strong team usually in the finals. They want to avoid having them there. And when you have such a huge lead on some of these teams, that's where your opportunities kind of open in your strat book a little bit, and that's something that's scary, because a BB team is a team you don't want to face off having 50 points on top of you.
You mentioned their strat books, and I think, Mark, this is a thing that I really love at the moment is this team focus we're doing, because we can have a look at the team strat book, see how it played out on the different maps and in the different matches. We are focusing on a team who maybe their strat's not really paying off for them in this particular Rondo game.
Oh, I took a gamble, Sam. I took a roll the dice. Primal during the group stage, during the qualifiers before the groups were really good. Rondo was a strong map for them. Yes, we haven't played a huge amount of gaming. Yes, they haven't played with some of these teams here, but they had control. They dropped north. They obviously played down a little bit. They controlled it. The zone fed towards him to a degree, but they find themselves at the base of the pillar. Really good control. I think the guy said it, that they were in a position of strength. Now the zone, this is the big shift to come over there, looking for the initial knocks and kills, but they focused their attention back. They had a few, obviously, really far out on the blue. They did work their way in, but at no point should they have allowed win or die, let alone to get close or even crash, get a knock. Obviously, they received some knocks themselves, 2 down, great nades come in, but the late push coming in from that 2-2 split, it all them favoured win or die. And Martin, I have to question, they should have been tighter here, expecting that zone to shift back to him.
Yeah, for sure. On top of that, we have to mention as well, Mark, and Sam, this was such a hard playing path. Very northern and very west to east linear. So many teams couldn't really get to their normal loot area. And Primal had a huge open area. They looted up by Ryan. They had almost the whole northern sides of them. But yeah, then again, it comes down to, and I feel like repetitions on the map, right? How many times have you played against so many teams that are alive and active at the same time on Rondo? It's very rare, of course, sometimes in the qualifiers and stuff, but still, there are going to be so many teams that are pressuring you at the same time, and you have to play, as you say, Mark, super tight together. Make sure you can refrag, re-knock, and make sure that you don't stand still for a second. Otherwise, you're going to get a Dragunov headshot knock immediately, and you're going to be one man down in your fight, and then you usually end up losing it.
So far, what are we thinking of the groups that we've seen? I mean, we've seen Group A and B here. We've seen the teams. What are we feeling, Avenger, about what we've seen so far on day number 1?
Yeah, I'm feeling worried if I'm Group C, to be honest, because it's always hard to come in and be that far behind. Mentally, you're behind, right? Of course, you got the same amount of games played, but still, you have teams that come in practically already qualified or practically already in the finals. Maybe they need 1 or 2 good games, and they have 4 games to bully you, to third party you, to pull up on you while you're trying to build your kind of stable set amount of points. And if you have a few rough games in your first couple of games, if you're Group C, that's going to be rough. But then again, we have it's as James is saying, it's very spongy at the top right now, and a few teams are taking a lot of the points. So I feel like it's going to be very, very tight in terms of the cutoff.
So far, BB team has had an incredible first day here at PEC4. Will they be able to continue that onto Erangel? We'll find out in a little bit.
Hey guys, it's Kiliakai from Team Ascent here, and like everybody knows, Ibas is a very strong car on Rondo and you can charge it in Neox Factory, but nobody knows you can actually charge it with a stun gun. So if you have a stun gun, you just aim on the front of the bus and shoot, so you get the half of the charge back. As you see, it's not full, but it's charged up.
Hello everyone, that's Seduzi from Team VB, and today I'm gonna show you some tip on the Rondo. Actually, how to park your bus in this compound and how to not park inside of this building and why. Saving your car from this side to this house like this. You're not gonna be able to leave from this compound because your bus gonna be stuck like this. And you're not gonna be able to leave if like some teams is gonna push you. So don't park car inside of this house. Park outside, like here or like any other place, but not inside.
Okay, so first thing first, we're gonna talk about entry deny. What you're gonna need is a mountain bike and a metal door. If it's not a metal door and it's wooden one, they're gonna shoot the top, they're gonna throw a nade, and either they're gonna kill you or move the bike and they're gonna enter anyway. The door becomes obstructed, and you can also make it one way. which means you can open it, throw a nade, maybe even knock a guy with a gun, depends, and instantly close it. They cannot re-enter. You're all fine, you're safe. The only thing that can kill you is a blue zone. The second trick is with the cover flyers. Everyone knows them, but a thing that not that many players know is you can move them. It's a long process, so I would suggest to do it only when you're safe. But if you need to create a little bit more perfect cover, definitely do it. It can be done with any vehicle that's not a bike, and it's perfect for end games. But yeah, that's it for me. I hope you learned something and enjoy the games.
I crashed my south house.
He came alone in the bus, by the way. He's alone in the bus. He was full solo. This is all of them coming in one car now.
I'm nading behind the house now.
All of them in one car.
With you.
I'm coming closer. One still on the
They're getting, yeah. It might be someone shooting
one
him in the
knock.
back.
Let's go here, guys.
Three knock. Let's push.
You're S3, you're S3. Stay together.
2 flush. Yep. I'm going inside house, follow me.
3 flushed.
One up.
Fine.
Second one coming later. Just follow him, drive on him.
More customer behind you, full team behind you, drive behind you.
Nice. One more.
Last guy. Behind him.
Otan shot of the road on board.
Playing green.
Yeah, it's fine.
Pass coming, Nixie.
Sin. I'm getting down by 3 guys, stop to me.
4 man.
I knocked 1. I knocked 2.
They're gonna die.
Just stay late.
It's BB playing late.
BB and FaZe, they're all drive bang here. They're all just drive bang.
All dead.
He's dead.
They crashed my south house.
He came alone in the bus, by the way. He's alone in the bus. He was full solo. This is all of them coming in one car now.
I'm nading behind the house now.
All of them in one car.
With you.
I'm coming closer. One still on the
They're getting, yeah. It might be someone shooting
one
him in
knock.
the back.
Let's go here, guys.
3 knock. Let's push.
Flush.
You're S3. Stay together.
2 flush. Yep. I'm going inside house, follow me.
3 flushed.
One up.
Fine.
Second one coming later. Just follow him, drive on him.
More customer behind you, full team behind you, drive behind you.
Nice. One more.
Last guy. Behind him.
Otan shot of the road on board.
Playing green.
Yeah, it's fine.
Pass coming, Nixie.
All right, well, alert your clientele. It's time for Erangel. That's not the intro at all. It's the grassy pastures. That's right. We have got ourselves 2 games of Erangel on the way here, Toby, to figure out who's going to be victorious.
I will say, just off of the clip that we saw in the break there, because it was so chaotic, I said it during the break too, but I want the players to, or the viewers to have a chance to feel bad about not being done that way too. I kind of wish we had all the different team comps playing at the same time too. Just to add to the utter chaos that was that 5-second explosion on the southern side of that circle. It would have been interesting.
It was kind of nuts, yeah, and the comms across one another would also have been crazy, but here's our leaderboards. 61 points after 4 games. Well, congratulations, BB, as well as congratulations, Twisted Minds, because that's just unbelievable to start off our tournament.
I mean, our second place has almost as many points as the 2 teams behind him combined. It's I would say rare that we see one team do this, but for 2 teams to separate themselves with 27 points or more this early on, that's, I mean, dominance asserted in a way that is very rare.
Very rare indeed. I think maybe a few times here and there, Americas might have had, you know, like a Sonics and a Falcons looking as phenomenal.
Yeah, they're used to this. It's not oftentimes in the EMEA we see to the same extent.
No, because we just don't actually have as many feeder teams, I want to call it, relative to. I mean, it's true. Like,
there are many ways you could have spun that sentence, and
I could have, but I'm a little bit blunt. I'm old now, you know, that's what I gotta say. So yeah, that's how it goes. But yes, so great for them. They've been able to put themselves in a great position. But going on to Erangel, this is where all the teams are gonna feel a bit more comfortable relative to the chaos of Rondo, because that was all over the place.
I mean, you can add Taego to that conversation as well. I think outside of the fact that we saw an incredible game from a select few teams, Business being one of them, on Taego, I think both this Taego and Rondo game were, I don't want to say write-offs, because some teams got some really like massive points off of them, but in terms of the games we will remember as the greatest mentally played games of PUBG, the macro like super games, neither of these two were them. So I think reset your mind, try and avoid mentally all the chaos you've just witnessed, and then breathe. Play Erangel. Now we're back to the to what people know how to do.
Yeah, yes, you're dead on with that. I mean, I was expecting towards the end of that Rondo, for example, Entropic to take the win, but obviously kind of that didn't quite go the way it was always going to go here with Cross looking the way he did. So, I mean, there's still really decent challenges. Like Stardust, for example, getting, what, 13 kills, I think, in that last game? Like, that really puts them in the running here to be able to have a really good day overall.
Yeah, I mean, and they were able to push in up on that hillside a bit later on. I mean, the way that they were able to clear up multiple teams in that spot too was pretty phenomenal. It's not the easiest position to play. Good on them is that, as we saw it, all the action kind of took place on the southern side earlier in that game. So we're able to weather a lot of the chaos that could have gone on them. But they too had their fair share of fights they had to take. And while Jenny did come out victorious in the end of it, it was a pretty close fight all the way through.
I'm totally remembering that wrong. It wasn't Entropic that did get the win.
Yeah. I just don't throw you under the bus, you know.
You could just say it. That's fine. But yeah,
I mean, a good game for Entropic to win. It's one of those weird ones where, because they practically got no kills, I mean, the final kill was a third. It's one of those where if you don't make that a win, if you finish third in that game, that's just an 8-point game. And with how many circles went your way, in the end of it anyway, you really want to come home in double digits in one of those type games.
Yeah, you do. You do. What I want to ask as a question is, are you and Martin in the same void? Because both of your backgrounds
I can change my void.
No,
I have lamps that can change my void. Martin is just stuck in basement void now.
Both of your backgrounds have inexplicably changed from tournament to tournament. This is crazy.
My excuse is that I moved into this place like 5 minutes ago and I haven't had a chance to do anything. But just already tomorrow, I'm not going to promise anything, but hopefully it's going to be cool. I'll put a picture of you in the background, James. You got this.
Oh, yeah, that'll be perfect. All right, well, let's get to it. The penultimate game of the day, it is game number 5, and we are heading to the grassy pastures. It's Erangel on the way. A very heavy west lean on this plane. Will be a bit harder for those east teams to get themselves situated and good to go.
That's the funny part, right? When we get those, I mean, maps that every player knows inside out, but we still find ways to throw them curveballs. It's obviously this specific set of teams hasn't necessarily played against one another in this exact constellation before. So maybe, despite the fact that it's Erangel, everyone knows exactly what to do and how to play the map, doesn't mean they necessarily know how to play the map against these specific 15 opponents they have.
And for a plane like this, for drops like this is why that north road of Military Island is so important for a team like FaZe. Because if you have to drop along, you know, the farm road, then suddenly, hey, the problem is that there's a lot of teams that even want to just drop there anyway, and actually just use that not only for vehicles but also as just their normal drop spot. But we already have a doozy and a little bit of trouble here against all of this. And Entropic, there's no way a doozy gets out of here. Wait, hello? Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say he had, for a second they had a shotgun versus 2 pistols. It seems like they've been able to reset. Like, guys, we said that this was the tried and tested. I think the whole conversation where you take a breather, because Entropic won that last game, now they're so hyped on energy that they start running each other over. Keep in mind that Aduce is a very capable player. While he doesn't have a shotgun, he can still do damage, and the more time you give him to reset now, the more time BP team will get to regroup, the more time win or die could potentially spend to look in this direction too.
Yeah, they are slowly on their way, BB. So that did potentially buy time. That run over was almost impressive. That's the thing about it.
And there's no, I mean, it's definitely 100% on the person parachuting in, because there's no world in which the guy pulling up in the car has any chance of seeing the guy in the parachute right above him.
Well, here comes the push out from looking to try and get this as quickly as possible. I think they understand the severity of the situation. If one person is here, they know reinforcements are on the way. They can hear the cars encroaching slowly onto this position. I say slowly, quite fast to be perfectly honest. Here's Phil first as well. Shots come out from grenades to try and stop that, but Besto is taking the tower off of it. Win or Die is also making a position here for the overlook. So whoever comes out of this has got to be very cautious.
And I hope that this is what Entropic realizes. I was going to initially fault them for not full committing to the fight against the Doozy, hesitating a bit, maybe some miscommunication, but now it actually might come to kind of help them out, because Bestalock realizing now that Winner Dies on the hills on the other side means that he can't really play, like, have the same impact that otherwise he might be able to.
Yeah, making any transitions across from building to building becomes a whole lot harder as well. Never mind the idea of taking angles and then exposing yourself from windows, but Besto is trying to peek around on that corner. Winner Die has actually abandoned a little bit of the hold. I mean, there's only Presenti up there to take a little look towards them.
I mean, the circle's gone north, and right now it's a win or die situation after we try and actually claim some real estate here with a not 50-50 shift north and south, but still could go either way. Or do we stay down here for some, like, a potential point or two? And also, they have barely even looted yet themselves, so it makes perfect sense that they at least send a couple of guys back to fetch some extra stuff, because they have a long journey ahead of them.
Yep, no, I can only agree. Easy opening, though, from Spiro. Yeah, great off angle from that high ground. Another shot's coming in here. A big spray from a doozy. Oh, so smart from a doozy, actually. Well, let's talk about that in a moment here, though, as Grindy's is the last one alive, positioning himself there just in case he gets knocked to move out of the way from the flush off of the back of the windowsill. That was beautiful.
Smart lineup indeed. As Grindy's now solo player left alive, will try and stay on his feet. Hopefully, I mean, he's only really going to have time to get one rest up. I'm surprised Phil first didn't commit to this push earlier, but now he does make the run for it.
Yes, he does. Here goes more nades to try and shut things down. Besto. Oh, great from Grindy's as well here from that spray. Really good control by him. Can they clean this up somehow?
Pistol and a dual barrel. Not optimal. I mean, the dual barrel, of course, is a mighty fine weapon for an up-close fight like this. That makes perfect sense that you pick up an E-pick-up as well. In this case, you might just need it.
Well,
but let's see. Let's see, able to reset fully, maybe.
Get the Scorpion going. Come on. Nobody's picking the Scorpion up the shotgun anyway.
Yeah. Maybe he might be forced to if he whiffs a bullet. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see what he gets done. 7, make that 9 bullets in total to work with. As Hawkey will be flush, but again, I mean, with how chaotic this situation was, you really did take a one-player casualty any day of the week.
Look at Win or Die's Overlook now. Yep. They came back with their loot, and they are absolutely lining this up. This is so tough for the teams in the compound.
Definitely is, and it all falls back to, I mean, a Doozy stretching a bit too far in that compound. No reason for him to be there as a solo player. Phil first will get flush, point taken away for Deadrix. Arguably the one who was, you know, more in the fight, so it's only fair that he gets rewarded with an extra point.
A little bit of loot. Spiro's going to be the last one. Chilling. This is some old school PUBG gameplay right here. Stay still and silent in the bathroom. And chill.
Not something you see too often. But not really anything else Spiro can do. Hope that Win or Die either pulls up in the compound and that becomes a full-on 3v4 fight that you might get a point off of. Or maybe they all think better of it and just leave you be.
Well, I think for BB team, unless Spiro can do something... I mean, what? They've went first, second, and probably 16th.
Yeah.
Unless something crazy happens.
I mean, but it's one of those where you can, I mean, even throw the E-pickups into this conversation as well. E-pickups have allowed for teams to commit to these fights for longer, too, knowing that you can get to the circle in pretty swift fashion. But now, as we we're just talking about, Win or Die, we'll find Deadrix, so a little bit of help for Spiro. Very capable of getting a 1v2, but can't quite find it up there.
No.
There you go.
Tries for another one. Jeez Louise, is Spiro going to be actually able to do this here? The other people from Win or Die may end up going a bit more aggressive on this, though, at the same time. Spiro does see them moving around. Shots come from those cars as well, and they're just crashing in. They realize they've kill counted. They know what's going on. They're going to take away some of these entropic knocks as well. And now Spiro, 1v4, mate.
29 bullets to work with as well. Not sure it's going to be enough, but I mean, we've seen crazier things happen before. Let's see if Spiro can somehow turn this one around. Highly doubtful. All vehicles are on the other side of the compound. 3 guys in the compound. Extends as kind of the off-angle player. Now shotguns in hand as well. I mean, Winner Die is looking to try and get this one with no casualties, which makes perfect sense. No reason to just YOLO in and say, oh, guys, it's a 4v1, it's easy, because that's how you end up losing these fights.
Yeah, you do. Yep, you've got to be cautious. I do wonder if they end up just saying, well, we're bailing.
Yeah.
Is this really worth it? As we now have fights going on all the way at the other side of the map, because we're in the crates over in George, and we have Levante here taking a fight towards Eternal Fire. And good name to start things off. They're going to shut him down. Okay, he's gone.
Easy. Easy peasy. Nice angle. Nice attempt from Spiro, but in the end, not quite doable. He needed the ka-ching, ka-ching, I think, in order to keep that one alive. But not to be. Winner Die smart push by them again. I mean, using the utility to clear out angles, and then in the end, logging down to one building, or one room, I should say, in the building, in the kill.
Was that a slot machine or a DBS sound?
That's DBS. Why not both, James? Why not both?
Right. Okay, the DBS. Okay, cool.
Of all people not to recognize the ka-ching, ka-ching, that's... I mean, you're like the DBS main.
It's the ka-chonk, ka-chonk.
Ka-chonk, oh, wow. Okay, it's going to be an accent thing. I'm sorry. It's the Danish accent that got the better of me there.
That must have been it, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I'll think better of myself next time, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Circle, as we saw earlier, I mean, we haven't really had a big chance to talk about it because it hasn't been too relevant in what we've been seeing so far, is up towards the north. Most teams have found themselves comfortably up there already. We saw a bit of a bit of a skirmish inside the crates, but outside of that, there hasn't been a whole lot going on up here. We have lost 9 players already. Of course, the majority of those would be from the fight down on the southern side, and now FaZe riding straight past Twisted Minds, who is set very ready for a fight here.
Yeah, very still, no sound whatsoever. Looking to take that shot straight now and see if he can take Gustav. Very close to taking him down, but there's other shots coming in from another team as well. Fex realizes that and is actually going to have to turn around. Are they actually going to take this fight? That's quite ambitious if they do. Jeans has already gone down to Lou, and they're going to come around again here, but Kirexi does take Perfectix. I thought Perfectix was going to win that fight, but not to be.
Full on pulling up on this fight. They thought with one guy peeking out late, shooting by himself, that it would just be one guy, but now caught by surprise. Teams on all sides of them starting to shoot in this direction, as now Gustav once again, a solo player left alive. Let's see if he can do what he managed to do in Taego earlier.
There's an opportunity for him to get 1 or 2 of these points, maybe, if he can use a lot of this util. But now James and Kirexi full flushed out here. Twisted Minds is looking for the full recovery here against this. They know that Gustav's still lurking, though. Gustav is maybe just buying time, trying to make sure that they can't go for the res straight away. But this is... it's getting out of hand now for him.
Definitely is. Definitely is. Batulins, Lou, solo players. Or solo, I should say, a duo left alive. Lou, though, down to half HP. Batulins trying to cover. This is still winnable.
They charge up. Goes for the bounce.
No, it hits the tree.
No, the tree!
Unlucky now, though, down to 1 HP. Great hits coming in from Loeb.
Oi.
And he will finish it off as well. So FaZe, I mean, for 3rd game out of 4, full chaos pull-up situation where they end up dying. There's not really been a game where FaZe has had a proper chance to, you know, spread out, play a smart, calculated game. It's been very much pull up and die type fights they have found themselves in, that they've died in.
And a usual important landmark in this plane crash here is now being crashed onto by Agaz against Virtus Pro, but it's going not the way of Agaz, unfortunately, as they are trying their best. And Virtus Pro has technically lost 1. Maybe a few more nades here and there could do something. Yes, actually confirming Lukarooks already. But still, can they breach Ibi as well as Beamy?
Just Percival here, trying to get it done. No more bullets in the grenade. Or smoke grenade launcher, I should say. As EB, with the smoke blooming, enjoying the cover that he has. That flash might actually be perfectly timed to spot CB on the other side. But EB, with enough cover to stay alive for a while, does find Beamy. But nice attempt regardless for Percival, even if he falls in 13th.
Maybe we can see another rock up, though. Maybe try and punish the rest of this as he does come over here. Does Lazar? Yes, he will. Cleans it up. Virtus Pro. 24 points so far, but, you know, they would expect and hope for more.
21 players dead at the 12-minute mark. Why did we take the chaos from Rondo and add it to this map? I know the circle was north, but it wasn't like it was full-blown chaos.
It's been a bit dicey. It's going to continue.
Chaos mode, far from done as Petulance finds one, Groan takes Ruin, capital ends all over the place. We'll see if Pin with 2 capital ends as well can come out victorious here.
Tries to go for it and spray down, but it will have to back off as Madzi will get taken down as well on the other side of the map here from Eternal Fire. Seeing if it can try and hold off against in this compound. Pin, though, sends just another nade forwards to Ruin, Mr. Ruin.
Levante, he was hoping to see someone flank around, someone try to make a play. I mean, I think for Gaming Gladiators, they were looking to try and make up their mind. Do we pull up on this or do we not? Now, half the team is driving away, but Levante is going in all on his own. What's happening here?
I don't know. Full Tilt's going to clean a lot of this up if they're not careful. Mad is the last one left for Eternal Fire to try and do something. Comes around for the spray and actually manages to catch Groan. Jeez Louise, this game has been... I don't want to call it messy, but it's just been non-stop, pedal to the metal. And now the circle pops, and it's just like 2 and a bit teams in the circle towards the island along the river. What's going on?
I'll gladly say this game has been bad. Like pull-up decisions, communication, and fights. I mean, obviously we don't hear their comms, but the way that a lot of these, it's just been unlike what we're used to seeing. Even with hard playing paths, because I think that's a lot of what, I mean, kind of caused this to happen. It's a hard northern shift off of a circle that didn't allow for a lot of teams to go to where they normally go, but this has not been pretty at all.
But sometimes the not pretty ones, when it comes to this, cause all the commotion, all the chaos, and
the viewers are loving it. I'm sure they are. They're all cheering and having a fun time in the chat. But in terms of, like, you know, the brilliance of some of these players, the competitive masterminds of PUBG, it's been very far and few between shining moments that we've had in this game so far. Down to 10 teams already, half the server eliminated, and we're only 14 minutes in. Like, normally we don't get the first kill before 14 minutes.
I'll tell you what it does look like, or it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like an EMEA game. That's what it doesn't look like. And that's why I'm thrown off a little bit, because there's just so much aggression so early with all of these crashes and stuff like that. Usually there's a bit more of a calculated effort about some of these approaches and things like that. But this has been just like pedal to the metal. Let's go. And yeah, it's producing some exciting... No way. There's nothing in there.
There's no one there. Just want to see if there's a reaction, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean... He has 2 more nades. Might as well waste one on potentially hitting a door. I'm not even sure if he blew a window out.
The bomb.
But they're looking for a bit of reaction. Instead of shooting, just throw a nade in there, because no one will know where you are, because obviously they're not going to hear you pin that thing. So throw a nade in, make people, if they're in the compound, think, oh, is there anyone here? And now he realizes that there isn't. He can jump on down. It's actually kind of smart when you think about it. Had he shot, they would have known that it came from the glider, but because of the nade, they don't.
Yeah. Well, he'll go back to the rest of his team. I mean, at least he's gaining valuable scouting information. And I suppose if you do nade there, as you say, and don't get any reaction, then later on you know it's available, and maybe you would use it as a potential move towards. I think you'd be surprised in general. In a circle like this, there is no one in there, right? Exactly. Considering the circle.
I mean, it might be because half the server is dead. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah.
just throwing it out there. And well, I mean, because everyone is dead, that also makes that much more space for these teams who would usually at this point have to start fighting each other. Now they can wait with that for a circle or 2 more. Even though the game is trying to force us out into the open, the players have managed to avoid confrontation because there's just that much more space to maneuver.
Yeah, look at him. I mean, Chris is just going over there to double confirm it as well. Yeah. And now look at the circle shift. And Chris is like, yoink. Okay, well, good job, Brexco. Good scouting, mate. We double check and we get right on in there. Ascend all day, I feel like, has been able to get themselves into some great situations, some great spots, but not been able to clinch out against some of the top teams at the very top. This has to be the game where they turn that ship around a little bit. I mean, they were in third coming into this game, so it's not like it's catastrophic, but they could have had even more points. You know what I mean?
They could have been in first. Not easily, but doable.
had they been able to convert more end-game presence into end-game wins. The issue has been, and most likely will be in this game as well, while they get circles, they are not in positions from where they can really take a lot of advantage if they don't win the end-game fights. And this one's going to be the same. Yes, there's that effectively the only compound left in the game, but they don't have lines of sight of any fights going on here.
Well, Lil W is going to push up against Primal once again. I was a bit critical of Primal earlier and not being able to really hit a lot of their shots and not be able to take their fights properly the way that they would like to, considering that they had good positions here, but also Business is inserting themselves in this as well here. So this is actually opening things up very nicely for Primal to be able to do a lot about it, and Lil W is crumbling.
Yeah, I mean, Business, they played a really good kind of open hillside game on Taego, similar to where they find themselves right now, so could potentially be that they can convert some of the success into yet another good open hill ending here.
Schengen. No, Germany's closing its borders, but maybe we've still got a little bit of semblance of the Schengen area. As will you be able to survive? Reverse, reverse. Panic? Nope, gone.
Nope.
No Schengen area for us.
Not to be. As Rustem well, finally able to pick up some points for Primal. Business will continue their kind of push down towards the edge here. They want to make sure that no one's backfilling them. Again, very similar situation to how they played the end game on Taego earlier and staying in Kanyong for a little while longer. They don't want to have people playing in behind them. That's why they're opting to commit so hard to this western edge.
What more can Business do? Looks like they're trying to hold out the Primal movement. The drive through, maybe the leapfrog forwards from Primal.
The thing is, I mean, where do you go if you're Primal? You can't really just wrap around this fight. If they get their timing in really, really luckily, maybe Gaming Gladiators finds a knock onto Business, and that could open up an opportunity for them. But with the way the pin is moving in, and with how, I mean, Modik on this southern side, exceptional positioning as well to potentially disallow for them to make the run on through. Vanos is going to be the one. I mean, in fact, you can see it here. Modik is just forcing them into his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, if Gladiators is taking a very bold move into this area, right? Like this, the split that they've got going on, this attempt to try and make this work. Somebody just popped an E pickup just before it was limited, I think. But anyway, we'll see if that works out for, I think it's Twisted Minds.
Yeah, highly doubt they're going to be doing anything with an E-pick on base 5 in this game. That would be very strange.
Maybe some scouting and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I think it's not going to be worth the risk. You're hearing so many shots right now that all the info is pretty much on the board for you. But having said that, you never know. You never know what's cooking in the mind of Patulans. We'll see if they do something absolutely crazy. As now Rhino, alongside his teammates again. I mean, all these open area fights, Business has been doing a phenomenal job today. As once again, headshots connected for Vanos. No! One bullet short of the finishing kill.
Taz finds himself a little bit of cover here. I'm scared of whether or not Stardust is going to look down this way eventually, but regardless of the fact, Unlock here, going to try and smoke off his friend and try and get things going. Does see Crossberg in the distance, actually, so maybe another point going their way here. But Win or Die is also inserting themselves into Business's business. And Daz is trying to get away, trying to scramble, but no, Business will finish him off.
I mean, look at this. Look at the map now. I mean, yes, we have one of the full tilt players creeping in behind him, but they aren't aware of it. But look at the map space that they have in this circle now. There were 4 teams on their side of the circle 2 minutes ago. They have it all to themselves, but little do they know, there is still one more player to be found.
As you can see, Toolins has now moved up to try and get the information. Twisted Minds is going to try and rock up to this position a little closer. They've got to be cautious. Win or Die looking towards them. Ascend now does see them moving into that little hillside that they've taken up, but the Blue will be pressing them soon. They've got limited time to be able to make this work.
Yeah, definitely do. Stardust, blessed with that shift going in their direction, not forced to go anywhere, at least not yet. Still 5 more first aids for Taego to work with. He's seen Borsy. Obviously, the full tilt fight happened way earlier, so can't really fault Business for looking for more solos. But again, with 3 alive, you feel like you just have to commit 1. Like, there's been so much chaos. We lost 20 players earlier, and I think you have to, at least 1. At least commit 1 player to it. Oh, Perfectix. Headshot, body shot, instantly. Player going down, and now they're taking the fight to Win or Die.
The absolute worst timing for Leosh to get in that vehicle and try and make the move going on. Shots coming in from the moving vehicle. They do manage to finish off Example here, but it will be win or die going down.
Wait,
once again.
Pushing up on this as well. Everyone is looking to fight this. The only player that really reaps the rewards of this is the Full Tilt player. All teams, maybe except for Stardust, depending on what they do, are looking to fight on the East.
Full Tilt.
It might be a blessed top 2 finish.
Yeah, he's just like walking in. It's like, oh, well, I guess I can get in now. But
like
anyway.
The guy that arrived 1 day late to D-Day is like, wait, there's no fighting left? Okay, I guess I'll just walk up behind you guys and pick up the ammo.
Yeah, I'll do this. Ascend, I like the flex out, though. Be a bit more proactive. I think that's what a lot of people have been asking for them in some of the previous games that have actually gone on here, and it looks like it might actually work out. This is the perfect opportunity for them to rock up and take some of these kills wherever they can. Twisted Minds goes down to the nade as it's Chris manages to make that happen. Now Business has to scramble for the recovery here, but as soon as Ascend realizes where they are, they should be done.
And timing couldn't be better for Ascend too, because just as they start flexing on towards the south and Semler looks towards them, now Stardust is pushing in from the northern side as well. Brex was alone in the compound, but now the help is coming through on the other side. Kilyakai peeks on down. It's going to be pains to find Borsy.
At the same time, Sequito, he's on the way. The Lurker.
The sneaky snake in what has been one of the weirdest games of Erangel PUBG we've seen in quite a while.
Yeah, Samler and Stardust up to the north here. They're going to just eliminate each other, and then it will be a battle of the north versus the south. Sequito's decided to back off from that thing down to the bottom, by the way. No surprise.
Just for this game to come full circle, now he's going to get full level 3 gear as well. I just want Full Tilt to win this game.
That would be sick.
There is a weird world where Samler now gets completely butchered from both sides. Stardust and Ascend fights for it. It's a one solo, whatever survives it. And the Full Tilt player with full level 3 gear comes in and goes, boop, and wins the game. I'm seeing it happening.
I've never quite watched a solo just suddenly be in so much peril to then find nobody near them. Like,
he's been shaking for the last 3 minutes and he's not seeing any opponents. I'm loving it. I mean, this is the thing is, Semler is down 1 player. I'm not sure. I must admit, I'm not sure when they lost that player. So maybe they're all aware that there has to be an extra just because. I mean, math. It's impossible for there not to be 4 teams alive right now, but curious to see if anyone actually has the read on it.
Yeah, I don't think they do at all. So it's going to be these 3 teams dogging it out up towards the top to try and figure out who's going to be, in inverted commas, the winner. And then from there, see what goes on. Pains already starts things off. A great addition to Ascend, I believe. As he's already taken out 2 and will finish them off. Samler, it's Germany versus Germany. Ascend comes out on top.
No, get away, Full Tilt player. Sakito finds 1 gate. Oh, thought he was going to try and go for the second, but not quite to be. Now he's going to be forced to back off, and now is when Ascend is realizing, wait, there's 1 more. Oh, and he just instantly runs off. I love this. Get that second place guaranteed.
And at the same time, Ascend has actually pushed up against Stardust, realizing that they have actually been wounded against it all. Pains once again is on the mark here to be able to keep this going alongside them. Stardust is in a lot of hurt.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a lot of it thanks to Sakito down on the southern side. Now, though, damage is starting to be done in return. When is it that you peek back for more if you're the last Full Tilt player looking in this direction?
I'm going to be honest. I think we've said his name about 4 different ways.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not my mistake
games.
that he spells it with 19 O's.
I've read it many times, and I'm going to go with Soketo, but anyway.
I'm going to say Sakito.
He's still got a chance. He
definitely does. Now he's looking back towards it. Brex still knocked. 1 more, though, gone through now. 3v1v1. And credit to Ascend. I mean, we kind of folded them for not being able to bring him home while it's not done yet. This has been in much more demanding fashion than earlier. 9 kills already.
Yeah. 1 versus 1. Oh, he's down.
He gets
all right.
the second place in this game.
Okay.
I want everyone to rewind to phase 4, I guess, when he was backfilling 6 teams fighting Business on the southwest side and going, do you think Sakito is going to win this game? Because I don't.
All right, it's all on soliloquy to make this happen. 1 versus 3. No.
We can just call him JR. I feel like that's easier.
Nah. Well, I'm going to keep going Soketo because that's
fair enough.
Clearly where we're at.
In the meantime, he will do as he's looking for 1v3, potentially a highlight of the career type moment. And again, I mean, for Ascent, I think they too know that they've had some. Man, he's gonna die. I love it. You know what? You earned that second place, my friend. You earned it. You're not gonna give the points away to anyone else.
Well, we had a good amount of fun with that one. That was, again, I thought he was done. When there was three players ahead of him and he was in the blue, there was no way he was going to be able to get further. But as much as that is an exciting storyline to go within this game, Ascend gets themselves a win on the board after it felt like in so many of these games they could have done it, but they really did get pipped at the post many times by BB Team, by Twisted Minds.
Also, I think, in this game in particular, because the previous ones, yes, the circles came to them, but we didn't really get to see a lot of what they did during those mid games because action was taking place elsewhere. In this one, we had a chance to look at both the Braxco scouting. They do so much. Yes, they don't get the kills early game, but they do so much to claim these positions that they lock down for the end game, and then for them to play it very smart, calculated here in the end as well, not taking chances even when it's a 1v3. Very smart, finally able to bring it home.
All right, well, congratulations to Ascend for being able to take it, and I think Pains is a great addition to the team. Clearly, hopefully it continues to work out for them. But for now, let's head over to the desk here for the breakdown for Erangel.
Kalara said it there, and I'll bring it up again. Ascend, it felt like they've been knocking on that door time and time again and just didn't really... maybe they weren't knocking loud enough, but finally they get that win. The problem is, Mark, it feels like disingenuous because of how they went about getting it, with full tilt obviously throwing themselves to the blue. I feel like they lost out on, the true victory.
Oh, yeah, look, getting the final kill does feel good, but you've got to remember, the guy's saying, they had good position, they moved in a bit quiet, but it was the moment they pushed across to Twisted Mind. That was huge. They didn't have to. We've seen teams time and time again just sit in that compound and refuse to leave. But at that point, I think Ascend knew they could get the win, and they knew they had to take that self-ridge. So big credit to them. They made a big push, and they got themselves a dub.
Avenger, what did you think of the pace of this game? Obviously starting out really chaotic, really fast. Normally it's a bit more strategic. That was what I was kind of expecting on day number one. I'm gonna stop Avenger right there. I think in all of his excitement, he may have lost his mic. So Mark, I'll go to you. Do you want to talk a little bit about the pace of that game?
Hello?
Obviously starting out so aggressive.
Hello, he's back. Yeah, it is an aggressive game.
Back.
It felt like a game number 6, right? I'll keep it short because I know Mike is going to jump on it. But it was chaotic. So many teams went. We were both sitting here expecting it hopefully goes north, hopefully it goes north. And it went north, but the zone went north. But loads of teams, Martin, didn't really go with it either. They just ended up getting caught by the bridge.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to plug it and unplug it, and then it works. But yeah, what I was going to say with that, it's very clear that once we have these kind of early stages of tournaments, especially once we get to group stages or even lands, very first day, it's always super edge heavy. And you can see that, especially in this game here. You have Brexco flying around in a glider, and the 3 compounds in the middle is either open or Ascend control, right? Nobody's breaching it, nobody's going center heavy, and it's always the case here in the early stages of the tournaments. People play and teams in general play so much edge that they're like, okay guys, we're gonna play edge, we're gonna farm, we're gonna get slow in there, and we're gonna kill everyone. Nobody dares taking a chance and trying to scout some of the middle compounds. Unless you're Brexco, you got a glider and you're flying around like a UAV, just making sure that all the compounds are open for your whole team. That's pretty cool.
We are going to be focusing in on another team that's been winning. I don't know what is happening. So I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna have a bit of fun because if you're in the chat, you've been around for a while and we can talk. There is a very specific person who has a very specific job, and that is just as the desk is about to go live, he always comes in and he goes, unmute your mic, sit up straight. That is Avenger. That is what he does. He didn't do it coming into this desk, and now we're losing him. His mic wasn't working there. It sounded like he was backing up his seat from it. It's all very confusing. I don't know what's going on. So you know what, Mark? While we figure out what's going on with Avengers, Mike, let's talk about one of those teams that did get a victory early on today on Miramar. They've looked really good. They are our PEC Spring champions as well, so they are fighting for that title. Twisted Minds weren't able to get into the Final Four this time, though.
No, but there was a lot moving up to it, Sam. They obviously had the drop, they got to their position, they wrapped really quickly around to the east side. Battalions actually held that highway that we see between Yaz just above the pond, and then they moved, no cars came, like, hey, we waited here, let's move across this compound we see here, lay low, here the cars eventually come, pick it up. No, look, we've seen Gustav in this situation already, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, I've just picked this team. I picked this team, and Gustav is going to pick him apart. But it was good. Good pressure. From them, they was able to keep him off. And obviously, he did go for that whole wrap round, and they kept the bodies up, able to get the reses back in, and then they kind of worked their way in towards the zone. Did play back to them, a couple more points on the board. Typical sort of twisted minds. But this is where I want to give credit where credit's due, and that goes back towards the Ascent. Twisted minds at this point, they knew they had to move their way around, they had to take the ridge. That's kind of normal at this position here, Sam. Obviously they got picked apart a little bit by Win or Die, because Laos did hold on that blue zone or that blue edge for a while, and they were going to wrap back. Let's go get back Battalions, but Ascend instantly knew. That's what I was speaking about before. They knew they had to take this area, and they'd done it aggressive. At that point, Twisted Minds had nothing else to do but to try and get a few more points on the board. It worked out well for them. It's not a chicken dinner, but they're already farming a huge amount of points already, Sam.
They have farmed a huge amount of points. And as we move into the final game of today, Avenger, that for BB Team Twisted Minds, I mean, I would even start throwing like a Stardust up there and Ascend. They're all having consistent opportunities to finish in the top 4, which is going to be really nice. Going to put them in a good position here in these group stages to make sure that they qualify for the finals.
Right. And I hope you can hear me now that I've clearly stated that Hello with Adele is my favorite song for today. Yeah, for sure, in this case here, after getting a second and a third here, and then a win with Ascent, like they're going to be in this top sponge situation where one more good game, one more decent game here, they're going to be all the way up there. Look at that, 49 points total, it's beautiful. And again, the cutoff, like they only need a few more good games and they're actually going to be in the top 8 and straight to the grand final.
This is a really good start for these teams, Mark. But then, of course, there's teams on the other side that are going to start getting a little bit worried. The ones that aren't putting the points on the board, a FaZe Clan, for example, because they do need to pull up their socks a little bit.
Day one seems to be only 2 teams at the moment, with Twisted Minds and BB really farming the points. That is going to force the cutoff to be really tight. So it's interesting. Obviously, we've got one more map to go. So is it going to be another BB? Is it going to be another Twisted Minds?
We will find out if it is going to be BB or Twisted Minds when we go to Erangel, which is our final match of the day. But first, a quick break. When we return, Kylaris and Toby will be taking you into game.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Green.
Behind me as well, I'm low.
I'm driving on him, I'm driving on him.
Yep, turn around.
Stop behind my car.
Yep.
I'm driving left side.
I'm driving.
There's 2.
Two guys.
Twisted here, just like to fight.
Yep. Running at the left guy.
Left guy alive, left guy alive.
On top of the thing, like half HP. On top of the box.
Three guys.
No.
Nice.
One more on the left.
Side somewhere, I'm healing. Speed 3 now, close to.
On the bridge.
Didn't rest.
All right, one more Erangel here to finish off day number 1 for A and B, and we have had ourselves a chaotic game to start Erangel off. Maybe we'll get some sense of normality from this one, but I don't suspect so, Toby.
No, I mean, coming into this last Erangel game, I said, you know, take a breather, reset mentally off of the crazy Taego and Rondo games we had. But now I'm kind of going the opposite way. I'm like, if this is what you're going to give us anywhere in Erangel, let's see how far we can take it. Is it going to be the Saki ending day? Is it going to be full chaos from start to finish? Now I'm just all for it. Normally, I like to see the calculated, very smart PUBG. But I feel like today, everyone is in a good mood. You know, we're having a good time. I want to just see chaos. Just keep adding to it.
Yeah, they all saw that Twisted Minds and BB team had taken so many points, and they were like, well, you know what? Today is all over the place for the rest of the teams. So, yeah, it will be tough. It will be tough to catch. Well, they're not catching up, but it means that if we get this similar scenario going down in the next couple of days as well, then the cutoff becomes really close for all the rest of the teams.
Oh, definitely could. And also, we've got to keep in mind we have 8 teams we haven't even seen play yet. So if any of them tomorrow go out and do the same thing, all of a sudden, as you're saying, I mean, we have 16th place teams that could potentially qualify with 2 games left to play because it's going to be that close for the rest of the bunch.
And I was looking through the groups before the day started, and I was like, which is the group of death? I don't actually feel really like there is a group of death per se for this tournament.
I'd agree. It's not really too rough this time around. Having said that, let's hop into the final match of today's games. The last game, we had a pretty much identical plane path, but it went south to north rather than north to south. So let's see if maybe having an almost identical plane path will cause an identical amount of chaos.
We will see. And see where all of these teams are going to end up dropping. Already seen a little bit of difference as to where people may end up being going.
Before a Doozy goes into the compound again just for the memes.
He could.
Now
I mean, he's heading that way.
Instead.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to do it again. I'll just bring a friend this time.
Yeah, do they believe 2 man is enough for them? That's kind of funny if they do.
Please go for vehicles, guys. Wait, no, there's no way.
I guess they're going for vehicles and leaving.
Nah, they're going for the compound. The thing is, Win or Die would usually go further east here. That's why. I mean, the Doozy usually goes here. The thing is, they saw that there was one guy there and then ended up fighting for it in the last game. This time around, though, not quite worth.
Yeah, they're just leaving away. I'm just, not confused, but just amused by the fact that we have, well, firstly, look at that circle. That's unfamiliar. And then FaZe in Pachinki is, I guess, you know, the run back of what we were having in Picardo for Jeems, and now we're back here again. I'm so confused.
He has played like IGL roles out of center positions on the maps before in days of past, and maybe that's what he like. If he/they didn't think they were getting what they wanted off of the play style they were trying to play with where they were landing, like a lot of edge play, a lot of wrapping circles, and then you see them take some very early game fights and sometimes lose players because of it. If they're like, great, we want to play this aggressive play style, but it's not working when we're playing edge. Let's go Sendo. James goes, I've done this before as an IGL. I can do it again. We had the success in the past. Let's do it once more. And since they now get it, I mean, kudos to them. Let's see if it works.
I mean, the day started off with something that looked very promising. But then, as the day's gone on, they've had a bit of a rough one. 15 points so far for FaZe. I don't have too many concerns just yet for them, but already they're actually sending out Kurexi very far away from Pachinki to start like securing some land for them to, again, act as an anchor point for the rest of the team to eventually join.
Yeah, it's a rotation that we see a lot of Pachinki teams tend to do. The best example would be 17 Gaming. Usually sends Lin Shu out very early on. Either him or Xia Wu would do a very early rotation to kind of claim some, at least the first checkpoint of their rotations to come. So it's definitely been done before, and I like the fact that FaZe are, looking at things that work and doing the same thing.
Yep, can work out. The only thing is, eventually with a circle like this, is we're favouring more the northern side of the river compared to really the south technically. So we'll see if everybody has to make the transitions, as already teams are making very swift transitions as we're on board currently. With example, they've split all the way across school, apartments, into Rozhok as well, now kind of moving north of the river too. But Stardust has moved. Lol W has already moved. Everybody's trying to jostle for position very quickly in this game.
And it always becomes interesting when we see that fight for the Riverside in the early game, because that means, especially now when we have, 5 teams on the southern side of Pochinki, effectively make that 6 if you count Eternal Fire as well. What do they do? Like, how do they play into this? Do they start grabbing West Coast? Do they just backfill underneath Everest? Or do they all go like far eastern, wrap up to the northern half of the island? I'm curious to see how the south side, it's not really a knot that has to be untied, but still a puzzle that has to, I guess, to some extent be solved. How do they all manage to make their way north?
E pickups.
I was gonna say that doesn't count. We can't do E pickups. It's as Patulans once said. I believe he's the one. I'm not gonna fully like quote him on it because now I'm unsure if it was him. But I think it was him saying E pickups. What are your thoughts on it? And he said E pickups make bad teams mediocre. I'm not 100% sure if he was the one that told me, but something along those lines have been said by pro players of the past. And yeah.
So it was me that asked him in that interview that didn't air, basically, and it was something similar to that, but just it allows worse teams to get into better positions, right? Like for the most part, but there's still so many uses. A 15-time scope, nobody's going to use that.
We never really see those anymore.
No,
I miss the days of tech stocks and crates.
I don't know about anybody else, but 15 times screws me up. Every time I loot that thing, it throws off my bearings whenever I'm like scoping in and trying to shoot at something. Because I'm like, the bullet drop doesn't work the way I always think it does. Because you just don't get enough practice with a 15x. I don't know
Also,
about you.
It's because you can look into the soul of your opponents. I mean, it's...
You can see the white of their eyes.
It's like you put an extra scope on your scope, and I guess 15x muscle break could be a combo that we'll see, but yeah, no, I don't think it's too rare to be very useful. Maybe if you have like a Brexco could use it for his gliders, but outside of that, I don't think it's going to see a lot of use.
One of my worst games ever is when I had a 15x and an MK14 and I hit nothing. Nothing.
Oh, also with a 15x?
Yes, with the 15x. Yes, shut up, you.
Oh, I thought it was just in general, sorry.
No, just in general, hit nothing, though. I couldn't do it because I just wasn't used to, again, using the 15x. So, yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. You just,
definitely is. How do we get out of that one? Again, I mean, a lot more attention here being put on the river itself. This one arguably a bit more south, so bigger chance that it could swing down towards the south than the previous one was. I mean, although it being only a couple of 100 meters further south. Business far east maybe looking to pick up here. I haven't seen them deploy it yet, but maybe, or they're just taking their time rotating over the eastern bridge. And Entropic taking a ferry, a ferry, just a boat over on the other side, as we now have our first kill of the game. Jerix, Ruin, instantly to follow right after.
Damn, Ruin down. Rough stuff here for Eternal Fire. He's even going to get run over. Oh, insult to injury.
Games have been ruined.
Well, we've tried that in the previous game, and it didn't work out so well. So
I know. Good thing is that a man like Ron can get the job done. He'll reset again. I mean, for Full Tilt to come up, claim Hospital, and now try and spread out and force teams away. It's one of those positions again where if you have those hills played by other teams early on, it can very quickly become a position from where, yeah, you're safe if circles come to you, but you can't really scout, you can't really have a lot of impact on fights around you, as we see sneaky face try and creep up on Gedrox, who I think very quickly will realize that, wait, I'm getting pulled up on.
Yeah, they know Gedrox is there, so they're just going to really ransack this as fast as possible and find him.
1, 2.
No. Getting the 2 was impressive.
Boys, you're living a dangerous life. I do like it, though. I mean, again, the similar situation to what they did, honestly, against almost honestly identical situation to what they did against Example in the very first match of the day when they pulled up on Twisted Minds and Power Grid, pushed 3 guys in. He's not going to get all. He's going to run out of ammo before he gets the last guy down. So just full speed sprint around the corner. Everyone's going to full commit. Yes, he might take 2, but as long as we get the final play or the 1 player down, we can just full reset.
Not bad at all. As BB team here is going to be moving up through as well. They did actually get a knock on towards Full Tilt, so maybe looking for a bit more from it.
Let's see if they can get something more. Sokito was so good at staying hidden at the previous game. This time around, he's been seen very early on. As Grown now finds Spiro as well, so multiple teams starting to take part in this fight. Wait, where is that? Oh, it's just over the hill. Never mind. James has gone missing. That's fair. I respect it. I'll just solo cast this game, I suppose. As Full Tilt once again, still in full control, at least for now. Trying to maintain control again. I mean, very, very unlikely that they'll have the circles come to them. Welcome back, James. You didn't go for the hello.
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 I mean, Martin's was just an aggressive hello.
Yeah, well, welcome back nonetheless. That's correct. He says hello and he says goodbye as well. Didn't want any piece of this entropic fight. And yeah, I mean, kudos to FaZe. They pulled up, they stayed alive, and all 4 of them on their feet 10 minutes in.
Yeah, not bad at all. And as you say, Corexy being able to get away from the situation he's in, that's very important. Hockey's still lurking. He's trying, okay. Gets the Dragonov out and he will be driving away. So let's see where we're going to go. North. Surprise, surprise. Nobody in playing Crash just yet here, but they may have spread an opportunity here for some of these teams to move into it and scramble into it quite quickly. It's an interesting E pickup coming out from the boys over there. It's
It's definitely a late one. I thought they were going to use it earlier. Also surprised that it's coming in the direction. I mean, it's not, it's it's definitely an E-pickup. I think it's a scouting E-pickup, potentially. Yeah. But in this case, as you can see, with a ton of players making their way towards the north, it is definitely, I hope, not going to be used.
Yeah, they're already sitting all right. Unless they find themselves in, like, an extreme sense of danger for some reason. But
no way.
No, there's not. There shouldn't be at all. They're even dissuading Stardust from actually moving on towards them as well. So, I mean, even just setting one up wouldn't be too bad.
5 points in the day and lost the play already, so who am I to say what they should do?
Yeah, I mean, so Stardust moved towards them. They shot a few bullets at them. They went away, so they're okay. They're sitting all right. The only problem for Agaz is that they're not. It's hard to gain information from where they are. So, I mean, there would have been validity in the idea of sending one up and having a little bit of a look around and see what was going on, but they're not playing the game the same way a lot of the lobbies playing the game. These big splits, trying to gain that information and stuff like that. So maybe they're a little out of their depth. Who knows?
But that also adds to the danger of doing an E-pickup when you're in a valley, because it just gives opponents that much more time, should there be someone lingering nearby, to shoot at you, because they're going to have the higher ground initially, right? So dangerous and smart on them to not make any use of it. They will just be able to lay low in the compound that they have found for themselves, which is practically as center as can be. In the meantime, VP... getting that vehicle unstuck so EP can make a move.
Yeah, they're running it back into playing Crash again. And hopefully this time they stay a little bit more solid. The problem with playing Crash sometimes is you can take it and it's strong. However, you need to make sure you're defending the lits near you so you don't get nade baited, because nades will roll into some of those kind of trench lines along playing Crash quite easily. So you got to be careful about allowing teams to approach you.
Do best of luck down early on. BP team, not a team we've seen take a lot of early game casualties, and this will be the first one. I mean, again, they looked over towards Full Tilt earlier, lost Spiro, now they lose one more, so it's just Phil first and a Deuce left alive, and they're now getting backfilled by Ascend at the same time. Win or die, trying to defend here against Business.
Absolutely blasting past them here. Will he be able to get any knocks at all? There's no kind of reply shots coming out, although he does now see Swap does run locked to try and do something with all of this. Rocking up right next to Melman as the rails the rest. Great nade coming out. Presenti, he was able to hit one as well. Can Mosaic do anything? Oh no, he had a nade in hand.
I like the off-angle play here, but look at the team that's looking towards them, down towards the south. Twisted Minds is starting to creep their way further forwards. Modic is here, but they have to make these plays happen fast or they will all get pulled up on.
Twisted Mind says it's free real estate, and they may be able to take this very swiftly if they're win or die, and Business is not careful about it. Smoke's going down, looking for the approach forwards from Extents. It's Vanos all the way on the other side of the compound here, who's a potential threat, but here's Twisted Minds. They have done so much today, and they're looking to do even more.
Yeah, dangerous times for these teams. Very wounded on both sides up towards the north business. Trying to do the wraparound, not to be. And now 2 players down, 4 win or die. Presenti has to make a run on the open to try and get to safety. And he too will fall as Rayo from Samla is able to find the final player there. So win or die ends the day in 15th in this match. And Twisted Minds with the circle shift now has to kind of reassess the situation and go, great, I mean, this is obviously available and we can get some loot off of it, but where do we go from there?
Where do you? I mean, it's not too bad. Another E pickup has actually been popped as well down towards the south. Looks like by Stardust this time. They might want to be making a little bit of a move. It really does depend. There's not really many ways for them to move. They could even just stay down towards the south and actually hold out a lot of the teams that are trying to now move from that south side. 'Cause there'll be a lot of them, but also there will be some of those teams that look to go for the wrap as well, like Entropic, for example.
Definitely are. Adusi able to get the flush on one of the players from Ascent. A little damage done, parting gift, so to speak, before they make their way further forward. And now back to Entropic we go. They won the game on Rondo, but it hasn't really been a flashy performance for them today. Only 21 points on the day, as they now gang up against FaZe. Or Gustav, I should say, because he's kind of alone right now.
Well, they know that Gustav's been one of the main offenders when it comes to some insane performances today. So you need a full team to take him out sometimes.
Yep. And even that might not be enough. We'll see if Grandis can do something about it. Hawk is still very, very far away from his teammates. Not really in a position to help a whole lot as now Feck starts shooting. Nice all-angle position for him. But these guys are on the very, very edge of blue. Some even in blue. And again, I mean, gotta reconsider. Do we go for this? Do we not? Seems to me like FaZe, though, full committing.
Yeah, I was surprised that Gustav was a bit more gung-ho about approaching because the rest of his team was a little bit destroyed away from him. Now they're on the way here, but Grandis hits him with a nade. It's a great opening start here for Entropic. Also seeing Fex moving around to that left-hand side here. Tries to go for the spray, but the reply will come in from Kurexi. Good position from him to be able to take that, but it's kind of 1-for-1 at the moment. But Kurexi gets a second. Oh, what a boss.
It's nice bait, but look at the attention coming in from behind. BB team, the last 2 remaining players coming in to try and clean up. Having said that, Adus is just sending it full speed forward. Now Stardust is down here as well. FaZe, I don't even know if there was a chance for them to wrap further west on this one, trying to avoid this fight. I think they just realized, wait, there's a full team on the west side. We gotta commit to this, and now it's full chaos in the south.
Yeah, everybody kind of had a similar idea of like, let's go east, let's try and find a way through. And unfortunately with that, a lot of teams run into one another. As I say, Stardust might have been that kind of barrier team, but here they are just holding out a lot. BB team's done, but they will be finishing out the day at 67 points here against the rest of them.
Oh, Nova didn't go for the shots in the final one. Maybe thought that there was only one guy in the car, not quite sure. But got the knock, fell back down behind the hill, falls because of it. Payne's able to take him out. Let's see if Jorgas can find Payne's before he gets the flush on his teammate.
Maybe. Entropic's gone as well. Kurexi finally finishes off the rest of them. Oh. Shirt on, shirt off, doesn't matter. Good shots.
I mean, he gets to get the rest because of it too. That's huge. You can see that he was trying to grab, like Payne was trying to wrap around the side to get the flush on his teammate, but not to be. They say no, and now they can reset full forward. I mean, if Semler comes in here and helps taking out Eternal Fire, they will have a lot of space to the north. Look at this, it's just 3 teams up here. The remaining 8 are all in the southern half of the map.
Technically, there's room if you can force it up towards the top. I mean, Gladiators as well has moved straight into center, all the way down on the low ground as well. So eventually, maybe they become a little bit vulnerable. We'll see as time goes on. But Primal still trying to eke out the Eternal Fire position. Rustamar down again. A nade goes through. Will it bounce far enough down? I think he retreated all the way down, so it won't connect.
Yeah. For whatever team that comes up victorious in the northern hill here, if they can keep all 4 at least close there too alive, this could be a winning game again. You want to go back to the south and look at the chaos that could potentially unfold. Twisted Minds looking forward, but Tulins uncharacteristically not able to find the knock there.
Yeah, Lou as well, gonna have to back on out, but at the same time, Crossbow manages to hit him from the distance. This reinforcing move here from Stardust, they're getting very aggressive on this. Oh my days, the Mad actually gets a double nade on the way up towards the north too. As now, seeing if Stardust can really finish this off. This will be a great scalp to take if they can finish off Twisted Minds.
James 2 has revealed his position. He's still alive, lingering in the blue, wants to repeat what Full Tilt were able to in the previous game. We'll see if he gets to get a second place in this match. I doubt it, but crazier things have been done in the past. There's now Lorix and W again. I mean, not a phenomenal day for them so far. They too want to go out here and get some more points.
I'm surprised Samler really got aggressive on it and has actually gone down completely in the north. I thought they had more control, but apparently not. Eternal Fire shuts them down.
None at all. Completely dismantled. Again, back to W we go. They still have a decision to make. Do we want to keep wrapping east? Do we want to try and clear out these guys? Or do we just look to stay out here on the western side? I think for now what they do here is smart. Don't push further forward. Just kind of set up a perimeter and make sure that no one's pushing towards you.
Make sure. I do feel like Stardust with this chase has put themselves in quite a precarious situation now. Having let maybe some teams leapfrog ahead of them in their bloodlust, looking for other teams down towards the bottom. And now they find themselves in true no man's land.
I mean, phase 4 into phase 5, good thing for them is there's a lot of corpses nearby for them from where they can take first states because they're going to need them. Circle right on top of Gaming Gladiators. Good for them. We'll see if they can convert this game into something. Again, I mean, value position. You're not going to see a lot of fights. You can't really third party a lot. So curious to see if they're going to play for, I say late game, but like top 3 and then peek out, or if they opt to engage earlier.
But they charged all the way. Ooh, okay, actually, well, he wasn't able. It was Schengen that actually took the knock there. But yeah, Stardust looked to charge through as well. In a similar vein to how Gladiators was able to send it all the way through into the middle of this circle.
Yeah.
So unfortunate for Stardust, but as you're saying, for Gladiators, could be a big, important game for them. Currently on 34 points. It's not a bad day at all, but they could get more.
Last up, level 3 gear and a P90, but comes with the downside of being a solo player left alive. We'll see if he can make something happen with a 1 HP coupe. Not sure how much longer you want to stay in that car for. There's now Full Tilt. I mean, still 3 players alive, grown, able to catch 3 kills of his own. Have been pretty good in the open. They had a decent Taego game as now. Last up, that's the P90 curse. You get the best gun, but then you fall.
Somebody find it quick. Go and get the P90. That's not P90. Oh, wow.
James is alive as well. I was going to say and kicking, but not quite so. He's actually just crouching down and hit first aiding all the time.
Do you think he's going to be our Soketo of this game?
I mean, it might just be depending on how this fight goes. We know that he likes to take shots even when he's outnumbered. We see here, looking at all the action, and no beam is on. That was that. That's what you get for trying to set up a fun storyline. Just shut down instantly.
Nobody can play like Soketo, okay? Like,
I guess not. Yeah, no.
Well, he's knocked and he's dead. But Virtus Pro is actually really holding on to Plane Crash very handedly this time around. No breaches, no attacks on towards it, and they're being able to just shoot at whatever they may feel like. Lil W's going for a charge as well, trying to replicate the success of Gladiators from before. But if they go all the way towards them, it's gonna be doom.
Yeah.
Backing off.
Do they just set up here on the hills? I feel like that's definitely going to be hard to defend, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe they got strats in their book that I've never heard of. In the meantime, for Virtus Pro, yes, they have 30 points in the day, but honestly, this could end up being the best game they would have had the whole day if they've managed to make the space for themselves. I was going to say, if they manage to get the kills on Full Tilt up north as well, there might be an approach for them down the hillside to the northeast should this circle go west.
What can the man do? He does see Full Tilt up towards the top of the hill.
You gotta shoot, bro.
Yeah, it's too free. Way too free. He was just
10 kills. Eternal Fire looking strong here in the final match of the day. Trying to climb the leaderboard a bit further. I mean, the mid pack is still very congested. 32 points on Virtus Pro all the way up to just 40. 5 placements ahead of them. So definitely a lot of ground that can be caught up here in the final day.
Good game. Yeah, good game, because not the usual suspects being able to round this one out. So this will even things out just a little bit. Unless Eternal Fire just keeps going and kills everything. They do confirm Blazer alongside Nixie getting lyrics. So that's Lul W down. Our top 4 Gladiators, Virtus Pro, IGAZ, as well as Eternal Fire looking for the opportunity.
As you're saying, a couple of teams here who has been on the struggle bus for quite a bit of the day, or at least like a big chunk of mid-pack and then AP down the bottom. If you're AP again, I mean, as you were saying before, they had the compound. Yes, that's great and all, but you don't get a lot from it. And as you can see here, just 1 kill thus far. Should they fall now, it would be a 5-point game. And of course, they're looking to get quite a bit more than just the 5.
Pin exposed a little bit. Does peek around there. Percival and doesn't quite connect connections. But Levante will reply in kind, actually. Percival, poor guy. He goes for that peek, tries to find something, and gets completely punished by 2 players.
Bullet fired all game. And then he just gets instantly double headshot. That's it's unlucky. Unlucky, but it goes like that. Sometimes these guys are warmed up. In game number 6 as Marco does a couple of donuts down the hillside. Want to make sure they have all the cover they need as they now. I mean, I think what they do is just take the cars, stay as far edge as you can. They know there's still VP up high, and you just wait for the next circle. I think right now they're just looking to stay here.
Yeah. Considering that they know the area of cover that Gladiators has, any move close towards them and stuff like that would then start putting you in towards nade range. And
yeah. And if you're closer to them, one thing is nade range, but also there's a world where VP could wrap all the way east around you and engage, like you become kind of the ham and the sandwich. So by hugging the wall to the northeast, or the blue zone, I should say, it's a smart play on their part to not allow for VP to potentially try and flank them.
At the same time, though, VP realizes that there's still threats down on this south side, so that's slowing down their, I guess, decision-making to a degree, even if their decision-making is just, let's stay here for the moment. They know that they've got to be a little preoccupied with keeping their eyes to the west and... Excuse me?
Calm down. You're still alive in this game. I know you want to get damaged, but this is not the way. And also, they might now die because of it.
Yeah, that actually might just cost them. Lucarux might just peek over and insta them.
He sees them.
No way. No!
Krell, my friends. I mean, in all fairness, they probably weren't long for this world with their rotation in anyway, but there's no room for those type of mistakes at this level of play. Levante, SKS in hand, of course, because what other gun would you want to play with? Trying to see what he could do now as Gaming Gladiators are forced to make rotation.
Yeah, that was as punished as quickly as could be.
Yep. And everyone knew exactly where they were coming in from too, so it's just, you can't do that.
Oh well. That is tough, but now we have ourselves a circle where technically maybe Code Marco's kind of in, but nobody else is. This is rough for Gladiators.
It's definitely open to be claimed by multiple people. I like the Matt's position here. Again, off angle, tries to see if he can catch one on Gaming Gladiators creeping in underneath VP, and it works out perfectly. And also understanding now that the value of that position is only there when you have the element of surprise. So he gets the knock, the flush, instantly repositions. Very smart.
Big catch-up game for Virtus Pro here by the looks of things, if they can hold down this high ground. Nixie is also getting aggressive towards the middle of it as well. He realizes that there's potential for him to try and control some of that ground, finds himself the rock. This is perfect as long as they can, I think, as 2 teams collectively shut down Gladiators and then fight off against one another at the end. This could be VP's win.
Definitely. The thing for Nixie is you got to kind of commit to one side. I think if we have 3 guys holding off Gaming Gladiators on the other side, we saw him kind of looking back towards GG a couple of times. You're in full eternal fire duty right now, my friend. You can't be looking the other way at all. Regardless of what happens, you need to make sure that you don't get backstabbed.
Oh, Dante, jump. He tries to get out of there. Almost predictable in terms of those jumps, but anyway, more shots. Goes down to the blue as well. The pressure is on against them. They run out of time, and now they are going to be dead to rights.
Tricky rotation to have to make. We still have Matt, in front of his teammates now on the other side before, but playing in from the off-angle position. He might still, if he can wrap around all of this would be insane. If Code Marco can kind of bait the attention for VP to look towards him and think that he might be the player that's furthest west, that would be insane. I think that's what he's going to do. He's got to start shooting soon. He's got to start shooting soon to maybe think that he is the one who is the furthest on this flank.
Yeah, the problem is, do they know about Nixie as well on this rock, who's managed to get down here? That's the question.
True.
Because he could play spoiler against all of this as well. The Mad's going to move up. Sees, at least he is Beamy. Does see him now. Great spray by the Mad. Goes for the second. No, Lucarux will be able to reply in kind, as he is able to finish him off as well. And now, does Nixie present himself?
It's a great transition. Nice, really nice immediate kind of knock-in return or trade, I should say, from Lucarux. They might even be able to get the rest up off of this. Quetpa outside the next circle has a move to make. But of course, for VP, they've been having a lot of their fights at somewhat of a distance, so still some util to work with. But for Eternal Fire, I mean, 14 kills, top 2 guaranteed.
Big.
Solid. I mean, they had 20 points total coming into the day. They have that now in this game. Or coming into this match, I should say, sorry.
Yeah, big stuff. And now, let's see. I think for the comm side, for VP, they realize, okay, well, there's 3. Let's just kind of keep moving around, keep trying to find our shots and stuff like that. Keep Nixie as the spoiler.
Yeah. I mean, he's they can only really be a proper threat if he gets within range, unless, I was going to say, now they have to make the run on forward. Okay, EB's going to fully commit to it, trying to make the run further forward, but the thing is, Quetpa has a perfect angle, like there's no one that can really contest him there.
That was very ambitious. At the same time, though, I sort of partially understand it, right? You don't necessarily want many people at one tree alone.
No.
So it's tough, though. It is tough. No smoke screen this time.
You can see Nixie's looking for him down below. They know there's... Okay, now he's shooting. Never mind. Now they know where he is. The thing is, Nixie can't really... Oh, he's going to make the run for it anyway. He needs cover from his teammates. He's going to be right out in the open. Headshot connected, but he's still looking for the angle, and now he's going for it again, but Beamy. Oh, that's a defend.
Yep, that is a big cover shot here. Very important. Code Marco's going to smoke everything off as well here. But Nixie is looking this way. Going to peek around this smoke and see what he can find himself. But Flash goes forward. He is totally blind now. And it's only on Code Marco to try and hold off against this. But Virtus Pro moving up on top of the rocks. He's moved into the smokes.
Yeah.
But 1v3, it's not doable here.
No. 25 kills between these two teams. I mean, absolutely phenomenal performances for both teams who, again, I mean, we're sat somewhere mid-pack coming into it. Really want to make it look better. And indeed, they do 11 to finish off the day for Virtus Pro. Solid finish. And also just the fact that we see Beamy be the guy being relied on there to cover Nixie. He's the new guy on the team. You know, he has to earn the trust of his teammates. And those situations, those type of situations, exactly how you do that.
Really bold moves by Virtus Pro to try and make this work. To be honest, if Nixie doesn't move down to the rock when he did, and then somehow make this insane cross, but move down to the rock when he did, I don't know if it's going to be as easy for them to try and get this victory, right? Like, that really opens up the potential for them to try and do something here.
Definitely could have been. I mean, had Kurt find that knock and it's a straight up 2v2, I would argue as well that you had Eternal Fire in the better position.
All right, well, that does it for us. Thank you very much, Toby, for joining me here today. We're going to head back to the desk to wrap up the day and see all that sponging up towards the top.
Thank you so much, boys. We'll see Toby and Kylaris tomorrow, or at least hear them as well. Let's talk about who we finally got to see getting into the Final Four and then taking a win mark. Virtus Pro, I was wondering when they were going to show up. Needed a little bit of warm-up, apparently.
That's a slow start, really. That was all. They were good at the end, and it was good to see Beamy, though, performing. So, look, there's a reason why I was on that team. Not a bad day from them, but a great ending. 11 kills and a chicken dinner under the belt. You're not going to argue closing out day number 1.
Do you want to break down that final fight for us against Eternal Fire, Avenger?
Yeah, so they obviously have a bit of a advantage, and they have to take advantage of that and kind of put pressure on some of the teams, but also the anger play that you have Beamy, that the other guys are probably communicating, you know what, I'm holding this rock, I'm holding left side, the other guy's holding right side, no matter what if the peak is, and then he's obviously going to focus on the guy that's going to be running at his teammate, so they have an open shot, Beamy gets it, and they kind of close it down and shut it off here, but still impressive game from Eternal Fire and Virtus Pro here in the late game. Insane amount of kills from these two teams, both on double digits. Very beautiful.
Were you surprised to see a bunch of new names in the end game there, Avenger? Some new teams. And when I say new, I mean teams we haven't seen during the course of day one. They weren't really teams that we were paying attention to towards the final few battles.
But it's still very known players that we know can kind of perform at this very level, right? Even though the circle is somewhat similar to kind of the first couple of circles, at least somewhat similar to our last game, it's still a hard game to play here. That northern side has a very limited cover. That valley that kind of goes in the middle, you have to decide whether you play in the northwest and the southeast side. And overall, like, the decision making goes in. You can just see how much people are scramming to get into that southern side, and there's so many dirty and like bad fights out of the blue, third party on the southern side, and so it's just a really hard game to play.
Mark, Gaming Gladiators throughout day one, I think that they've had half of the matches that they've played, they've finished in the top 4. This, another match, finishing in the top 4. Walk us through their game plan from start to finish here.
Oh, really good. It's a normal drop zone for them. They will go for Gatka, they'll play for a split, they obviously move up to wherever it is. They're trying to gain as much information. They were scouting. They're already in the car, Sam, before that zone hit. We was going north, their expectation was north. But it was that movement to that shack there. They didn't take the normal route. They went up and around, avoiding all the teams they could. And I really like what we saw from Pin. Pin refused to stay in the shack. He stayed up high. He caused problems as teams started to move down. But unfortunately for the guys, the zone then shifts away from them. Uphill battle. They know where the information is. They've controlled the west really, really well, but they are continuing providing pressure all the way up towards the top. They lose the zone, and it was only a matter of time. Eternal Fire were utterly on fire at that point, and then if you're heading your way in towards a VP, Martin, you've got to take it for the guys. I think they got the most amount they could get from today, and especially a big bang on game number 6, but there was nowhere else really for them to go after this point.
No, and especially shout out for Levance in this case. He had 12 kills on the team. If you look at all the other guys, like, he's definitely carrying the team.
Definitely carrying the team. Right. So we've seen all of our matches here, day 1 of the group stages. We're halfway through for Group A and for Group B. So that means that they've only got 6 games apiece each to try and qualify for the grand finals. What did we think of the overall competition that we got to see today, Avenger?
Yeah, so I touched on it a little bit. It's super edge heavy, right? There's so many teams taking it kind of cool, calm, collected, and then there's a few teams that's just coming out swinging. They're like, you know, the teams that are already going to PGS, the teams that are super confident coming off a lot of games played, and overall you have, you know, 12, 13 teams that are just kind of laying back a little bit, making sure they kind of analyze a little bit and take the game step by step, circle by circle, and trying to maximize every single circle instead of trying to take chances and go towards the center and maybe scout some of these open compounds that we've seen throughout the day. There's been quite a few open compounds that's been up for grabs, but people wanted to make sure that they are playing with information that's ahead of them rather than taking a chance and sending it center.
Mark, what have you thought about what you've seen today?
Got it. You can't take anything away from the big teams. BB team really impressed me though. Really, really impressed me today. I think there's an argument, as I said before, like there's these big teams always focused. They expect them to perform, and BB, I don't want to say it's always in the shadow, but they've always performed really well, but they proved a point. They wanted to get those first 6 games out of the way. They've done it in style, Sam, and I think they're above that cut-off line, and the fact that they've been farming so many points between them and Twisted Minds, it's just going to secure their spot. I think they're going to be sitting firm. I think they're going to have fun in their next 6 games. As Martin said, it's going to be dangerous for some other teams because if they already know they're secure, they can try other bits and pieces. They can try and be creative or arguably even try and deny teams out of the group stage.
Were you surprised by how consistent there was a selection of teams? You've mentioned BB team, but there was Twisted Minds as well. There was Gaming, Gladiators, there was Ascend. The consistency that we were seeing from them. I mean, were you surprised to see that level of consistency right off the bat? Because we had spoken at the start of the day about how some of these teams might struggle coming into this to find their footing. Mark?
Well, yes, Ascent, I always love Ascent. I always want to see them do well, and I think the beginning of the part of the year they didn't do that well. I think they came in with the expectations to kind of get through, get to land. They didn't. Then they had to sit back, watch, and see what everything else was happening. Then we had PNC. Team was out there, obviously the whole team, but not officially announced, and then they came back, no scrims. I was kind of worried that actually, hold on, are they going to get enough practice in there? Are they going to be able to perform to level we want them to perform? But I think they've done really, really well. Twisted Minds, tick, they've done really well. BB team, the same. Gaming Gladiators, I think we didn't cover them enough, but they've done so well. As you said, they were always thereabouts, and then we kind of splashed in with a couple of other teams. When all died, there was pockets of great plays from them. We saw Primal, pockets of good play, and Stardust obviously nearly getting a winner chicken dinner, but they need to do more of those teams. If they want to be able to get out the group stages and into the finals and not risk the lower qualifying brackets, they've got to do a higher performance though on their final 6 games. But Twisted Minds' final statement for them is just insane. I think there's a fear of lower qualifiers where they were kind of dubbed as that team that had to go through lower qualifiers to get to the finals to maybe get a win. I think they might have broken the mold a little bit now. We're actually proving they've put a decent amount of points on the board.
So at the start of the day, we spoke a little bit about Pains coming into Ascend here for PEC Fall, and we've had a chance to see Ascend here, day 1 of the group stages. So I thought it might be fun to chat to Pains as well. He is standing by. Pains,
hello.
How did that? Hello. I'm very excited to chat to you, and I'm excited to find out how that first day of PC went for you in this new team. I mean, let's do a vibe check real quick. What was the vibe like throughout the course of today?
We didn't had that much time to prepare for the tournament because PNC, and we were playing PNC with Mika as well. But we prepared for the time we had pretty good, I would say. We took like the mistakes we had and improved on them. And then we just like, it's always like scrims and tournaments is always a bit different, the play style. And we knew the lobby gonna be different today than scrims. And we just played our game. I mean, it's worked pretty good out, like the edge gameplay, because like everybody was pretty much mid fighting for compounds. And yeah, overall, you can look at the leaderboard, it worked out for us.
It works out for you. It was nice to see, even with you as the new addition, that the team was able to pull a victory out as well during the course of the day. I know Avenger has a question for you as well.
Yeah, for sure. And first of all, great to see you here. Payne's always great to see you fragging out. Also, congrats on a great performance at PNC. Like personal performance, at least. Let's not talk about Germany standing up. But yeah, it seems like you fit super well into the team here. Like, do you feel like the role that you've gotten into is just suiting you super well, or what's going so well for you overall to kind of fit the team as well?
My role personally in the team is more like when we get to a position, Brexco is scouting, and like me and Killer Kai are looking in the back, holding the back, so nobody comes in the back and just ruin our game. And I have to adapt a bit to that playstyle because I was like nearly like the core IGL in the previous teams, like looking for compounds, looking what's free, looking which splits are sticking together when the zone pops. But overall, I think I adapt pretty good already to the team.
Nice.
To the playstyle.
Yeah, good to hear. And good luck. Already looking really good. It's going to be easy to get to the finals here in the group stage.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Obviously, it is good to see you in a purple jersey after you gave us a little the purple heart on social media. But obviously looking forward though to tomorrow. So obviously you guys have played today, you're playing again tomorrow. Some see it as advantage, some see it as not. Is there any teams in Group C that you're looking out for? Is there any changes to how your guys are going to play though tomorrow?
Not really. It's just like, I don't know how many points you need for second day, like 30, like 80 gonna be the gap, something like that. The games we just gonna play now are just training games for us, so we have more games to learn each other, to know how everybody's playing together. Because like, I don't really know how like Brexco is calling, and there were sometimes some miscommunications. But I mean, it's obvious because I'm new in the team and I don't know how exactly he's calling. That's why like the 6 games tomorrow is just gonna be training games for us.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Paints, thank you so much for chatting to us. Well done on a very impressive start to your PEC fall journey, and we'll see you tomorrow in your training games.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Cheers.
Bye. So we touched on it there in the interview. I think it might actually be interesting to break it down for the viewers, Avenger, is because Kylaris brought this up quite a few times during the course of today as well, is the sponging of points happening at the top. Because there were just a very small selection of teams sucking up most of the points. Why is that problematic for a lot of the other teams when that happens?
Yeah, so it really comes down to that there's going to be more teams on the bid, right? You're going to have way more teams with way less points. So the cutoff, he's talking about an 80 points-ish cutoff. I think 80 points is set pretty high. I think it's going to be lower now that we have so many teams sponging at the top. So that's really going to be the interesting point here. Obviously, versus Pro with this game, 21 points, obviously huge for them. Certify also 21. Again, sponging, it really comes down to like they're tripling the third places that are tied here. They're tripling the amount of points, and that's really been the scene for today at what we've seen. And I think we're gonna see that 75, like maybe even low 70s kind of cut off. You see here now Twisted Minds, BB sent these guys in the high 40s. Like if they get 20-30 points tomorrow, they're completely fine. They're gonna have a little bit of fun. A little bit scary for teams once they're gonna be facing Twisted Minds and BB team, because they can play however they like. Like they're gonna need 10-15 points and they're going to be completely safe. So that's going to be a whole new level of scary once we see the likes of Navi, Foot, BBL and Sakura Sense and then the rest of Group C come into play tomorrow.
Mark, it's something that Payne said in his interview. He said, "Oh, tomorrow's going to be like training games for us." Do you think that is the case? I mean, because I would argue that I think these teams at the top, I mean, I think that they could just keep on going and sort of run away if we're not careful with all the points and make it a lot tougher.
There's two outcomes. Do these teams have training games? I do think as Mike said, I do think the bar set's a little bit higher. I do think the 60s, maybe high 60s might see potential. But if, let's say, they do have training games, bit of fun, yes, Group C can get themselves in. Then we've got to question the teams a little bit lower down that play today. They've only put 10, 12 points. They've got to have a big game too, right? But if they continue at the rate they're playing, that is insane, Sam, because it will make it even tougher, even closer. And we always see one game make a complete change to a leaderboard. It might even be down to a half a game. We might get to the last part of the group stages, and halfway through a game, you might see teams bouncing in and out of the qualification section or the ability to go to the group final. So I'd like for them to play a bit more training, Sam, because I think it could be fun. If they go aggressive again, that would be very difficult for some of the teams, especially the ones that haven't started today.
For sure. And of course, we do still have 2 more days of our group stages, and next week the last chance as well. Make sure that you put this in your diary. We are back tomorrow, same time. It is 1800 CEST. So thank you so much for joining us on day number 1. Thank you to Erangel and Mark for bringing all the big brain insights as well and guiding us through this journey. We are going to be back tomorrow, where you will get to see a whole new group battling it out with Group B. It will be Group C coming in. So make sure that you are there and ready to go. We'll see you then. Good night.
Esports.